cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376. It doesn't sound like a good place. In the afternoon, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the monastery of the Tibetan Dharma Hall, reading an ancient book with great interest. The incense burner on the low table was burning with incense, and the rich aroma was curling up, which made people feel refreshed. At this time, the small red clay stove next to it was emitting hot steam. He picked up the kettle on the stove, made himself a cup of spiritual tea, and then drank it happily. Su Fan put down the teacup and was about to continue reading when the communication array on his waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and looked at it, smiled, and then activated the communication array. In an instant, a phantom popped out, which was that guy Zhang Junpu. "Brother, where are you? Where else can I be?" "The Tibetan Dharma Hall. It's my turn to be on duty these few days. I'll go over now. You quickly brew a pot of spiritual tea and wait for me." Su Fan put away the communication array and shook his head. This guy, compared to Chiu Daoquan, he was more willing to associate with Zhang Junpu. Even in the entire Chunjin demon sect, he could only get along with this guy. At the beginning, he was just a nobody in Yun's realm. Others ignored him and let him fend for himself. In the entire team, only Zhang Junpu helped him. In times of crisis, human nature is most revealed. Although Su Fan did not need the other party's help at all, he always remembered this favor. The two of them have similar personalities, and now they have no scruples when talking to each other. Zhang Junpu walked into the hall of the Tibetan Dharma Hall. When the girls behind the counter saw him, they all stood up quickly. Meeting Master Junpu, Zhang Junpu was not polite and pointed to a girl at random. "Which room is Su Fan in?" "Take me to find him." Chu Han hurriedly ran out of the counter as if he was flattered, and respectfully led Zhang Junpu to Su Fan's abode. "Master Su Fan is inside. I'll take my leave." Chu Han bowed and waited for Zhang Junpu to enter the house, then she ran back to the hall with a red face. Several little girls quickly surrounded her and chattered. "Han Han, have you talked to Master Junpu? Master Junpu is so handsome." "Alice, why didn't he look for me?" Chu Han patted her chest, which eased her rapid heartbeat, but her little face was still red. That was Master Junpu, who ranked in the top 20 in the Chunjin demon sect competition. Not only did he have a good family background, but he was also so handsome. He was definitely an idol among the female disciples in the sect. How does he know Master Su Fan? Could it be that Master Su Fan is the descendant of Demon Lord Guiju who was stranded outside? It's very likely. Otherwise how would he have the chance to know Master Junpu? Several girls imagined it again, and in a short while, they came up with a bizarre and bloody plot. Zhang Junpu walked into the abode and saw Su Fan making tea for him. He sat down cross-legged, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Su Fan poured him another cup and asked, "Where are you coming back from?" "Brother Daoquan and I went to Chongho realm, completed a few bounty missions there, and came back." Su Fan had heard of this small plane, which belonged to the sphere of influence of the demon clan. The battle there was fierce, and the human cultivators and the demon clan had been fighting for decades without a clear winner. "You live comfortably every day." "I don't fight or compete, I just want to practice in peace." "Is that wrong?" Zhang Junpu sighed and said, "It's a pity that you have such strength, otherwise you will definitely be able to make it into the top 100 of the Cultivation battle record list. Fame and fortune are just clouds to me." After hearing Su Fan's words, Zhang Junpu was almost angry to death. He turned his head and looked outside, and laughed. "The girls in the Tibetan Dharma Hall are all pretty good." Su Fan was amused and glared at him. "Brother, they are still children. You can be their grandfather at your age. What's the big deal? Don't tell me that you have been in the sect for such a long time, and you don't even have a lover. Do you need me to introduce you to a few?" "What the hell, this guy is not a good guy. I am a serious person, how can I be casual?" Zhang Junpu was immediately excited after hearing this, and he looked at Su Fan with a smile. "You are not still a virgin. Haha, you are a virgin. Your whole family is virgins. I even have a daughter." "Do you?" Zhang Junpu was stunned and said, "Oh, I really don't have this." After he finished speaking, he teased, "How many Taoist companions do you have?" Su Fan smiled, and the figures of Husin, your sister, and Gu Qinghuan suddenly appeared in his mind. 2. "No, it's 3. Although Li Miaoxa refused to admit it after putting on her pants, Su Fan still added her. Zhang Junpu laughed and said, "Brother, you can do it." "Are they still in your original plane?" Su Fan smiled bitterly and nodded silently. Seeing that Su Fan was a little depressed, Zhang Junpu patted his shoulder. "It's okay. When my elders pass by your place one day, I will bring them over for you." Su Fan, who was a little disappointed at first, suddenly became energetic after hearing what Zhang Junpu said. "Brother, is this true?" "Don't fool me." Zhang Junpu rolled his eyes and said, "It's just a trivial matter." "Do I have to fool you? This is called a trivial matter, but it crosses the plane." Su Fan grabbed the other's arm and said seriously, "Brother, you have to help me. I miss my daughter so much that I am going crazy." Su Fan's body is as strong as a monster, and the other party can't stand it. "Brother, let go first, you're pinching me." He broke free from Su Fan's clutches, rubbing his arm with a grin. "This is really not a big deal, but you have to wait for at least 10 or 8 years. Our family's time and space fleet only goes out once every 30 years. Su Fan quickly poured him a cup of spiritual tea and presented it to him with both hands. "Brother, you must help me with this." Seeing Su Fan's eager face, Zhang Junpu was stunned. "Which plane are you from? Zuanluo realm? What the hell? Where's Zuanluo realm?" Su Fan didn't know how to answer for a while, because he couldn't tell where Zuanluo realm was for a while. He was moved in his heart, and suddenly remembered the 2 people he met in the magic boat. "By the way, Zuanluo realm seems to be on the way with Haoshan realm and Qian realm." Zhang Junpu was still confused after hearing this. What a broken place this is, he had never heard of it at all. "Okay, I'll go back and ask someone." What the hell? Chunjin demon sect is a super demon sect after all, how could it know about those ordinary small planes? Despite this, Su Fan was still very excited. He felt that his vision was a bit small. And he was always used to using the way of thinking of Zuanluo realm to explain Cultivation. Cultivation is also a relatively large plane in the Qingquan Star region, with very rich cultivation resources, far surpassing Zuanluo realm by many streets. Moreover, so many plane battlefields have been opened up, and it is nothing to achieve cross-plane time and space travel. Now it seems that there should still be many ways to return to Zuanluo realm. Time and space travel is as difficult for Zuanluo realm as it was for humans to break out of the solar system in the previous life, but for Cultivation, it may not be a big deal. "Brother, have you had lunch? Let's have a drink later." Zhang Junpu is also a drinker. He laughed and said, "Nonsense, didn't you see that I came here at lunchtime? Now that I'm here, if you don't make arrangements, who will?" Su Fan didn't take him to the restaurant in Moonpeak, but went directly to the small courtyard behind the temple. He took out a barbecue rack and spiritual wood charcoal, as well as various ingredients from the ring, and started grilling skewers in the yard. No matter what time it is, Su Fan has a special ring with 100 squares, which is full of various ingredients and kitchen utensils. As long as he is given half an hour, he can prepare a large table of barbecue skewers, hot pot, seafood, Western food, 4 major cuisines, etc. There is no way, the world of foodies cannot be explained. Looking at the various skewers of meat on the long barbecue rack, Zhang Junpu was dumbfounded. He has eaten barbecue before, but this is the first time he has seen it grilled like this. "Brother, what's the way you eat it? Why do you care so much? Just wait and eat." Su Fan worked for a long time, and finally roasted some of it. He took out a square table and placed the roasted meat skewers on it. "Brother, eat it while it's hot, it won't taste good if it's cold." After he said that, he took out a jar of spiritual wine from his ring and placed it in front of Zhang Junpu. "You drink it first, I'll make some cold dishes." Zhang Junpu picked up the jar of spiritual wine in front of him, broke the mud seal and smelled it. "Brother, you are really willing to spend it." He was also a cultivator from a family. He had seen all kinds of spiritual wine since he was a child, and of course he knew the price of this jar of spiritual wine. "It's okay, we are brothers, you're done drinking." Su Fan finally finished his work and had prepared a large table full of dishes. He sat opposite Zhang Junpu and poured him a glass of spiritual wine. "Come, let's go." The 2 of them drank for the whole afternoon and were in high spirits. The 2 jars of spirit wine were almost empty. By the way, in a few years, it will be the space-time arena in the blue sky star domain. Don't you want to go and see it? Space-time arena. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. What a joke. The space-time arena in the blue sky star domain, which takes place once every 100 years, doesn't sound like a good place. Anyone can go if they want, but he won't go anyway. Why should I join in the fun? What's the matter? Do you want to go? Zhang Junpu sighed, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. I would like to go, but unfortunately I don't have the qualifications. Only the top 10 elite disciples in the sect competition have the opportunity to participate. What about senior brother Daokun? Is he qualified to go to the space-time arena? Senior brother Daokun ranks 6th in the competition. Of course he is qualified. Su Fan smiled, then poured a glass of spirit wine for Zhang Junpu. It's not easy to survive in the time and space arena in the King Kong Star region. Well, it is said that among the 10 disciples of the sect who have participated in the time and space arena, 2 or 3 can come back each time. The mortality rate is 70% to 80%, but they are still scrambling to go. I really don't know what these people are thinking. Aren't they rushing to die? The two drank until midnight, and Zhang Junpu staggered away. Su Fan was also drunk and slept until noon the next day. He rubbed his swollen and painful head, climbed up from the ground, sat cross-legged and used his internal energy to eliminate the alcohol. Huh? Su Fan exhaled a strong smell of alcohol, and suddenly felt clear-headed. After breakfast, he came to a room behind the Jingsh, which was his weapon-making room. Because he has been thinking about his life magic weapon during this period, Su Fan has been flipping through books on weapon making in the Tibetan Dharma Hall recently. Sometimes he is inspired and will practice in this weapon-making room when inspiration comes. Although he still had no idea about his own life magic weapon, he found an idea for the magic weapon blank of the soul-devouring forgetful river bell rewarded by the sect. Su Fan took out a magic weapon blank of the soul-devouring forgetful river bell from the ring, and took out a dead bones viper whip that he had used for a long time. With a breakthrough to the golden core realm, this top-grade magic weapon has long become a useless thing. Even Su Fan himself didn't know how many ghosts the dead bones viper whip had devoured, but it must be hundreds of thousands. The dead bones viper whip is sinister and treacherous, and its combat power is also extremely fierce. If this magic weapon is given to a ghost disciple in the Foundation establishment realm, it can definitely be called a divine weapon. But Su Fan is not so noble. Even if it is not very useful, he has never been willing to sell it. After reading the ancient books in the Tibetan Dharma Hall during this period of time, Su Fan finally found a hint of inspiration. He plans to integrate the dead bones viper whip into the soul-devouring forgetful river bell. The soul-devouring forgetful river bell is actually a replica of the ancient Taoist artifact forgetful river bell. Many people who mainly practice the soul and magic have chosen the soul-devouring forgetful river bell as their life magic weapon, and they will also refine their own styles according to their own characteristics. He doesn't want to use the soul-devouring forgetful river bell as his life magic weapon, but as a trump card, this magic weapon is not bad. In addition, Su Fan also found a suitable refining idea through the experience of the predecessors in the Dharma Hall. 2 days later, Su Fan walked out of the artifact studio with a smile on his face, playing with a small black bell in his hand. The surface of the small bell is engraved with fine and strange inscriptions. It looks magnificent and weird in the flow of light throughout the body. It seems to be some kind of rune, with a faint evil dark light flashing. If you look closely, you will find a withered snake covered with hideous bone spurs. Su Fan spent a lot of effort to integrate the dead bone viper whip into the soul-devouring forgetful river bell, and fortunately the final result was good. He threw the soul-devouring forgetful river bell in his hand into the air, and the small bell grew in the wind, instantly turning into a pitch-black giant bell several feet in size. The pitch-black giant bell was hidden in the dense magic smoke, and countless hideous ghosts howled miserably in the magic smoke, exuding an extremely evil aura. Su Fan pinched his fingers and chanted a spell, then raised his hand and pointed. Buzz! There was a buzzing sound, and a visible sound wave instantly spread around. The whole courtyard shook violently, and even the space was flat and distorted. It's broken. Su Fan quickly took out a second-level isolation jade talisman and crushed it with a snap. But it was too late, and there was still a trace of shrill buzzing sound coming out of the courtyard. Hundreds of meters away, in the hall of the Tibetan Dharma Hall, more than 100 young disciples of the Chunjin demon sect came here at this time. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to play and fight. Suddenly, a faint humming sound came, like a demonic sound from outside the domain, and instantly made everyone's eyes go black. More than 100 key training and foundation building disciples gathered in the hall, covered their heads and collapsed to the ground. After a while, Su Fan trotted to the hall, looking at the many disciples lying on the ground, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He walked in front of a key training disciple, his eyes condensed, and his consciousness swept over him, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he only tried it a little, and only exerted less than 10% of the power of the soul-devouring forgetful river bell. Su Fan glanced at the many young disciples lying on the ground in the hall, stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, then turned and left. Pa! The disciples who fainted in the hall only felt a crisp sound in their minds. It lingered in their ears like a huge bell, and their originally confused minds instantly regained clarity. Everyone got up from the ground and looked around at each other in bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? No one knows what happened just now. The instigator had already returned to his own abode, pretending that nothing had happened. Even if someone asked, he would not admit it. Su Fan was playing with the soul-devouring forgetful river bell in his hand. He had underestimated the power of this magic weapon just now, but he did not expect that the power was so terrifying. His eyes focused, and he saw a black shadow wrapped in thick magic smoke jump out of the small bell, circling up and down in the abode. Su Fan nodded with satisfaction, and waved his hand to put the black shadow into the soul-devouring forgetful river bell. The blank of this magic weapon has finally been finalized. It can not only instantly release a strange sound wave that attacks the soul, but also protects Su Fan's soul from being harmed. Moreover, the spirit of the dry-bone viper is sealed in the small bell, which can hide in the soul-devouring forgetful river bell to sneak attack the opponent. This spirit is condensed from countless resentful souls, so its power is naturally extraordinary. Moreover, this spirit can also grow slowly by constantly devouring ghosts. And its power will become stronger and stronger. Su Fan put the soul-devouring forgetful river bell into the ring, and then began to think about his own life magic weapon. The life magic weapon of Jinden's Henrin is not an ordinary magic weapon. Many Jinden monks who have broken through for many years still have not successfully refined their own life magic weapon. Of course, you can fool around, but the power will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the life magic weapon will follow the monk for a lifetime, and it will continue to grow with the improvement of the monk's realm. Some top-grade life magic weapons can even grow into Taoist tools. Since there is no idea for the time being, let's wait and see. This is really not a matter of urgency. The next day, Su Fan handed over to another Jinden elder on duty, and then came to open. When he walked out of the hall, the little girls behind the counter gathered together again. I wonder if Master Su Fan was affected by the devil's voice yesterday. He probably fell asleep like us. Haha, no way. He's also a Jinden master. That's not necessarily true. It's said that Jinden masters in small places are not very good. After everyone's reasoning, they believe that what happened in the Dharma Hall yesterday was a trace of devil's voice emitted by a certain demon king of the sect when he was making a weapon. This kind of thing has precedence in the Chunjin demon sect. Anyway, no one thought that the culprit was Su Fan. Chapter 377 Senior Sister is Too Polite. Although there are a vast number of books in the Dharma Hall of the Chunjin demon sect, at Su Fan's current level, the techniques and spells of the Golden Core stage are not in Su Fan's eyes. It's not that the inheritance of the Chunjin demon sect is not good, but many of the best techniques require a threshold. Su Fan, who has a shabby aptitude with 4 spiritual roots, can't practice at all, and even if he practices forcibly, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Only the Hunhuiki's Henjing is a common product that can be practiced even if there are 5 spiritual roots. Not only is it neutral and peaceful, it can also consolidate the foundation of the cultivator's practice. The only drawback is that the progress is too slow. Su Fan practices twice a day, morning and evening, with the help of the rich spiritual energy of the Chunjin demon sect, plus the enhancement of the best gathering spirit formation, and taking a large number of pills. So although the progress of the Hunhuiki's Henjing is still slow, at least he can feel the changes in the progress of the technique, at least it will not stagnate. There are also the Soul Skills Devil Eye Training Spirit Scripture and the Body Skills Heavenly Demon Saint Body Secret, which are all top-grade skills and there is no need to change them. Then there are the various spells and secrets in the Dharma Hall, which are also of various types. But compared with the 9 Nether Hiding Technique, Life Calling Curse Technique, 9 Power Bone Transforming Hand, God Slaying Soul Crying Technique and God Relaying Magic after being merged by the game panel, the spells and secrets included in the Dharma Hall are not good enough. The merged spells cover various aspects such as hiding, cursing, close combat, soul and soul relaying, which are very consistent with Su Fan's current fighting style. In addition, several supernatural powers such as Thunder Eyes and Thunder Ghost Step are enough for Su Fan to use. Moreover, Su Fan has spent a lot of time and energy to use the game panel to brush these spells and supernatural powers to the micro level, and the power is no longer comparable. Su Fan has also read a lot of spells in the Dharma Hall. Although they are all good, to be honest, there is really no one who is suitable for him. The magic is also about quality rather than quantity. Learning a lot is useless, and it is just a case of biting off more than you can chew. Relatively speaking, the cultivation experience left by the predecessors of Chunjin Demon Sect, as well as books on talismans, alchemy, instrument making and formations, have benefited Su Fan a lot. Now Su Fan's life is very peaceful. Except for a few days of duty in the Tibetan Dharma Hall every month, he spends almost the rest of the time in his cave. Every day, he practices the exercises, magic and supernatural powers, and refines swordsmanship and boxing. It must be said that the spiritual energy in the mountain gate of Chunjin Demon Sect is really rich. Being in such an environment is like taking a sauna in the previous life. The spiritual energy has formed a mist. When you stretch out your hand and squeeze it, your palm is full of wet spiritual water. Su Fan is actually quite comfortable staying in the outer gate of Biao Divine Sect. The reason why he switched to Chunjin Demon Sect is actually to rush to the spiritual veins in the mountain gate. Although his life is very leisurely, he is also very busy every day, and his life is very fulfilling. This is the life that Su Fan dreams of. Perhaps in the eyes of others, this kind of life is dull and boring, but Su Fan is happy with it and enjoys this hard-earned quiet time. Time passed like flowing water, and in a blink of an eye, Su Fan has spent 3 years in Chunjin Demon Sect. Last year, a giant and realm elder on duty in the Tibetan Dharma Hall came to an end and returned to his family to sit and die. As a colleague in the sect, Su Fan attended the elder's funeral. This also made him feel a lot. Even in the Super Demon Sect Chunjin Demon Sect, most of the disciples in the sect stopped at the foundation building realm in this life. Among the foundation building disciples, only less than 10% can break through the Jinden realm. There are even fewer Yuaning demon lords, and the god-transforming demon lord is rare in the entire Conceals. In the early morning, the morning sun rose, and a soft and weak ray of early sun emerged, reflecting the entire world. Today is Su Fan's day on duty again, and he came to the Tibetan Dharma Hall early. Because an elder passed away, he now has to serve in the Tibetan Dharma Hall for 5 days every month. Su Fan didn't care. After all, serving in the Tibetan Dharma Hall was nothing. The key training and foundation building disciples in the hall saw Su Fan and greeted him. He smiled and nodded in response. The girls behind the counter were not so polite. They all stayed behind the counter and pretended not to see him. They didn't even want to stand up. Su Fan didn't care and went straight to his own room at the back. He sat cross-legged on the futon, lit a note of soul-soothing incense, brewed a pot of spiritual tea for himself, and drank it happily. This life is really comfortable. Just as he was sighing in his heart, the communication array on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan took off the communication array, and after activating it, a phantom of Chiu Dao-kun popped out. "Junior brother, where are you? I'm on duty at the Dharma Storage Hall." "Well, I'll be there soon." In the past few years, except for Zhang Junpu who often came to see him, this was the first time Chiu Dao-kun came to see him. How can we describe the relationship between the two? It can't be said that they are friends of life and death, but after all, they have been through hardships together, so they will always be closer than others. Chiu Dao-kun walked into the Dharma Storage Hall. He didn't come alone. He was followed by the witch Sumailin from the Heart Demon Temple. When the two appeared in the hall, the young key training and foundation building disciples gathered here were all stunned, and the whole hall suddenly became quiet. Chiu Dao-kun is not an ordinary Jinden Senran. He is a ruthless person in the top 100 of the Conceals battle record list. Zhang Junpu only has some influence in his own sect, but Chiu Dao-kun can get great respect wherever he goes. Even the Yuaning demon lord can give him some face. The cultivators in Conceals are extremely warlike and worship the strong. Anyone who can make it into the top 100 of the battle record list is an idol of all the cultivators in Conceals. After a short silence, a foundation building disciple reacted quickly, stepped forward a few steps, and bowed respectfully. "Greetings to Taoist Master Dao-kun." At this time, the many disciples in the hall came to their senses and bowed respectfully. Chiu Dao-kun nodded to everyone, responding to everyone's greetings. He came to the counter and saw Chu Han at a glance. Chu Han was also surprised and ran happily from behind the counter. Uncle Quan, why are you here? Chu Daoquan's master is an elder of the Chu family, so he and Chu Han are very familiar with each other. Well, it's a good thing you are here. Take me to see junior brother Su Fan. Chu Han was stunned and said, why are you looking for him? Chu Daoquan heard the disdain in the girl's tone and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This kid is really unpredictable. He has the strength to be in the top 100 of the battle record list, but he is willing to hide in the Tibetan Dharma Hall to retire. I don't know what he thinks. Moreover, this guy is too good at pretending to be a coward. Even this little girl doesn't take him seriously. Not only him, but also Su Mailan beside him was confused. How did this guy become such a jerk that he dared to treat him blatantly with contempt even by a Kighan cultivator? Chu Daoquan knew Su Fan's temper, so it was hard for him to say anything. I have something to do with him. Take me there. Chu Han nodded and said, let's go, Uncle Quan, I'll take you to find him. The two walked and talked until they came to the outside of Su Fan's abode. Uncle Quan, he's inside. I'm leaving. Looking at the little girl's back, Su Mailan laughed. Old Chu, has the style of your Chunjin demon sect always been like this? Su Fan saved her once after all. Seeing that he was treated poorly by a Kighan cultivator, she felt a little unhappy, so she teased him. Chu Daoquan smiled bitterly and shook his head, then raised his hand and pointed at Su Fan's abode. You have to ask him. I don't know what this guy is thinking. In the entire Chunjin demon sect, no one knows who he is except me and Junpu. Su Mailan was stunned. What on earth was this guy thinking? If someone else had killed the super insect king of Ghostface Leech alone, he would have spread the news all over the world, for fear that others would not know that he did it. But this guy is so good that he actually came to a place like the Tibetan Dharma Hall to retire. It's no wonder that the little girl looks down on him. He is in his prime and doesn't want to make progress. He actually spends his days in the Tibetan Dharma Hall. No one would look down on such a person. Let me tell you, you come to invite him this time, but he may not be willing. After hearing what Chu Daoquan said, Su Mailan smiled charmingly and said, how can you know if you don't try? Chu Daoquan shook his head and turned to push open the door of the Jingsh. As soon as Chu Han returned to the main hall, several little girls surrounded him excitedly. Han Han, you know brother Daoquan, can you introduce him to us one day? Why did brother Daoquan look for Su Fan? Chu Han was also a little surprised. Uncle Quan was not someone that ordinary people could know. He didn't expect that he would take the initiative to come here to find Su Fan. He saw Su Fan brewing tea, and he was obviously stunned when he saw Su Mailan. Why did this woman come? He stood up quickly and bowed, saying, you two came at the right time. The spiritual tea has just been brewed. After the three of them sat down, Su Fan poured them a cup of spiritual tea. Come, try my spiritual tea. Su Fan didn't know why the two came, but he didn't want to ask. Su Mailan picked up the teacup and took a sip of the spiritual tea. I came here with Lao Chu today, mainly to thank my junior brother for saving my life. After she finished speaking, she took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Su Fan. It's just a token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind it. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, and quickly declined. Sister, how can I thank you for saving my life? I was just trying to save myself at that time. You are too polite. Chu Daoquan next to him smiled and said, brother, this is also a token of my appreciation. Just accept it. Su Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head, and then he reluctantly accepted the ring. Brother, with your strength, why don't you strive for the top 100 in the battle record list? After hearing what Su Mailan said, Su Fan smiled and shook his head. Sister, I hate fighting and killing, and I don't care about fame and fortune. I just like to find a quiet place to stay comfortably. Chu Daoquan laughed and said, you know, if you keep hiding like this, even those girls in the Tibetan Dharma Hall will look down on you. Aren't you angry? Su Fan laughed and said, brother, no matter what, I won't get angry with a few children. Su Mailan thought for a while, organized her words, and then told the purpose of her coming here. Junior brother, I came this time to thank you for saving my life, and I want to ask you to help me once. Don't worry, Before she finished speaking, Su Fan waved his hand. Sister, I don't want to offend you, you should let me be quiet for a few years. Su Mailan wanted to say more, but Chu Daoquan next to her quickly took over. Since junior brother doesn't want to move, let's talk about it next time. Let's not talk about this today. After being interrupted by Chiu Daoquan, Su Mailin didn't want to mention it again. But she was still a little unwilling, and even used her charm technique several times, but Su Fan was not moved at all, and her attitude was extremely firm, so she had to give up. Su Mailin knew that the other party's consciousness was much stronger than his, and her charm technique would be useless against him. This was just the understanding of both parties. If Su Fan was her opponent, her soul would have been backfired by the other party long ago. At noon, Su Fan invited them to have a meal at a restaurant near Moin Peak. If it was Zhang Junpu, Su Fan would definitely arrange the food himself, but they were one level lower than Su Fan, and they couldn't eat the dishes made by Su Fan himself. Before leaving the Tibetan Dharma Hall, Chiu Daoquan specially called Chu Han aside. After all, she was a child of the master's family, and he felt it necessary to remind this girl, so as not to look bad in the future. You must respect Uncle Su Fan in the future. Seeing the little girl's confused face, Chiu Daoquan smiled. Silly girl, even if I see junior brother Su Fan, I have to be polite. You take care of yourself. Chu Han was stunned when she heard it. Who is the real Su Fan? Even Uncle Quan said so. But she believed that Uncle Quan would not lie to her, so she kept Chiu Daoquan's words in mind. After Chiu Daoquan finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave, but he came back after a few steps. Girl, you just need to know about this matter, don't spread it around. Remember, looking at Uncle Quan's back, Chu Han's heart was filled with huge waves. She hurriedly walked out of the Tibetan Dharma Hall, found a deserted place outside, and took out the communication array from the ring. Third grandfather, I want to ask you about someone. Zio Han, what's wrong? Are you attracted to some kid? Don't ask any more, hurry up. Third grandfather, okay, who do you want to ask about? The new Su Fan Zhenren in the Tibetan Dharma Hall. After hearing what Chu Han said, her third grandfather didn't speak for a long time. Third grandfather, what are you doing? Why are you asking about him? Who asked you to ask? Hearing the serious tone of the third grandfather, Chu Han was a little confused. I heard from Uncle Quan. Humph, it was that kid Chiu Daoquan. Remember, don't ask about him anymore. After the third grandfather finished speaking, he cut off the communication array disk, and Chu Han was stunned. Even if Chu Han was stupid, she knew that this Su Fan Zhenren was not simple. But she couldn't figure it out. If this person was really a great god, why didn't he go to the plain battlefield and spend his days in the Tibetan Dharma Hall? Chu Han was also a little scared. Although she had been a little slow to master Su Fan during this period, at least she still maintained her courtesy. Fortunately, she did not go too far, otherwise, she really didn't know how to end it. Thinking of this, Chu Han trotted back to the main hall of the Dharma Kangdian Hall. The maids at the counter saw her coming back and hurried over. Han, where have you been? I went out for something. Chu Han remembered what Uncle Quan said to her before he left. And from the attitude of third grandpa just now, it can be felt that Master Su Fan is not ordinary. It was the first time that third grandpa spoke to her so seriously. So she has realized the seriousness of the problem. How dare she spread this matter everywhere? After Su Fan returned to the Dharma Kangdian Hall, Chu Han took advantage of no one noticing her, carefully slipped out of the main hall, and quietly came to Su Fan's abode. She took a deep breath, and then knocked on the door gently a few times. Disciple Chu Han, meet Master Su Fan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 The world of cultivation is full of talents. Su Fan was in the abode. He had just taken out the ring that Su Mailin had given him. Before he could see what was inside, he heard a knock on the door. He frowned and put the ring away. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the abode was pushed open, and Chu Han walked in from outside, respectfully bowing to him. Greetings to Master Su Fan. Su Fan was stunned for a moment. What was wrong with this girl? Among the several little girls on duty in the main hall of the Tibetan Dharma Hall, she looked down on him the most. Something was wrong. Abnormal things were demons. Su Fan smiled and said, Do you have anything to do? Chu Han hurriedly said, Junior came to greet Master. If you have anything to do, you can tell me to do it. Su Fan almost laughed out loud. What happened to this little girl? Why did she change her personality? Oh. I don't have anything to do here. Go and get busy. Chu Han secretly glanced at Su Fan and saw a pair of calm and gentle eyes looking at him. She lowered her head quickly, and suddenly she had an idea. Uncle Quan told me today to come to the real master more often to pay respects. Su Fan suddenly realized when he heard the other party mention Chu Daoquan. No wonder the little girl's attitude changed so much. It was probably because old Chu gave her a few words. This guy is really bad-mouthed. In fact, Chu Daoquan didn't say anything. It was purely the little girl's own guess. Su Fan sighed secretly. This is also a matter of time. To be honest, he still hopes that everyone will treat him as an insignificant little transparent person like before. You know, Brother Daoquan, my third grandfather is Uncle Quan's master. Su Fan smiled bitterly. This relationship is close enough. Well, you are thoughtful. Chu Han was immediately excited when he heard it, and hurriedly bowed. If the real master has nothing to do, the junior will take his leave. Looking at the back of the girl, Su Fan shook his head and didn't care much. If the other party is not stupid, he will definitely not spread this matter everywhere, and Chu Daoquan should have also told this girl. He took out the ring that Su Mailin gave him, and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He saw that there were only 3 things in the ring, including a talisman, a jade slip, and a piece of red cloth. Su Fan took out the talisman first, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This is just a 4th-level magic talisman, called confusing and bewildering the truth. Compared with the powerful 4th-level bone talisman, the 4th-level magic talisman is much worse. No, this magic talisman should not be that simple. Su Fan picked up this 4th-level magic talisman and looked at it carefully. Only then did he see the extraordinariness of the talisman. It turned out that this talisman contained a magic of the psychedelic way, which could release the breath of the Yuaning Demon Lord, which was definitely the kind that could be mistaken for the real thing. In fact, it was used to scare people, but it was very realistic and could even confuse the Yuaning Demon Lord. The most amazing thing is that this 4th-level magic talisman can be used repeatedly 3 times. This is a bit against the sky. Even though Su Fan's strength has increased several times now, when he encounters a cultivator in the nascent soul realm, his only choice is to turn around and run away. If he can escape from the hands of the nascent soul demon lord, it will be enough for him to brag about it for the rest of his life. No matter how powerful the 4th-level bone talisman is, it depends on who it is used against. It can only slow down the opponent's pursuit speed when dealing with a nascent soul cultivator. But it is too much to think about hurting the nascent soul demon lord. But this confusing truth talisman is different. If you encounter a nascent soul demon lord, maybe you can really scare him. Senior sister Miaolan is too polite. Not bad, not bad, this is the real thing. Su Fan put away the confusing truth talisman with satisfaction, and he couldn't help but look forward to the other 2 things. He took out the jade slip again and placed it on his forehead. After a while, Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. This jade slip records a technique called Hehun Maya Oxuan's secret code, which is the unique Hehun Dao inheritance secret method of Chunjin demon sect. This is fucking. And Su Mailin also left a paragraph in the jade slip, which means that she wants to practice this technique with Su Fan. Su Fan was a little amused. It's still better in the world of cultivation. No matter what mess it is, as long as it involves cultivation, it has to be serious immediately. Be serious, we are practicing. And Sister Mailin said that if Su Fan is not convenient, he can still communicate remotely. The effect may be discounted, but it is more convenient. What does it mean? It means that the 2 people can still communicate in dreams, even if they are in different places. It has to be said that the world of cultivation is full of talents. The cultivator who created this set of Hehun Maya Oxuan's secret code is simply a genius. He can practice together in a dream. How did he come up with it? Su Fan shook his head and let it go. Let alone the combination of body and soul, he didn't even want to try divine intercourse. Who can stand dreaming of smoke all night long? However, this set of exercises is still good. When Senior Sister and Gu King Hun come, I can practice dual cultivation with them. Yin and Yang unite, dragon and tiger mate. Su Fan chuckled, then put the jade slip into the ring. Keep it, after all, I also have a Taoist partner. He took out the last piece of red cloth, then held it on both sides with both hands and displayed it in front of him. Su Fan looked at it for a long time before he understood it. Isn't this just a woman's underwear, and it is obviously worn by someone else? You don't need to ask to know that it must be Su Mailin's personal belongings. Su Fan doesn't have any fetishes, and he really doesn't have any ideas about this. Although he also wanted to pick it up and smell it, he finally held back and threw the underwear aside. No, it's better to destroy it. If my senior sister and Gu Qinghuan see this in the future, I won't be able to explain myself. Thinking of this, Su Fan stretched out his hand and pointed, and the big red cloth was immediately wrapped in flames and turned into ashes in an instant. Suddenly, a puff of smoke suddenly rose from the ashes of the big red cloth, and it turned into the shadow of Su Mailin. Su Mailin had long hair, her breath was as fragrant as orchid, her eyes were as charming as silk, and she was indescribably charming. She was wearing nothing but a thin layer of white gauze, and her graceful figure was clearly seen by Su Fan. There was a loud boom in Su Fan's brain, and a heat instantly rose from his lower abdomen. After all, she was a female cultivator of the Hehuan Dao. She was really a beauty who brought disaster upon herself. She was a natural beauty, and her whole body was filled with a kind of seductive charm. Su Mailin covered her mouth and laughed. Her voice was soft and tender, floating straight into people's hearts, making Su Fan's heart itch. Coupled with her graceful and attractive figure, it really made Su Fan's bones soft. The Tao seed in Su Fan's body spun violently, and a cold breath whistled out, instantly suppressing the evil fire in his heart. Looking at the graceful figure on the opposite side, he no longer had the evil thoughts just now. Wearing so little, he is not afraid of catching a cold. Fortunately, I didn't smell it just now, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Senior Sister Mailin, what are you acting? Seeing that Su Fan was a little dazed and then recovered his clarity, Su Mailin couldn't help but sigh. In fact, when practicing the Hehuan Dao, evil thoughts are the most taboo. Junior brother has extraordinary concentration, which is really admirable. Admiration, I almost couldn't stand it just now. Senior Sister Mailin, just say what you want to say. Su Mailin heard this and said in a serious tone, Junior brother, you have a pure yang body, and you will definitely benefit a lot from practicing with me. Forget it, you wear so little every day in my dream, I really can't help it. Forget it, Senior Sister is famous for her beauty, so she must have no shortage of Taoist companions. How can I, Junior brother, be so worthy? Seeing Su Fan's refusal, Su Mailin sighed. Junior brother, it seems that you have a big prejudice against the Hehuan Dao. In fact, our Hehuan Dao is also inherited from ancient times. When practicing with you, we should avoid evil thoughts the most. Su Fan was stunned when he heard this. Who would practice with you without evil thoughts? Junior brother, I'm afraid you have heard a lot of rumors about me. In fact, Senior Sister's red pill is still there, and practicing with others is just spiritual communication. Impossible, absolutely impossible. What kind of energy did this woman just have? How could she be a virgin? Su Mailin laughed as if she had guessed his thoughts. Junior brother, don't think too much. I have practiced the way of Hehuan for many years and am good at the art of charm. Su Mailin smiled and said, Junior brother, you should think about it carefully. Senior Sister is willing to hand over the red pill, which will definitely make your cultivation greatly improved. Su Fan shook his head. He would definitely not practice with her, not even spiritual communication. Anyway, it's better to stay away from this woman. Seeing Su Fan's firm attitude, Su Mailin sighed with a wry smile. In this case, I won't bother you. We will see each other again in the future. After Su Mailin finished speaking, her figure slowly disappeared from the air. Su Fan let out a long breath, and his back was soaked with sweat just now. For some reason, he felt that facing Su Mailin, who was good at charm, was more nervous than facing the Super Insect King. And although the evil fire in his heart was suppressed, the evil thoughts still existed. He knew long ago that this woman was not a good person, but she still calculated it. Su Fan got up from the ground, walked out of the abode, and came to the main hall of the Tibetan Dharma Hall. He glanced at the girls behind the counter. Teng, the evil fire in his lower abdomen rose again. Su Fan was confused at the time. He quickly stimulated the Tao seed and suppressed the evil fire in his heart. He walked out of the Tibetan Dharma Hall in a few steps, came to a deserted place in a panic, and took out the communication array from the ring. Lao Zhang, where are you? I'm back to the family. Something happened, hurry up and get back. I was tricked, damn. I just got home, what's the waste of words, hurry up, help me. Zhang Junpu was so stupid that he cut off the communication array and turned around to fly towards the mountain gate with a magic weapon. He was tossed back just after entering the house. Fortunately, the family was not far from the mountain gate. After hurrying, he finally returned to the sect in the evening. Zhang Junpu walked into Su Fan's abode and saw Su Fan sitting cross-legged with a sad face. He quickly sat down cross-legged and said, "What's going on? Who plotted against you?" Su Fan sighed, and then told him what happened with Su Mailan. Zhang Junpu was dumbfounded. He angrily said, "You brought me all the way back for such a trivial matter. This matter is still small. I don't even dare to leave the house." Seeing Su Fan's aggrieved face, Zhang Junpu laughed so hard that his eyes almost rolled back. "Haha. Brother, you're killing me." Su Fan was furious at the time and glared at Zhang Junpu. "What the hell are you laughing at? Let's talk about business. Was I cursed by that woman?" Zhang Junpu almost fainted from laughing. He pointed at Su Fan helplessly. "It's nothing, just relieve your anger." Su Fan was stunned and said, "It's that simple, isn't it that simple? You're holding back your anger, and it was aroused by the charm." He glanced at Su Fan's body and teased, "Don't tell me you've been holding it back." "Nonsense, I'm not a casual person." He didn't lie about this. He would rather hold it back than roll with anyone casually. Unless he had to. Zhang Junpu chuckled and said, "Your body is the same as that of a demon beast, and you've also fused the blood of the demon clan. Isn't it normal to have anger?" Su Fan thought about it, and it was true. Although the demon clan looked ugly, they were lustful by nature. All year round, they fought and mated endlessly. It's just that the demon clan's aesthetics are different. The uglier you look in the eyes of humans, the more pleasing they are to them. He had just broken through the 4th level of the heavenly demon saint body art, and his body had become several times stronger. He must have been holding back a lot of anger. Seeing that Su Fan looked better, Zhang Junpu was unhappy. "You've come all the way back, so you should compensate me. Make me something delicious tonight." "I'm not leaving today." In the evening, Su Fan prepared a large table of dishes and took out 2 jars of spirit wine. He and Zhang Junpu drank until midnight. Zhang Junpu drank a glass of spirit wine, then looked at Su Fan with a smile. "Senior sister Mailan is actually not bad, why don't you agree?" Su Fan glared at him and said angrily, "I have a Taoist partner, how can I casually practice dual cultivation with others?" "Brother, what's wrong with dual cultivation? That's for the Dao. Dao is bullshit. If I fall into that woman's hands, I will be sucked dry by her. That woman, I can't deal with her." Zhang Junpu smiled and said, "As far as I know, Sister Mailan's red pill is still there. You are taking advantage of practicing dual cultivation with her. Your realm will definitely rise a lot." He shook his head and continued, "I don't know how many people in Cultivation want Sister Mailan's red pill, but she never agreed. I didn't expect that she promised it to you. You actually don't want it?" Su Fan waved his hand, not wanting to talk about it, and picked up the wine glass. "Okay, let's drink." Zhang Junpu clinked his glasses with Su Fan, then put down the wine glass. "By the way, next month, Senior Brother Daoquan and I are going to Xian'ai Xiancheng. Why don't you take a walk with us?" Su Fan knew that Xian'ai Xiancheng was located in the middle of Cultivation, at the junction of the Immortal Sect and the Demon Sect, and was quite famous in Cultivation. The cultivators of the immortals and demons in Cultivation never interacted with each other. Xian'ai Xiancheng was also one of the few cities in the entire Cultivation where immortals and demons appeared at the same time. Moreover, Xian'ai Immortal City is extremely prosperous, and all kinds of cultivation materials are very rich. As long as you have spiritual stones, there is nothing you can't buy. To be honest, Su Fan was really tempted. He happened to have a crystal core of the Ghost Face Leech Super Insect King in his hand. It is said that the scale of several auctions in Xian'ai Immortal City is very large. So Su Fan wanted to try his luck there, hoping to get a good price. Not only that, he still has a lot of materials of the Super Insect King, and he has not made a move yet. The main reason is that he doesn't want to sell these things in the nearby Immortal City, for fear that people will associate them with the Yun's realm. He has just been comfortable for a few years and doesn't want to be noticed by someone with ulterior motives. Then he will definitely not stop in the future. But in Xian'ai Immortal City, there are no such concerns. There are all kinds of rare materials everywhere. Although the crystal core of the Super Insect King is precious, it will definitely not cause a sensation. How long will it take? I still have to be on duty in the Tibetan Dharma Hall. It's okay. When the time comes, let Brother Daoquan tell you that you have nothing to do here every day, and the Tibetan Dharma Hall won't collapse if you leave for a few days." Su Fan was relieved and nodded. "Then I'll go with you and broaden my horizons." Zhang Junpu picked up the wine glass, clinked it with Su Fan, and then drank it up. "When we get to Xianyao Fairy City, Brother will take you to King Lingxun and let you see the female bodhisattvas there." Su Fan was stunned. Why didn't it sound like a good place? Could it be the heaven, the human world and the world of cultivation? In his previous life, he never helped those fallen women once. It's not that he was reluctant to spend money, but that he had a mental obsession with cleanliness. Su Mailan gave Su Fan a very bad first impression, so he was not interested at all. "What is that place? A brothel? Why are you so vulgar? You actually compared King Lingxun to a brothel. We go there to practice. As long as you are willing to spend the spirit stone, the nascent soul demon lord can accompany you for the next 2 days." Su Fan continued to serve in the Tibetan Dharma Hall. But he never left the abode again. He stayed in the house every day and dared not go out. Now he was like a demon beast in heat, and he was attracted to any female. The more Su Fan feared something, the more it would come. Chu Han came over from time to time in the past 2 days, and would get close to him whenever he had nothing to do. Facing a beautiful girl swaying in front of him, Su Fan was tortured to death. People came to greet him with good intentions, and Su Fan could not say anything. Anyway, he had been living in dire straits for the past 2 days. Finally, after these 2 days, Su Fan did not dare to stay for a moment and went back to the cave. It seems that he really let out this evil fire, but he really couldn't find a partner for a while. Is it really necessary to go to the heaven, the human world, and the earth with that guy Zhang Junpu? Ah, it's King Lingxun. A few days later, he followed Chiu Daoquan and Zhang Junpu, took the long-distance transmission array, and came to Xianyao Fairy City. Chapter 379. This meal was worth it. Although Xianyao Immortal City is a very famous immortal city in Conceals, in Su Fan's eyes, except for being large and prosperous, it actually has no special features. It is located at the junction of the spheres of influence of the immortals and demons, and this immortal city was built by a great independent cultivator, so there is no sect background at all. Since the day when Xianyao Immortal City was built, it has been tens of thousands of years, and the sect forces of the immortals and demons have not been infiltrated. It may also be that both sides have a tacit understanding, and it is also to avoid unnecessary disputes. The immortals and demons in Conceals are not without contradictions, but they are all disputes over roots, and there are no conflicts of interest between them. Therefore, the immortals and demons in Conceals, at least on the surface, remain restrained and relatively peaceful. Su Fan followed Chiu Daoquan and Zhang Junpu into Xianyao Immortal City. To enter the city, you need to pay a medium-grade spirit stone in exchange for a jade talisman. With this jade talisman, you can live in the city for a month. If you exceed the time limit, you need to continue to pay spirit stones. As soon as he entered the city gate, the hustle and bustle of the city hid him, especially the street in front of him, which also shocked Su Fan. The street in front of him was hundreds of feet wide, with luxurious shops lined up on both sides of the street, and various special quarters and gardens built in the middle of the street for people to rest. There was an endless stream of pedestrians on the street, and the shops on the street were decorated luxuriously, showing a prosperous scene. Let's settle down first and have a good rest for a night. Tomorrow I will take my junior brother to visit Xianyao Fairy City. After hearing what Chiu Daoquan said, Su Fan certainly had no objection. When we get here, I will listen to my senior brother's decision. The three walked along the wide main street for a while, then turned into a street and came to a store called Kehong Inn. This is a Chunjin Demon Sex Inn in the city. In the future, as long as you show the sex identity jade card, you can stay here for free. After listening to Zhang Junpu's introduction, Su Fan was stunned at the time. There was such a good thing. They walked into the inn. When the people in the inn saw Chiu Daoquan, they all greeted him and specially arranged a luxurious private courtyard for the three of them. After the three of them had a simple rest, Chiu Daoquan called Su Fan out. "Junior brother, let's go eat. Senior brother wants you to try the special spiritual food of Xianyao Fairy City." Su Fan followed Chiu Daoquan to a luxurious restaurant called Washanju on the main street. They walked into the lobby of the hotel. When they walked into Washanju, the view suddenly became clear. There was a magnificent palace with clear singing and dancing music. The seats in the hall were scattered on both sides of the hall. The walkway in the middle was paved with green jade. A group of more than 20 dancers moved gracefully under the music of bells and pianos. In the flying gauze, the exquisite and convex curves were looming, and with a soft expression, the sound was better than the song. Sufan's spiritual sense swept slightly and found that the dancers dancing on the middle walkway were actually female cultivators who practiced the art of charm. He was dumbfounded. You call this a restaurant? It's more like a brothel. The two sides of the hall were full of diners. From their clothes and temperament, it was easy to tell whether these cultivators were from the immortal sect or the demon sect. The cultivators of the two paths of immortality and demons were separated as much as possible. The immortal sect was on the left and the demon sect was on the right. There was almost no communication. Brother Deoquin, when did you come? What a coincidence, I can meet Brother Deoquin here. Brother, come and have a drink together. As soon as Chiu Deoquin entered the door, many demon sect cultivators on the right side of the hall stood up and greeted him politely. The top 100 cultivators on the Cultivation battle list, at least among the many demon sect disciples, are very prestigious. No matter where they go, they will cause a sensation. Seeing Chiu Deoquin constantly greeting many demon sect disciples, Zhang Junpu next to him looked as if he was used to it. Let's go in first. Brother Deoquin won't be back for at least half an hour. Seeing Zhang Junpu's face full of envy, Su Fan couldn't help shaking his head. Anyway, he didn't feel envious at all. Even if he made it into the top 100 of the record list, he wouldn't be like Chiu Deoquin, who was so whistling wherever he went. Just cultivate immortality. Why do you have to deal with all these social etiquette? Washanju is a famous restaurant in Xian'ai's Yancheng. Even if ordinary people are willing to spend spirit stones, they can only go to the scattered seats in the hall outside, and they are not qualified to enter the private rooms. Fortunately, Chiu Deoquin is also famous and has booked a private room in advance. Washanju is luxurious and exquisite everywhere. The store is decorated with carved beams and painted buildings, red eaves and green roofs, rockery and flowing water, ponds and pavilions, and every step and every scene shows the craftsmanship. Led by a beautiful female cultivator, the two pass through the corridor, small bridges and flowing water, and saw palace-like attic buildings. Each of the private rooms here is an independent palace-style loft. Su Fan couldn't help but smack his lips. How many spirit stones would it cost to spend here once? Just as they were about to push the door open, they heard someone calling Zhang Junpu's name. Junior Brother Junpu. Su Fan turned around and saw a middle-aged giant and cultivator walking over with a smile. Senior Brother Hua Ishan, you are also in Xian'ai City? After Zhang Junpu finished speaking, he turned around and introduced Su Fan. Su Fan, this is Senior Brother Hua Ishan from the demonic divine sect. Senior Brother Hua Ishan thought Su Fan was a fellow junior brother of Zhang Junpu, so he politely cupped his hand. Junpu, it's rare for us brothers to meet. Let's come to my place and sit. Zhang Junpu quickly declined and said, forget it today. I came here with Senior Brother Deoquin. Tomorrow I will invite you. Hearing his words, Senior Brother Hua Ishan's eyes suddenly lit up. Senior Brother Deoquin is here too, so it's a good opportunity for him to go together. Senior Brother Deoling and Senior Sister Su Ayan are also here. Hearing these two names, Zhang Junpu knew he couldn't refuse, so he had to follow them to a luxurious private room. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that he had to fly alone these days and couldn't go out with these two guys anymore. No matter where he went, there were all these crap. The two followed Senior Brother Hua Ishan and pushed the door open. The luxury of the attic had already limited Su Fan's imagination. The attic was made of pure wood, with elaborate hollow window grills and exquisite carvings. It was supported symmetrically by several large red pillars, and bells were hung under the eaves. When the wind blew, the bells sounded crisp and pleasant, full of charm. Inside the attic was a spacious hall, and at this time, several monks were sitting around the table in the hall. The hall is hundreds of meters in size, with jade walls, luxurious carpets, colored glazed lanterns, and spiritual wood tables and chairs. There are also several musicians in a corner of the hall, playing jade flutes and zithers, singing melodiously and harmoniously, and the music is endless. The curling green smoke from the incense burner is so fragrant that it seems to penetrate into the bone marrow and make people addicted. There are also many spiritual flowers and herbs dotted around, and being in it makes you feel relaxed and happy, as if you are in a fairyland. More than a dozen gentle and charming female cultivators stood respectfully on both sides of the hall, each wearing a long-sleeved palace dress, with a delicate face and a gentle voice. Seeing Zhang Junpu, several people in the hall left their seats and came to his side to greet him. After sitting down, they started chatting. These people are elite disciples of various demon sects. When they were with Zhang Junpu, they did not forget to chat with Su Fan, so that he did not feel alienated at all, just like a close friend who had been together for many years. Of course, Zhang Junpu is the main person, and he was just a foil. Although Zhang Junpu is a guest, the most active ones were the two monks sitting next to him, and everyone followed them. One was a handsome young man with an elegant temperament. He was wearing a blue robe, which made his figure look particularly slender, and there was a warm smile on his lips like a spring breeze. This should be Brother Daoling from the Demon Zhuan Divine Sect. The other female cultivator looked to be in her early 20s, with white teeth and red lips, beautiful facial features, and a noble temperament between her eyebrows, more like a famous lady who had been in a high position for a long time. There was no need to guess, she was the Sister Suyan. Both of them were late giant and cultivators, and they looked very young after taking Dingayan pills. Ho Zhuan, go and greet Brother Daoquan. After hearing what Sister Suyan said, a giant and disciple of the Demon Zhuan Divine Sect hurriedly stood up and walked out of the hall. After a while, Chu Daoquan finally walked into the hall. He bowed to everyone and laughed. Brother Daoling, Sister Suyan, you are still as charming as ever after not seeing you for a long time. Sister Suyan in particular is getting more and more beautiful. Old Chu, you are getting purrer and purrer, Sister Suyan said, and smiled and invited Chu Daoquan to take a seat. She clapped her hands, and more than a dozen female cultivators in the hall got busy, serving the guests in the hall. A girl put a wooden plate with a red bottom in front of Su Fan, and there was only a finger-sized piece of snow white and crystal meat in it. Su Fan frowned immediately. This was too stingy. But when he saw the people around him pick up the meat and put it in their mouths, then close their eyes, with an intoxicated look, Su Fan picked up the chopsticks, picked up the meat and put it in his mouth. He felt his tongue tremble slightly, and his mouth was full of numbness and tenderness. He chewed it gently, and the meat was delicate and soft, and it was surprisingly delicious. Boom! Suddenly, his body seemed to explode, and an extremely majestic and pure spiritual energy roared and rushed through his body. Like a steel brush, it washed his spiritual meridians over and over again. After a full moment, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. This moment of effort was equivalent to several months of practice. Su Fan was amazed. What on earth did he eat just now that was so powerful? Then, a girl took away the empty plate and put another one. This time it looked even more shabby. There was only a green leaf on the plate, which was only an inch long and thin. Su Fan knew in his heart that every dish in this meal was not simple and must be worth a lot of money. Hurry up and eat it. If you miss this village, you will never have this store again. Thinking of this, Su Fan put the leaf directly into his mouth, and felt a chill from his throat into his stomach, and it was icy cold wherever it passed. His soul was like a stream of cold spring water flowing through it, and all 48,000 pores on his body opened up, feeling cool and refreshing. Su Fan felt that his consciousness had grown a little bit. Next, as the spiritual food was served, although it was not as fierce as the first two, any one of them could be considered the best spiritual food material. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly that this meal was so damn worth it. It was estimated that only in the private room of Washanju could such extreme spiritual food be eaten, and it was definitely not possible to eat such good things in the hall outside. It took more than an hour to finish this meal. During this time, no one spoke at all, and everyone tried their best to digest these top-quality spiritual food ingredients as quickly as possible. Finally, the last snack was eaten. After everyone digested the food, several female cultivators served a few pots of spiritual tea, and the atmosphere at the table became lively. Senior Brother Daoling picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of spiritual tea personally. Junior Brother Daoquan, you have killed so many insect kings in the Yun's realm, and you also destroyed the super insect king of the ghost-faced leech. Now you have reached 59th place in the battle record list. Zhang Junpu smiled bitterly and said, what are you talking about? I almost failed there. The team we established with great difficulty had only a dozen people survived. Even Junior Brother Hanshin was killed there. Senior Sister Suyan next to her smiled and said, I have seen the video of you killing the Super Insect King. Your team has produced an extraordinary figure. Is that Junior Brother still following you? Chu Daoquan glanced at Su Fan and saw him shake his head slightly. That guy is low-key and doesn't like fighting. Now he doesn't even go to the plain battlefield. He stays in the cave every day to practice hard. Senior brother Daoling was stunned and said, "That's a pity. With the strength of that junior brother, it's only a matter of time before he can enter the top 100 of the battle record list." I have also advised him, but he just doesn't want to move. What can I do? That junior brother is a physical cultivator. I think his physical body is well built. After hearing what senior sister Suyan said, Zhang Junpu next to him laughed. His physical body is more than good. The physical bodies of monsters are not as strong as his. While the two were chatting, senior sister Suyan glanced at Su Fan calmly. Su Fan felt the other's gaze, but he pretended not to know and kept his head down quietly. No matter where you are, there are always people with ulterior motives. Su Fan smiled bitterly to himself. He didn't even say a few words when he came here, but someone still noticed him. Whatever you want. Anyway, no matter who asks, he will never admit it. The atmosphere at the table was always very lively, and the topics were all about Chiu Daoquan, senior brother Daoling, senior sister Su Ayan and others. Su Fan quietly hid nearby, pretending to be a dog, sipping spiritual tea cup by cup. It must be said that the spiritual tea of Washanju is also very good, and the more you drink, the better. Although senior sister Su Ayan and Chiu Daoquan were chatting very speculatively, Su Fan could always feel her eyes sweeping over from time to time. It must be said that she is really sensitive. The look on Chiu Daoquan's face when he looked at Su Fan just now must have been sensed by her. What a troublesome woman. After another hour, Chiu Daoquan said goodbye to everyone in the Demon Zhuan sect. Su Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. At this time, senior sister Su Ayan took out her communication array and smiled at Zhang Junpu. Junior brother Junpu, there is no mark of you on my array disk yet. I can't contact you even if I want to. Zhang Junpu was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said with a smile, "Senior sister, I have thought about it for a long time, but I have never dared to speak, fearing that you would look down on me." Everyone laughed after hearing this. Although senior sister Su Ayan's request was quite abrupt, no one thought much about it. Although Chiu Daoquan was stronger, Zhang Junpu's identity was not simple. He was the descendant of a demon lord of Chunjin demon sect. Senior sister Su Ayan left Zhang Junpu's mark on her own communication array disk, and turned her head to look at Su Fan next to her. "Junior brother, you should leave one too." She said it very naturally, and everyone didn't think about anything else. They all thought she was taking care of Su Fan's face, and it was probably just polite. Su Fan sighed secretly, knowing that this woman must have set her sights on him. But at this time, in front of so many people, how could he refuse? Su Fan pretended to be flattered, and hurriedly took out his own communication array disk and presented it with both hands. Senior sister Su Yun left his mark and returned the communication array to him. Su Fan followed Chiu Daoquan out of Shanju, turned around and took a look, then shook his head. He was a little confused. Even if he was quite powerful, senior sister Su Yun, a famous disciple, wouldn't bother with him. Su Fan knew his own limitations. He was just average looking, and he was born in a humble family, and his qualifications were hard to describe. Su Mailin pestered him because she coveted his body. Because Su Fan had a pure yang body, and his body was strong, his soul and magic power were pure and flawless. He was the best choice for dual cultivation. But what did this woman see in him? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Chapter 380. I don't believe or won't agree. The next morning, Su Fan walked around the city alone. Chiu Daoquan and the other two had social engagements, so he declined their invitations and wandered around the streets alone. The purpose of Su Fan's visit to Xian'ai Xianchang this time was to sell the top-quality materials of the ghost-faced elite Super Insect King in his hands. Especially the crystal core of the Super Insect King in his hand, which would definitely not be sold at a high price in ordinary places. Xian'ai Xianchang is extremely prosperous in business, and it is also one of the few places in Kungsushan where immortals and demons come to trade at the same time. There are also many auction houses in the city, and there is a large-scale auction almost every few days. Su Fan first found several very luxurious shops and sold the top-quality materials of the Super Insect King in his hands in batches. After all, they are things from the ghost-faced elite Super Insect King, and Su Fan is quite satisfied with the price anyway. While selling these things, Su Fan also chatted with the shopkeepers of several shops and inquired about a lot of news about the auction of Xian'ai Xiancheng. After selling the top-quality materials in his hands, Su Fan went straight to an auction house called Haxinglao. This is a place recommended by several shop owners at the same time, so it should be right. Nearly an hour later, Su Fan walked out of Haxinglao with a satisfied smile on his face. Haxinglao is indeed worthy of its reputation. The starting price is not low, and in order to retain him as a customer, only half of the commission is collected. Not only that, the shopkeeper also gave him a VIPJ talisman. With this VIPJ talisman, he can enjoy the luxury box treatment when attending the auction of Haxinglao. Su Fan didn't want to attend any auction, even the auction of the Super Insect King's crystal core, he didn't want to go. Finally, he cleared out the things in his hands and gained financial freedom again, not to mention the Super Insect King's crystal core that was not auctioned. With food in hand, there is no panic in the heart. Su Fan has been living a very depressed life in the past 2 years, and the spiritual stones on hand have not been sufficient. He strolled around the city leisurely, and felt that his back was straightened a lot. He went from shop to shop, looking for various magic weapons. He didn't want to buy any, but mainly wanted to find ideas and inspiration for refining his own life magic weapon. As a result, after a day of shopping, he saw a lot of magic weapons, but he didn't feel anything. In fact, the life magic weapons of giant and cultivators are often more mature and have good growth potential. Although such life magic weapons are mature, their power is mediocre. Su Fan certainly didn't want to refine a mediocre magic weapon for himself, which would accompany him for the rest of his life. Just when he was frowning, the communication jade talisman on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan picked it up and frowned immediately. He thought about it and activated the array. Junior brother Su Fan, where are you? I'm walking on the street. Senior sister, what's the matter? Senior sister has something to ask you. Let's find a place to talk. Su Fan sighed, hesitated for a while, and agreed. No matter what senior sister Su Yun wants, he has to meet her first to see what she means. Su Fan came to an elegant tea house called Tengayuxuan. He came to a quiet private room on the second floor. The private room was not big, but elegant, with a low table and 2 cushions, simple and plain. On the low table was a tea set made of green bamboo. The breeze and warm sun came in through the curtains, and the fresh bamboo fragrance was everywhere. Next to it was a palm-sized incense burner with a green incense stick inserted. A faint fragrance filled the private room. Pushing open the window lattice on one side, a pond came into view. There were some duckweed, 2 clusters of water lilies, and a group of small blue fish in the pond, which was full of vitality. At this moment, senior sister Su Ain had arrived. She was sitting cross-legged or reading an ancient book. Seeing Su Fan coming in, senior sister Su Ain smiled slightly and put the book in her hand aside. Come on, sit down. Su Fan nodded at her and sat cross-legged on the cushion opposite. Senior sister Su Yun took out a simple little stove from her ring, added some spiritual charcoal, and then put the kettle with spiritual spring on it. The charcoal fire was boiling, licking the bottom of the kettle, and the spiritual spring inside was constantly turning over, bubbling, and hot steam was rising. Senior sister Su Yun placed the tea set in front of her, and she was meticulous, washing the utensils with boiling spring water. Then she sealed the pot, divided the cups, divided the pot, served the tea, smelled the fragrance, and tasted the tea. Every move was natural and had the taste of emptiness and tranquility. Every move was pleasing to the eye. Senior sister Su Yun placed a cup of spiritual tea in front of Su Fan, and then held out her hand. Junior brother, please. Su Fan picked up the tea and sniffed it lightly. The strange fragrance hit his face, and he felt refreshed and his spiritual energy seemed to have grown a little. He took a sip slowly, and felt a clear and refreshing feeling, from his throat to his stomach, slowly spreading in his abdomen. Besides being sweet and mellow, there is also a sense of coolness that penetrates my internal organs, which is indescribably enjoyable. Good tea. Senior sister Su Ain picked up the teapot and poured another cup for Su Fan. This is the purple leaf fairy bamboo shoots cultivated by my ancestor himself. Junior brother will take some back later. Thank you, senior sister. Anyway, if you dare to give it, I dare to take it. Senior sister Su Ain took a sip of the spiritual tea and said with a smile, just now, Zhaixing Tower announced the auction items in a few days. One of them is the crystal core of the top-grade insect king. It should be junior brothers. Su Fan took a sip of the spiritual tea and smiled without saying anything. Senior sister Su Ain smiled slightly and said, when junior brother showed his talent in Yun's realm, I have always admired him. Having said that, Su Fan didn't want to talk about anything else. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior sister Suan, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Junior brother is straightforward. I asked you to come here today because I want to ask you a favor." After hearing what senior sister Suan said, Su Fan did not respond. "I have accepted a mission to go to the plain battlefield next month. The team is short of a physical cultivator. I wonder if junior brother can help senior sister with this." After figuring out the purpose of the other party looking for him, Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "But it is definitely impossible to help. Who are you? You just open your mouth and ask me to help you." "Senior sister Suan, junior brother's strength is shallow. I'm afraid I can't help you." Senior sister Suan laughed and said, "Junior brother, the last time you killed the insect king alone in Yun's realm, the cultivators of the entire Kungsu heaven saw it." "Oh, senior sister, I was seriously injured when I came back from Yun's realm, and my injury has not healed until today. Junior brother is sorry that I can't obey your order." After Su Fan finished speaking, he bowed to the other party, stood up from the ground and was about to walk out. But he had just taken 2 steps when senior sister Su Yun spoke. "Junior brother, you just broke through the Jinden stage not long ago, so you haven't found your life magic weapon yet." After hearing what senior sister Su Yun said, Su Fan paused, but immediately walked out again. "I do have several methods for refining life magic weapons left by the elders of the family. One of them has grown into a Taoist weapon of a certain demon lord of the demon Zhuanshen sect." Su Fan paused again after hearing this, and turned around to look at senior sister Su Yun. "The Chunjin demon sect's Dharma Hall has various methods for refining life magic weapons, but they are generally mediocre in power. It is said that there are several good ones in the secret hall of elite disciples. But the inheritance in the secret hall deep in the sect, even elite disciples have to accumulate many years of military exploits to exchange. And inner disciples like him, no matter how many military exploits they have, cannot exchange for the inheritance in the secret hall. In addition to the secret hall of the sect, according to Zhang Junpu, each high-level family in the sect also has various precious and top-quality inheritances. But those are all treasures of each family, and even the direct descendants of the family cannot easily obtain them. Junior brother, as long as you help me this time, I will provide you with a method to refine a life magic weapon, and guarantee that it is a treasure of our family." This woman's condition made Su Fan feel itchy. But he only hesitated for a moment and gave up the idea. Although the life magic weapon is very important to him, Su Fan really doesn't want to be involved with these family children. If he took the family collection of senior sister Su Yun, her family would come to settle the accounts in the future, and there would definitely be endless troubles. This bargain must not be taken. "Thank you for your favor, senior sister. Junior brother is weak and injured, so I can't help you." Su Fan turned around and left the Tingayuksun tea house. Senior sister Su Yun looked at Su Fan's back, took a deep breath, and then took out the communication array from the ring. "Brother Daoling," he didn't agree. "Then forget it, I found a few physical cultivators." After hearing what Brother Daoling said, Sister Su Ain sneered. "Can the strength of those physical cultivators compare with this guy? Physical cultivators are the key to this bounty mission. What if we find a physical cultivator with low strength and delay the important matter?" After Sister Su Ain finished speaking, the shadow of Brother Daoling fell silent. "We can increase the stakes." "I don't believe he won't agree," Sister Su Ain sighed and said. "The conditions I just proposed obviously touched him, but this guy is not simple, and he finally resisted the temptation." Although Su Fan rejected her, Sister Su Ain looked up to Su Fan instead. "Then I'll contact other physical cultivators. I don't believe that there is no decent physical cultivator in the entire Kungsushan." Sister Su Ain didn't say anything. She knew in her heart that there really weren't any decent physical cultivators in Kungsushan. "Okay, you keep looking, I'll talk to that guy again." After cutting off the communication array, senior sister Su Yun smiled. She believed that Su Fan would agree sooner or later. Because she really had a refining inheritance of her own life magic weapon in her hand, which she got by chance. The reason why senior sister Su Yun didn't mention this was actually because she had her own selfish motives. Anyway, Su Fan was already tempted, so she could slowly extend it to him. If it really didn't work, she would take out the inheritance she got. He didn't believe that Su Fan would not give in. It was already evening when Su Fan returned to the Kilhong Inn. Both Zhang Junpu and Xiu Daoquan were not there, and it was estimated that they would not come back tonight. Although his attitude was very firm when he rejected senior sister Su Yun, He still felt it was a pity when he thought about it afterwards. The families of the major super magic sects all have their own treasured methods of refining their own life magic weapons, which are even much stronger than those of the sects. But this thing is not easy to get. This woman is obviously setting a trap for him. As long as Su Fan gets into it, he will definitely be in trouble. He will never be able to rest in peace in the future. This woman had no good intentions, and this was also an open conspiracy. As long as he used her family's treasured inheritance, the elders would come to him. How could he explain it clearly? When that time came, would he be asked to reason with the other person's nascent soul demon lord? Su Fan knew this truth, but he couldn't calm down. This stinky woman, her mind was too vicious. For the next 2 days, Su Fan stayed in the guest room and had no intention of wandering around the city. Chu Daoquan and Zhang Junpo were quite busy. They were not seen from morning to night. They also wanted Su Fan to go with them to join in the fun, but he declined. No matter where the disciples of the famous families went, they would have all kinds of social activities, especially for masters like Chu Daoquan who were in the top 100 of the record list. It took 2 or 3 days for Su Fan to adjust his mood and finally calm down his inner restlessness. Su Fan came to the street again, looking for various magic weapons from house to house, and participated in several auctions, but still got nothing. There is no way. The method of refining the natal magic weapon is extremely important to every giant and cultivator. But even so, most giant and real people finally chose a mature and safe method to refine their own natal magic weapon. Su Fan was walking in a store, and the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and looked at it, and couldn't help but sneered. Su Fan walked out of the store, found a deserted place on the street, and then activated the communication array disc. Junior brother Su Fan, how are you thinking about it? Damn. This woman is still excited, and she takes herself too seriously. It's as if she has him in her hands, which also makes Su Fan feel inexplicably resentful. Senior sister Suan, don't say that. Junior brother really can't help you. I am very terrified. Junior brother, if you are not satisfied with the conditions I proposed, can we talk about it again? Talk about it. I don't know why, since I saw this woman, Su Fan has felt uncomfortable. It is said that the other party is beautiful, elegant, and gentle, so why does he dislike her so much? Until now, he finally understood why. Because senior sister Su Yun exudes an innate noble temperament, which is something engraved in her bones. Although she is also trying to act approachable, she has long been accustomed to looking down on others, especially for people like Su Fan who have no background. She still looks down on them from the bottom of her heart. Anyway, Su Fan felt it, which made him subconsciously reject it, so he inexplicably disliked this woman. Senior sister Su Yun, no matter what the conditions are, junior brother can't help you. I know your concerns. I'm afraid that taking our family's treasures will bring you trouble. At this point, senior sister Su Yun smiled. How about this? I have a legacy of refining my own life magic weapon in my hand, which I got by chance. I guarantee that you can use it without any problems. Su Fan sneered. This woman really takes herself seriously. Especially her tone of wisdom, as if she could decide the success or failure of everything with a wave of her hand, made Su Fan particularly unhappy. To be honest, if senior sister Su Yun had put forward this condition at the beginning, this matter might have been successful. But she had to do this, which completely angered Su Fan. If it were someone else, faced with such a condition, he would definitely agree without hesitation. As for being looked down upon, who would care? Senior sister Su Yun was originally of noble birth, and she was also an elite disciple of the super demon sect. It is normal for her to look down on you. Cultivation is a place with extremely strict hierarchy. Even the Yuaning demon lord will commit himself to the demon lord family for his own future. What's more, he is a cultivator in the golden core realm, who has no choice but to be tolerant. But senior sister Su Yun really misjudged Su Fan. There is nothing wrong with her treating others like this, but it is a big mistake to use it on Su Fan. My fate is determined by me, not by God. It takes billions of years to turn the elixir into gold. I would rather not refine my life magic weapon than let others twist my clothes. Why? Thinking of this, Su Fan took a deep breath. Senior sister Suan, I'm so sorry, I really can't help you with this matter. Senior sister Suan, who originally thought she had the wisdom in her hands, was stunned when she heard Su Fan's words. She never expected that she had already put forward such a good condition, but Su Fan refused it without hesitation. Senior sister Su Ain was not going to play this time, and she didn't know what to say for a while. Seeing that the other party was silent for a long time, Su Fan didn't tolerate bad habits at all. Senior sister Su Ain, I have something to do here. After he finished speaking, he cut off the call, put away the communication array disk, and turned back to the store. At this moment, Su Fan felt that his state of mind was extremely transparent, and he felt an unprecedented sense of ease. In fact, for many things, as long as you let go, you can become a Buddha right away. As the saying goes, if you have no desires, you will be strong, and if you take a step back, the world will be wide open. Seeing Su Fan cut off the Chuangsu array disk, senior sister Su Ain was so angry that her face turned pale. How dare he? From childhood to adulthood, it was the first time that senior sister Su Ain was treated so poorly. Moreover, the person who offended her was an ordinary inner sect disciple with no identity or background. This also made senior sister Su Yun extremely aggrieved, and she was so angry that she threw the communication array in her hand to the ground. Senior sister Su Yun was in a terrible mood, but at this moment, Su Fan was already very happy. He had been worried about gains and losses these 2 days, and his heart was like grass growing. He kept thinking about the condition proposed by senior sister Su Yun, not to mention how upset he was. This time, the offense and defense have changed. I still owe you a chapter. I was busy at home a few days ago and couldn't spare the time. I will make up for it in 2 days. Chapter 381. Who do you think I am? In the next few days, Su Fan stayed at home and practiced hard in the guest room every day. He had already made up his mind to return to the sect after the auction of the Super Insect King Crystal Core was over tomorrow. Anyway, he didn't want to go back with Chiu Daoquan and Zhang Junpu. These two guys had a lot of trouble every day, and it was uncertain when they would leave. He didn't want to waste his time here. At noon, Chiu Daoquan and Zhang Junpu came to the temple one after another, which gave Su Fan a bad feeling. Su Fan asked them to sit down and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for them. You two, drink tea. Chiu Daoquan took a sip of the teacup and then looked at Su Fan. Junior brother, the two of us came here today. Actually, before he could finish, Su Fan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Senior brother, if you are here to plead for an outsider, then don't say anything more. After hearing Su Fan's words, Chiu Daoquan was embarrassed. Zhang Junpu next to him was about to speak, but was glared at by Su Fan and didn't dare to open his mouth. Su Fan smiled and poured a cup of spiritual tea for each of them. We are all fellow brothers, why should we hurt our feelings for an outsider? It's better not to mention some things. Zhang Junpu laughed and said, although senior sister Su Ain and I are not familiar with each other, we are not really outsiders. My cousin married into her family last year, and we are relatives. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Chiu Daoquan next to him and said, Senior brother Daoquan is about the same. Senior sister Su Ain is a cousin who married into the Chiu family a few years ago. This is fucking. Why are the families of the major demon sects in Conceals so messed up? Anyway, the families of these demon sects are flourishing, with many children, and the seeds of inferior products are spread everywhere. Okay, since you are all relatives, I will tell you straight, I can't help with this matter. The two of them kept persuading each other, and Su Fan was forced to tell them what happened. Chiu Daoquan listened and glanced at Zhang Junpu next to him, and they both smiled bitterly and shook their heads. No wonder Su Fan was so determined. Senior sister Su Yun was too unkind. If it was someone else, it might not be a big deal, but this guy didn't even care about the top 100 list of Conceals battle record list, but senior sister Su Yun used this method to control him. Isn't this uncomfortable? Zhang Junpu thought for a while and said, Brother, do you think this is okay? If you have any requirements, just tell me. The conditions may be higher. If she can't meet them, then it has nothing to do with us. Chiu Daoquan also said, yes. If you have any conditions, just tell me. If she can't do it, then we brothers can't do anything. Su Fan immediately refused to do it. It seems that you can't save face and let me do all the offending things. What good things are you thinking? No. Seeing Su Fan's determined face, Chiu Daoquan frowned. Brother, help me this time, I owe you a favor. Su Fan also had a bitter face and said, Brother, don't worry about this matter, I owe you a favor. Okay, who doesn't know how to be miserable? Come on, let's hurt each other. Zhang Junpu glanced at Su Fan, and suddenly took out a pen and paper from his ring, and began to write furiously on the ground. Su Fan and Chiu Daokun were stunned. What was he doing? After a while, Zhang Junpu finished writing and handed the paper to Su Fan. Brother, can you take a look at these conditions? They're all what I thought of at the last minute. Brother Daokun, you can also help think about it. Su Fan took the paper, glanced at it, and was stunned. This paper not only has the method of refining magic weapons, but also has more than a dozen items such as high-level top-grade bone talismans, elixirs, and formations. This is not just a lion's mouth, it's like holding a knife to chop people. It's too cruel. Su Fan can imagine the scene of senior sister Su Ain seeing this paper. I'm afraid she will be so angry that she will bleed. Chiu Daokun snatched the paper from Su Fan and read it carefully. I heard that senior brother Daoling acquired a secret art of the soul not long ago. This can be added. Su Fan rolled his eyes. Big brother, I haven't agreed yet, okay? You two are making it seem like a real thing. He was about to speak, but Chiu Daokun spoke first. Junior brother, they just accepted a mission, and the team lacks physical training, otherwise the mission cannot be completed at all. Listen to me, you might as well give it a try, maybe they will really agree. Zhang Junpu also chuckled and said, Brother, although the conditions we mentioned are a bit too many, these people are wealthy, and they may really agree with the gritted teeth. Hearing the two people singing the same tune, Su Fan was immediately angry. Wealth and honor cannot corrupt, poverty and humbleness cannot change. Who do you think I am? Can I bend for a few bowls of rice? Su Fan took a deep breath and said, can they agree? Chiu Daokun said quickly, Junior brother, just listen to me, I think it's about right, haha, brother, just hold it, the news that they took on this task has spread, even if you don't want to go. Su Fan chuckled and said, how about, let's give it a try. Chiu Daokun laughed and said, then we will go and ask for you, if they don't agree, forget it, anyway, you won't lose anything. After the two left, Su Fan shook his head, poured himself a cup of spiritual tea, and drank it happily. If senior sister Su Yun can really agree to these conditions, it's not impossible to go once. There's no way, she gave too much? But this thing probably won't work, senior sister Su Yun is not that stupid. But before half an hour had passed, the communication array disc on Su Fan's waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was Chiu Daokun. Su Fan activated the communication array disc, and a phantom of Chiu Daokun popped out immediately. Junior brother, it's done. We'll set off in 10 days, and the time will be about 3 months. Su Fan was dumbfounded after hearing what Chiu Daokun said. She actually agreed. What on earth was senior sister Su Yun thinking? Even if she had money, she wouldn't be so troublesome. Senior brother, thank you. Why should you thank me? I should thank you, junior brother, too, haha. Su Fan suddenly remembered something and asked Chiu Daokun. Senior brother, do you know what mission senior sister Su Yun and the others have taken? Yes, the place you are going to this time is Devours, which was originally a plane opened up by the demons. Later, our conceals also got involved. Hearing Devours, Su Fan couldn't help but be stunned. Only the larger planes in the King Kong Star region can be called heaven. Which means that the area of this plane must be not small. Su Fan thought for a moment and continued to ask, are we going to the Great Wilderness this time to deal with the demons? It shouldn't be. The Great Wilderness is too big, and the wild beasts there are very ferocious. We and the demons only occupy a small area, and most of the places are still unknown areas. Su Fan understood that this mission should be to explore unknown areas. Okay, I know, thank you, senior brother. By the way, junior brother, there are not only our demon sect cultivators in the Great Wilderness, but also the major immortal sects in conceals have established bases there. Su Fan didn't take it seriously. Although there are differences between immortals and demons, after all, everyone is a human cultivator outside the domain, so they won't hurt each other. After the two chatted for a few more words, Su Fan cut off the communication array. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. These family children are really rich. I thought my wealth was already good, but compared with him, he is still poor. Su Fan was sighing here, and the communication array on his waist vibrated again. He took it off and looked at it, and was stunned. It turned out to be a message from senior sister Su Yun. Su Fan thought about it, and still activated the array disk. Instantly, a beautiful phantom popped out, which was senior sister Su Yun. Are you satisfied? Hearing senior sister Su Yun's question, Su Fan almost laughed out loud. You gave so much? Of course I am satisfied. Junior brother is also helpless. Senior brother Daoquan and senior brother Junpu almost threatened me with a knife. Junior brother had to bite the bullet and agreed. After hearing Su Fan's words, senior sister Su Yun's eyes went dark, and she almost fainted. This guy is so annoying. Treacherous, vulgar, hypocritical, greedy. In just a short while, senior sister Su Yun has already labeled Su Fan countless times. Haha. Don't be too proud. Whether you can do it or not, you will only know when you get there. It must be able to do it. I'm dragging 2 people, and they both call me dad. Don't worry, senior sister, although junior brother is still seriously injured, he will help senior sister to get things done even if he has to risk his life. Senior sister Su Ain took a deep breath. She was so angry that she felt pain and her hands were shaking. You are still seriously injured. How come I didn't see that you were injured? HMPH. Take care of yourself, senior sister Su Ain. Where are we going this time? What are we going to do there? Can you tell me the truth? You don't have to worry about this. Just do what I tell you to do when the time comes. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Senior sister Su Ain cut off the communication array after she finished speaking. She thought she wanted to ridicule the other party, but who knew that she was still mad at this kid? She has been so angry since she was a child, and everyone around her has given in to her. This is the first time she has been mad like this. Thinking of this, senior sister Su Ain stomped her feet fiercely, turned around and left angrily. Su Fan curled his lips, then put away the communication array. He hated famous children like senior sister Su Ain the most. I don't know where she got her sense of superiority from, as if others should go through fire and water for her just by saying something casually. What are you thinking? Who gave you such a big face? But this time, he offended senior sister Su Yun to death. Su Fan didn't take it too seriously. Anyway, the 2 of them were not from the same sect. No matter how powerful senior sister Su Yun was, what could she do to him? At worst, I would just change jobs. If Su Fan didn't like to toss around, with his strength, he could be successful anywhere. In the evening of the next day, Su Fan came to the star-picking tower and took away the spirit stones obtained from the auction of the Super Insect King Crystal Core. Looking at the pile of high-quality spirit stones in the ring, Su Fan was so excited that he couldn't help himself. It had to be a big city like Xianyao Xiancheng. The price was more than half of what he expected. Originally, it couldn't sell for so much. It was said that several disciples of the Immortal Sect had a fight with a group of Demon Sect monks. Both sides were aroused, and this is why the crystal core was hyped up to a sky-high price. Although there is no conflict of interest between the top leaders of the Immortals and Demons in Conceals, it does not mean that there is no conflict between the lower disciples. It's just that the cultivators of the Immortals and Demons usually have no intersection at all. Moreover, the various sects in Conceals are opening up the playing battlefield, which has indirectly diverted many conflicts between the Immortals and Demons. In some playing battlefields, the Immortals and Demons are fighting side by side. But it's different in Xianyao Immortal City. There are cultivators from both Immortals and Demons, especially the Demon cultivators and Sword cultivators are full of troublemakers, and conflicts are inevitable. In the few days that Su Fan was here, many Immortals and Demons entered the secret realm to duel because of conflicts, and several people were killed and injured. These things have nothing to do with him, so Su Fan doesn't care at all. He is about to go to the plain battlefield. The task that senior sister Su Ain and others have taken must not be that simple, otherwise they would not agree to such harsh conditions. So Su Fan must be fully prepared before going to Daowangshan. The first thing is to get a detailed understanding of the various information of Daowangshan. The more detailed the situation, the better. The second is to prepare as much supplies as possible according to the situation there. Although senior sister Su Ain and the others must have made preparations, Su Fan dare not rely on them completely. He offended that woman so much that the other party might find an opportunity to cheat him. If he doesn't understand the situation of Daowangshan, then it will be like crying to the sky and the earth for help. The various information of Daowangshan is not difficult to find. Su Fan didn't spend much time to get a lot of information from the intelligence dealers in the city. Although he spent a lot of spirit stones, he couldn't save this money. The information obtained on the market is generally very general, and there are many things missing in the details. Being in a strange foreign land, even if you know a little more details, it may save your life at that time. 10 days later, Su Fan arrived at a meeting point as scheduled, which was outside the door of the teleportation hall. At this time, Senior sister Su Yun and senior brother Dao Ling had already arrived. And there were more than 10 Jinden disciples wearing the robes of the demonic god sect standing next to them. Su Fan hurried over and bowed to everyone. But except for senior brother Dao Ling, who smiled and nodded at him as a greeting, no one from the other disciples of the demonic god sect paid any attention to him. It is estimated that the two did not tell him about Su Fan's situation, and these people did not know who he was yet. Senior sister Su Yun next to him had a stern face, and did not even look at him, and scolded him. "Why did you come just now, and you are dawdling?" Not only Su Fan was stunned by what she said, but even more than a dozen demonic god sect disciples were all confused. Is this still the gentle and polite senior sister Su Yun on weekdays? This is fucking. Now it's still a long time before the agreed time. Su Fan did not say anything, but stood silently by the side, silently pretending to be a dog. He finally realized that he must not offend women unless it is absolutely necessary in the future. These women are really too vindictive. After a while, another giant cultivator came. This person was strong and sturdy, 2 meters tall, and his bones were obviously thicker than those of ordinary people. When he stood there, he seemed like a mountain, exuding a strong masculine aura and an imposing aura. It was easy to guess that this person must be a physical cultivator. In fact, there are too few physical cultivators like Su Fan. Most physical cultivators are like him. Just by looking at his body, people can guess his identity. In this world of cultivation, the most unique physical cultivation method is the heavenly demon saint body art. Su Fan became shorter and thinner as he practiced. Just by looking at his body, people could not guess that he was a physical cultivator. In fact, his predecessor was a physical cultivator, and his body was also very sturdy and strong, more than 1.9 meters tall. But since he practiced the heavenly demon saint body art, his height is now less than 1.8 meters. Fang Shi, a disciple of the barbarian beast sect, greets senior brother Dao Ling and senior sister Su Yun. Fang Shi raised his hands as soon as he arrived, respectfully greeting the two leaders of the demonic god sect. He looked like a man of great social skills. Senior sister Su Yun raised her hands to him and encouraged him with a smile. "Junior brother, there is no need to be polite. I still need you this time." After hearing what senior sister Su Yun said, Fang Shi was so excited that he could hardly speak. He patted his chest and told her that he would do his best this time. Next, 3 more physical cultivators arrived here. Each of them was a burly and strong man. Senior sister Su Yun was still as gentle and polite as ever, making the physical cultivators feel like they were bathing in spring breeze, and they almost gave their lives to her. This also surprised more than 10 disciples of the demonic god sect, and they began to look at Su Fan constantly. The difference in attitude was too big. How did this guy offend the senior sister? Moreover, they could not see through Su Fan's background. He looked too ordinary. His realm was only the early stage of Jinden, which had just broken through. For this mission, senior sister Su Yan and senior brother Dao Ling only brought a dozen people from the team of more than 100 people, each of whom was a disciple above the middle stage of Jinden. Everyone had a question in their mind. The 4 physical cultivators were there to deal with the wild beasts of Daowangshan. What could this guy do? Su Fan didn't care at all, as if this had nothing to do with him. It was estimated that this woman didn't have much experience. She was so old, but she was still fighting with a child. The team members finally arrived. With senior brother Dao Ling's wave of his hand, everyone followed him into the teleportation hall and took the long-distance teleportation array to leave Xian'ao Xianshen. Chapter 382. I don't want to play with you. In the next few days, Su Fan followed senior sister Su Yun and others to take the long-distance teleportation array and came to Hulan City. After resting there for a few days, he took the magic boat and spent more than half a month before arriving at Heishanfang. The plain channel of Daowangshan is set up here. Every day, many cultivators from all over Cultivation go to Daowangshan from Heishanfang. Senior sister Su Yun has been causing trouble for Su Fan these days, but she has always been very polite to the other physical cultivators. Seeing that senior sister dislikes Su Fan so much, the other members of the team became more and more alienated from him. Even the several physical cultivators who joined temporarily were deliberately alienating him. Especially when they learned that Su Fan was also a physical cultivator, they cared less about him. After all, compared with the other physical cultivators, Su Fan's figure alone could beat him by more than 10 straights. He stood next to several physical cultivators and was simply unbearable to look at. So Su Fan was also completely isolated, and there was no one to talk to at ordinary times. Even senior brother Daoling couldn't stand it anymore. Although Su Fan's big mouth made him very unhappy, he had to give face to Chiu Daoquan and Zhang Junpu. But he couldn't control senior sister Suan, so he could only talk to Su Fan when he had nothing to do. In fact, Su Fan didn't care about it at all. He took so many things from others, and he didn't let them say a few words. Although senior sister Su Ayan had been targeting him, Su Fan felt that this person was actually quite simple. If he wanted to trick Su Fan, there were too many ways. How could he be like her, who was fighting with a child and looking for trouble every day? This made Su Fan feel relieved. As long as he didn't do it in a shady way, he could just pretend that he didn't hear it when she squeezed him a few words. As for the other members of the team isolating him, he had no objection, and he was more than happy. Everyone settled down in Hishanfang, and senior brother Daoling gathered everyone and told them the details of the mission. Dahuangshan belongs to an uncivilized plain. Although the area is vast and there are wild beasts everywhere, there is almost no civilization here. In fact, the demons first discovered this plain and invested a lot of power to occupy the great wilderness heaven. Although the progress was very smooth at the beginning, it was then met with stubborn resistance from the wild beasts. Taking advantage of the battle between the demons and the wild beasts, several demon sects in Conceals also organized forces to invade the great wilderness heaven. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of the situation, but who knew that the wild beasts in the great wilderness heaven were extremely tenacious, and Conceals was also caught in a stalemate. With the power of several demon sects in Conceals alone, they could not withstand the attack of the wild beasts. In desperation, they had to ask for help from the major sects in Conceals and gave up the control of the great wilderness heaven. This also attracted the interest of more than a dozen demon sects and several super-immortal sects, which stabilized the situation in the great wilderness heaven. After years of fierce fighting, the human cultivators in Conceals finally gained a foothold in the great wilderness heaven and controlled a fairly large area. However, the great wilderness heaven is vast, and the major sects in Conceals are also at the end of their strength and are unable to continue to expand their territory. Now the situation in the great wilderness has finally stabilized. The human race in Conceals heaven controls part of the eastern part, the demon race occupies the southwest, and the rest of the area is still occupied by the wild beast lords from various places. The great wilderness is a place without spirits. Although the wild beasts do not have any magical powers or spells, their bodies are extremely strong, and they are extremely immune to spells and magical powers. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the several physical cultivators next to him and said with a smile, "We will rely on you for this mission." Feng Shi stood up suddenly and patted his sturdy chest. "Please rest assured, senior brother Daoling and senior sister Suan, I will definitely do my best. Even if I die, I will help everyone stop the wild beasts." The other three physical cultivators also stood up and expressed their opinions, one by one, passionately, but Su Fan did not say a word, and did not even mean to stand up. Of course, the members of the team did not pay much attention to him, and no one cared whether he expressed his opinion or not. But senior sister Su Ayan did not want to let him go. She smiled and glanced at Su Fan. "Junior brother Su, why don't you express your opinion?" Su Fan had no choice but to stand up and said with a smile, "Junior brother is not strong enough. I was very nervous before coming here. Fortunately, there are several powerful physical cultivators such as senior brother Fang. I can feel at ease now. How can I express my opinion?" After hearing Su Fan's words, senior sister Su Yun was almost angry to death. "This treacherous, despicable, hypocritical, greedy little bitch, don't you know your own strength?" Seeing that senior sister Su Yun was about to get angry again, senior brother Daoling quickly took over the conversation. "Everyone will come to me to collect supplies later. If you don't have anything to say, go back and rest. We will set off tomorrow." After hearing his words, the team members dispersed one after another. Su Fan walked the fastest. Senior sister Su Yun picked on him all day long, and now he would hide if he could. He couldn't argue with a woman, it would be so boring. In the evening, Su Fan came to senior brother Daoling to collect supplies, but as soon as he walked into his room, he saw senior sister Su Yun. Su Fan pretended not to see her, walked over and took a storage bag from brother Daoling. "I don't see you on weekdays, but when it comes to collecting supplies, you are the most active." He was about to leave the room, But when he heard what Sister Suan said, he was angry. You are still not done. I won't argue with you. Why are you still pushing your nose to the face? I have been here for so many days, but I haven't received the promised reward before. How can you do things this way? Half of it is fine. This woman picks on him every day and squeezes him for no reason. In fact, this is not a big deal for Su Fan. But until now, she hasn't mentioned the reward, which is a bit too much. If you don't give him the reward today, then I will quit and stop playing with you. Su Fan stopped, turned around and looked at Sister Su Ain with a smile. If you think my strength is not enough, then I will quit. After he said that, he walked over and returned the storage bag in his hand to Brother Daoling. Brother Daoling, I'm sorry. I won't join in the fun this time. Anyway, I haven't received the reward either. Su Fan turned around and walked out. Sister Su Ain was confused at the time. She wanted to stop him but didn't know how to start. Fortunately, Brother Daoling reacted quickly and grabbed Su Fan. Junior brother, didn't we agree on it? How can you leave? Don't talk about those useless things. We are about to enter the great wilderness. What about the agreed reward? Since you are playing dumb, I won't play anymore. Brother, my strength is low, and sister doesn't think highly of me. Junior brother won't bother people here. The strength of the physical cultivators in the team is not inferior to mine. One more or one less won't make a difference. Brother Daoling almost vomited blood after hearing this. Those physical cultivators are just to make up the numbers, okay? Don't look at their big and strong waists. Even if they are tied together, they can't beat you alone. He secretly blamed Sister Su Ain for holding back the reward and not giving it to him. This time, she must be in a hurry. Thinking of this, Senior Brother Daoling took out a ring and handed it to Su Fan. Junior brother, in fact, even if you don't tell me, I also want to give you the reward tomorrow. That's better. You still want to get it for free? No way. Su Fan took the ring, his eyes condensed slightly, and his spiritual sense swept the ring in his hand, and immediately frowned. Senior Brother Daoling saw that Su Fan's face was unchanged, and hurriedly explained. Junior brother, don't think too much. I am not a person who doesn't keep his word. I agreed to give you half of the reward first, and when the task is completed, I will give you the other half. Okay, this is normal. Wouldn't it be over earlier? You have to make me turn against you. Isn't this uncomfortable? Su Fan put away the ring, turned around and left the room, without even looking at Senior Sister Suan. It is natural to do things for money. How could you be so petty as a woman? Why not do something else with this time? It was not until Su Fan walked away that Senior Brother Daoling smiled bitterly. Junior sister, why bother? Senior Sister Su Ain took a deep breath and said angrily, I just can't swallow this breath. This treacherous, vulgar, hypocritical, greedy villain, I get so angry when I see him. Senior Brother Daoling smiled bitterly to himself. Who asked you to set a trap for him first? As a result, he was particularly passive and was severely slaughtered by the other party. Even so, Chu Daoquan and Zhang Junpo were the ones who mediated, otherwise Su Fan would not have come at all. Junior Sister Su Ain was too smooth. She had never encountered any setbacks since she was a child. She was also very strong-willed. She couldn't accept being tricked by Su Fan. She was a giant cultivator, but she acted like a child and had to entangle in these trivial matters. But Senior Brother Daoling would not say these words. Now Junior Sister Su Ain was like a demon, and it was already a little unreasonable. Junior sister, no matter how dissatisfied you are with him, you have to put the mission first. If things really get out of hand, it will be embarrassing for Chu Daoquan and Zhang Junpo. He turned and left, leaving Senior Sister Su Ain alone in the room. Senior Sister Su Ain knew that although Senior Brother Daoling didn't say anything, his words were already very heavy. She took a deep breath, and she didn't know what happened. As long as she saw that guy, she couldn't control her emotions. The mission is more important. I won't argue with you. Senior Sister Su Ain would certainly not admit that she was speechless just now because of Su Fan. This was the first time she was controlled by someone. The next morning, Su Fan followed Senior Brother Daoling and others through the plain channel and came to the great wilderness. He walked out of the plain channel with a dizzy head. Although he had broken through the giant realm, every time he went to the outer domain through the plain channel, his soul would still feel uncomfortable. Su Fan looked at the surrounding environment. The first impression he had here was that the air was fresh and the climate was cool, which was refreshing. The great wilderness is not only vast, but also has high mountains and dense forests. There are towering trees hundreds of feet high everywhere, holding up layers of green umbrellas, shading the mountains and forests in a deep and charming way. Not far from the plain channel is the base of the human cultivators in the great wilderness. After years of construction, it has become a city in the forest. It was from here that the human cultivators of Kungsu heaven slowly encroached on the surrounding land. With the base city as the center, within a radius of hundreds of miles, the human cultivators established a series of defense lines. Each defense line has a wall over 100 feet high. If you look down from the air, you will find that outside the base city, there are circles and layers of walls, like the annual rings of ancient trees. It was also these layers of defense lines that blocked the initial counterattack of the wild beasts, and finally allowed the human cultivators to gain a foothold in the great wilderness. Su Fan followed the crowd into the base city, where wide streets were filled with all kinds of shops. There are a lot of cultivation resources in the great wilderness, especially various rare materials for making tools, and the materials from wild beasts are particularly popular. Senior Brother Daoling led everyone to courtyard, which is a station of the Demon Zhuan divine sect in the great wilderness. Everyone, take a good rest. We will set off in 5 days. You can take a look around the base in the next 2 days. Maybe you will get a lot of surprises. After he finished speaking, he ordered the sect disciples stationed there to help everyone settle down. Su Fan walked into his temporary cave. The conditions here are good. There are 2 rooms inside and outside, with a total area of 180 square meters, and all kinds of facilities are very complete. The great wilderness is rich in resources. Except for the lack of spiritual energy, there is almost nothing missing. Su Fan did nothing and lay down on the bed and fell asleep. He slept for a whole day and night. When he opened his eyes, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Su Fan came out of the Demon Zhuan divine sect station and walked around the base. The base city is not small in scale. It was originally built as a square fortress. The wooden walls hundreds of meters high are still vivid today. Many walls have obvious signs of repair. From the location of the repair, it can be seen that the wild beast that broke through the wall was at least 100 meters high. Now the original wall of the base has long been abandoned, and the city area has expanded several times. There are wide main streets with shops lined up on both sides. The houses in the city are all wooden buildings with exquisite shapes and ingenuity. Su Fan walked into a street and frowned at the bloody smell that hit him. It turned out that the whole street here was full of shops selling wild beast materials. In order to attract business, many shops put wild beast heads in front of their doors. There was even a wild beast corpse tens of meters high outside a shop. Su Fan stood under the wild beast corpse and looked up at the wild beast. Isn't this a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Not only that, the shapes of many wild beasts here are slightly similar to those ancient carnivorous dinosaurs in the previous life. They all have ferocious fangs, sharp claws that look scary, and thick tails. They should all be the instinctive choices of creatures in nature. Looking at the corpses of wild beasts all over the street, Su Fan had the illusion of being in the Jurassic era. Su Fan came to a nearby street. Most of the shops on both sides of the street were restaurants and food stalls, mainly using wild beast meat and various special ingredients of the great wilderness as gimmicks to attract customers. Of course, he couldn't miss it when he came here. He found a restaurant with good business and walked in. The shop assistant introduced several signature dishes with wild beast meat as ingredients. Su Fan also followed a shop assistant's recommendation. The prices of these signature dishes are very expensive, and Su Fan suddenly realized a problem. After all, the bodies of wild beasts are extremely huge, and they are tens of meters tall. It should be cheap. Su Fan suddenly felt like he was being ripped off in a tourist area. But he wasn't short of money, so he just thought about it and let it go. When the dish came, it was the most expensive braised dragon tail recommended by the shop assistant. Su Fan took a bite and it tasted really good, but he felt that there was nothing special about the wild beast meat, and the taste was no different from that of the monster beast. Boom! Suddenly, it was as if a furnace had been ignited in his body, just like a drop of water falling into an oil pan, and Su Fan's blood and ki exploded instantly. A majestic and pure force roared and collided with all parts of his body, washing his flesh, blood, skin membranes, and internal organs over and over again. After a long time, Su Fan finally recovered. He waved to the shop assistant and asked, "What kind of wild beast meat is this, Senior?" "This is the fine meat from the tailbone of a 5th-level Earth Dragon Beast. 100,000 catties of Earth Dragon Beast can only produce 100 catties, No wonder, a 5th-level wild beast is equivalent to a human union cultivator. Moreover, it was the most essential part of the earth dragon beast, so the price was not expensive. Su Fan had a strong body, and there were few ingredients that would react so much. If he ate this meat every day for a long time, it would definitely be of great benefit to his body. Su Fan sent the shop assistant away, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He didn't expect that he would be pleasantly surprised when he came to the great wilderness. The dishes came one after another, and although none of them were as effective as the most expensive braised dragon tail, they also changed his body. After the meal, Su Fan returned to the nearby street and spent a lot of spirit stones to buy a lot of 5th-level wild beast meat. In the next few days, Su Fan wandered around the base city every day, and he really found a lot of good things, including the precious materials for making tools from the wild beasts, the rare minerals of the great wilderness, and the price was not expensive and the quantity was sufficient. Anyway, it was much cheaper than Conceals heaven. It must be said that the great wilderness is a treasure. 5 days passed in a flash, and it was finally the day for the team to set off. Su Fan followed Brother Daoling and the others on the teleportation array of the base and arrived at the stronghold at the outermost edge of the great wilderness celestial clan-controlled area. Brother Daoling and Sister Suian each took out a miniature magic boat from their rings, and then the team split into 2 groups and boarded the magic boat. We are about to leave the human-controlled area. Everyone should be alert. With a buzzing sound, the magic boat slowly rose into the air, and then roared away into the distance. Chapter 383. This is really the end. The magic boat has been in stealth mode for several days. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the deck of the magic boat, leaning against the side of the boat to look down at the scenery below. The great wilderness realm is vast, with endless mountains everywhere, and endless primeval forests, covered with dense and towering ancient trees. Even the plains and hilly areas are covered with dense forests or weeds as high as a person. Countless wild beasts survive in such a complex terrain environment. Even in the air, there are hidden dangers. The huge flying wild beasts will hide in the clouds and wait for an opportunity to sneak attack their prey. Moreover, the wild beasts in the great wilderness realm have a strong sense of territory. Each 5th-level wild beast has its own territory. Once the territory is invaded, it will summon the wild beasts in its own territory to attack. In order to expand the territory, the 5th-level wild beasts in each territory often fight. Since the invasion of the great wilderness by the human race and the demon race, the 5th-level wild beasts that were originally fighting each other have also put aside their grievances and started to join forces to resist the invasion from foreign creatures. When the human cultivators just occupied the base, they were counterattacked by more than 10 5th-level beast kings and countless wild beasts around them. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the Yuaning demon lord from Cultivation, the base might have fallen completely, and even the plain channel could not be saved. As long as I think of countless wild beasts dozens of meters high, howling and rushing over, the scene is simply unbearable to watch. The wild beasts are huge in size. Although they have no magical powers and spells, their strong bodies and agile speed make all human cultivators feel difficult. Even in the complex mountainous and dense forest terrain, these huge wild beasts are still walking on flat ground. The impact of high-level wild beasts is unreasonable. Even the spiritual shield of the human defense formation can be broken by them. The defense of the wild beast's body is extremely high. Unless it is a particularly powerful trump card, the spells, talismans and spiritual tools of the human cultivators are difficult to kill these huge wild beasts at once. Even if several giant cultivators besiege a 4th-level wild beast, it will take a lot of mana and time to slowly grind it to death. To put it bluntly, it has high defense and thick blood, is particularly resistant to attacks, and has extremely high resistance to spells of various attributes. If you say that the wild beast is very strong, that is not necessarily true. After all, the human demon monks have many means, and even if they can't beat them, they can easily escape from the battlefield. But these stupid and rough wild beasts have fought with the powerful human and demon monks for decades. Until today, the human and demon monks have only gained a foothold in the great wilderness, and it is difficult to continue to expand because they are really unable to fight. Not to mention occupying the entire great wilderness, it is good enough to be able to defend their own control area. Su Fan took out a storage bag, which contained the supplies for this mission. His eyes condensed, and he scanned with his spiritual sense, and was stunned. In order to complete this task, Senior brother Daoling and senior sister Su Ain were really willing to spend money. Among these supplies, various auxiliary materials were actually third-level top-grade elixirs and talismans, and there was also a fourth-level invisibility talisman. The effect of the fourth-level invisibility talisman is very amazing. It can not only hide the body, but also isolate sound and smell. In addition, everyone is equipped with a communication device that can be hung on the ear, so that they can talk to each other within the team. Su Fan had a bad premonition in his heart, thinking that this mission should not be so simple. Whatever happens, anyway, we are here. Thinking of this, Su Fan closed his eyes and fell asleep in a while. At midnight, Su Fan heard the voice of senior brother Daoling. My fellow brothers, the destination of this mission is ahead, everyone get ready. After hearing his words, everyone on the magic boat became nervous and stood up from the ground. Su Fan also stood up and lay on the side of the boat, looking at the dark night. The cultivators on the magic boat gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and even the newly joined physical cultivators formed their own small circles. Only Su Fan was alone. But he didn't care, and thought it was good. The magic boat traveled in the dark night, and its speed slowed down significantly. Finally, it landed in a slightly flat place. Su Fan got off the magic boat with everyone and gathered around brother Daoling. Several disciples who practiced the ghost way and the demon way summoned ghost slaves and contracted beasts to spread out around to conduct reconnaissance and alert for the team. My fellow disciples, we are carrying out an expedition mission. According to reliable information, an expedition team found purple dazzling gold in a cave in the valley ahead last year, but because they encountered wild beasts nearby, they returned empty-handed. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard what brother Daoling said. Purple dazzling gold is not an ordinary material for making tools. At least it is very scarce in the Cultivation mine, and the mine of purple dazzling gold is accompanied by an extremely rare material, purple dazzling refined gold. Even a tiny bit of it would be a sky-high price. If it appeared on the market, it would be a treasure that even the nascent soul demon lord would be tempted by. After senior brother Daoling finished speaking, he looked at everyone. Although the 2 nascent soul demon lords guarding the base went to scout, they alarmed the nearby 5th-level wild beasts and aroused the vigilance of the surrounding 5th-level wild beasts. Su Fan understood that their expedition mission this time was actually to verify whether the purple brilliant gold vein existed. The aura of the nascent soul demon lord was too strong, which could easily attract the attention of the 5th-level wild beasts. Although the 5th-level wild beasts did not have magical powers and spells, they were extremely sensitive to auras and could sense the presence of the human race's nascent soul, even from thousands of miles away. There is a group of Hyenadan entrenched around the valley ahead, and there is also a nest of winged wind beasts on the top of a nearby mountain. Because of the long-term battle with the human race, the wild beasts are extremely sensitive to the aura of human cultivators. Everyone must be careful and never alarm the nearby wild beasts. Before coming to the great wilderness, Su Fan had looked up various materials in detail and had already known the characteristics of various wild beasts. Hyenadan is a 4th-level wild beast. It looks very similar to the velociraptors of the Jurassic era in the previous life, but its size is several times larger. Although the Hyenadan is not big, the entire tribe is very large, and hundreds of them gather together at any time. Hyenadan is not only extremely powerful and fast, but also very ferocious by nature. Even those huge wild beasts dare not provoke them. Winged wind beast is even more difficult to deal with. It is a 4th-level flying wild beast with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters and an incredible diving speed. The human race suffered a lot from them in the past. The tribe of winged wind beast is also very large, and there are often more than 100 of them living in each nest. Moreover, this flying wild beast has a supernatural ability. Even in the dark night, these winged wind beasts can use ultrasound to determine the location of prey. Both of these wild beasts are difficult to deal with. Even if only one is startled, it will provoke a whole nest. If it is in the wild, it is okay, but if it is in a cave, it will be troublesome. Su Fan finally understood why senior brother Daoling and senior sister Su Ain wanted to find a physical cultivator. Once the team was blocked in the cave, facing the siege of hundreds of Hyenadan with strong physical bodies, if there was no physical cultivator to clear the way, they would be trapped in the cave. To be honest, this expedition mission is quite dangerous. This also made Su Fan frown, and suddenly felt that the other party didn't give much. Although the wild beasts in the great wilderness have no magical powers and spells, these stupid and rough wild beasts have extremely sensitive sense of smell and hearing, and can even hear and smell sounds and smells dozens of miles away. Even the slightest movement can arouse their vigilance. Moreover, the wild beasts also have night vision capabilities. Even in the pitch-black night where you can't see your hand in front of you, it is still as bright as day. Legend has it that the wild beasts can also determine the location of the target through the heat of the human body. This is really against the sky, it is simply the function of night vision goggles and thermal imaging. But since I'm here, I can't just give up at this time. Among the supplies sent to you, there is a 4th level invisibility talisman. Everyone, take it out and use it. After hearing what Brother Daoling said, Su Fan smiled bitterly. In order to complete this task, Brother Daoling also tried his best. There are more than 24th level talismans in total, which cost a lot of spiritual stones. Everyone took out a talisman from the ring and slapped it on their bodies. Then, one figure after another suddenly became illusory and disappeared into the air. Let's go. Brother Daoling's voice came to Su Fan's ears, and he followed the direction of the other party's voice. There are large tracts of primeval forests here, and there is no sunlight all year round. It is extremely difficult to trek in such an environment. Many leaves fell to the ground and slowly rotted. Many branches were buried in the rotten soil. If you are not careful, you will trip over these dead branches. The branches and leaves in the forest are dense. And some damp rotten wood is covered with dense black fungus, and many tree roots are surrounded by light brown moss. Moreover, the forest was very humid. When stepping on the soft leaf rot on the forest, it seemed that every step could produce water. Some insects would crawl out of the rotten leaves and flee. Looking at the insects crawling into the grass, Su Fan felt a little alert. These fleeing insects would not expose their tracks, but he thought it was unlikely, so he didn't take it seriously. The members of the entire team were in stealth mode and often bumped into each other when they were walking. Fortunately, after walking for a while, everyone gradually adapted, trying to keep a certain distance from each other and follow the footprints left in front. Su Fan walked at the back, with nothing in front of him, only footprints that kept appearing, which made him feel particularly weird. The further he went, the more traces of wild beasts there were in the dense forest. Huge footprints, broken ancient trees, broken branches, and the howling of wild beasts could be heard from time to time, which made everyone nervous. After walking for nearly an hour in the dense forest, they finally arrived outside the valley. Everyone, take a rest here for half an hour, the voice of Brother Daoling came again. Su Fan found a thick old tree to lean on. The disciples of the team were similar to him, because the surrounding trunks or branches were pressed with marks. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was lucky. The traces of the people were not discovered by the nearby wild beasts. In fact, as long as the wild beasts did not discover this mission, it would be basically completed. Once the two populations of wild beasts were alarmed, it would be really troublesome. If it was just a group of hyenodons, it would not be a big deal. At most, they could retreat by controlling the flying magic weapon. The most difficult thing was the nest of winged wind beasts on the top of the nearby mountain. Once they were alarmed, no matter whether they were controlling the flying magic weapon or riding the magic boat, they could not escape the crazy pursuit of the winged wind beasts. When that time came, they could only rush out. But the air is the home of flying wild beasts. If they are really targeted by these winged wind beasts, I'm afraid that few of the disciples in the team will be able to return. Let's die, anyway, we are not familiar with each other. Su Fan is not worried about his own safety. In the air, he has the invisible ghost crow as a mount, and he can also use blood escape on the ground to easily escape from here. What Su Fan is most worried about is the cave. If they are trapped in it, they will be really screwed. If they attract the 5th level wild beast again, then everyone might as well go to bed. Dig a hole to bury themselves and put an end to it. Time passed quickly, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Brother Daoling's voice came to my ears again. Okay, let's go, and try to enter the cave before dawn. Su Fan was about to follow the footprints in front of him, but suddenly turned his head and saw that the branches not far away moved, as if a group of black spots scattered and flew away. He immediately became alert. Could it be that, as he thought, the insects in the woods would tip off the wild beasts? Although Su Fan thought this idea was ridiculous, his intuition told him that his guess was right. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness was completely released, spreading around. The dense forest with a radius of hundreds of feet was very quiet, without even a trace of sound or breath, and the roar of beasts that came from time to time just now seemed to have not been heard for a long time. At this time, The quieter it was, the more abnormal it was. "Brother Daoling, we may have been discovered. Have you found anything?" Su Fan hesitated for a moment, and finally told his guess. As a result, he was laughed at by everyone in the team. After all, there were many ghost slaves and contracted beasts arranged around for reconnaissance and alert. Even if there was a little movement, they would warn them. Su Fan also felt that it made no sense. If there was a problem, those ghost slaves and contracted beasts would have warned them long ago. Junior brother Su Fan did nothing wrong. It was right to wake up more people. Junior brothers who practice the ghost way should release some more ghost slaves and let them go as far away as possible to be on guard. After listening to senior brother Daoling's words, he saw ghost shadows floating away, and disappeared into the dark night in a moment. Su Fan sighed. Don't believe it if you don't believe it. In fact, even he himself didn't believe it, but he knew that his intuition would not deceive him. Anyway, it was quite contradictory. But if he was right, it would be a lot of fun. What surprised him was that senior sister Su Yoon, who often picked on him on weekdays, didn't mock him. After such a small episode, the team continued to move forward. Fortunately, what Su Fan was worried about did not happen. The team successfully arrived at the cave in the valley before dawn. He also breathed a sigh of relief, and the worry that had been on his mind was finally put down. It didn't matter if he was laughed at by everyone. As long as nothing happened, it would be the best. Now it seems that he should have worried too much. Su Fan looked at the huge cave in front of him. The entrance of the cave was more than 10 feet high, and it was pitch black inside, as if it was very deep. Leave a few ghost slaves outside the cave to guard, and call back the rest, and let them go deep into the cave for reconnaissance. After listening to Brother Daoling's words, the ghost cultivators in the team hurriedly called back the ghost slaves scattered around, and let them go deep into the cave. After a long time, the ghost slaves who went deep into the cave sent back information that everything was normal in the cave. "Everyone, remove the invisibility talisman and follow me into the cave one by one." As soon as Brother Daoling finished speaking, one figure after another suddenly appeared from the air and followed him into the cave. Su Fan was still walking at the end of the team. As soon as he entered the cave, he felt a cold wind blowing in his face. The cave was pitch black, but for a giant and cultivator, it was no different from the outside. This is a natural karst cave, with jagged rocks and all kinds of strange stalactites piled up naturally. The passage inside the cave is also tortuous, and there are many forks. Suddenly, Su Fan turned around and stared at the outside of the cave. Brother Daoling, a large number of Hyenaden rushed in from the outside of the valley and have blocked the cave entrance. A ghost monk received a warning from the ghost slave and shouted loudly. Brother Daoling's face changed immediately and asked loudly, "What? You said that the wild beasts blocked the cave." At this time, a sound came from behind them, and several contracted beasts on guard outside also rushed into the cave. Among them, a palm-sized bird landed on the shoulder of its master. The demon monk quickly took out a pill and fed it to the bird, and then began to communicate with his contracted beast. Brother Daoling, the winged wind beast on the top of the mountain has also flown down. Everyone fell silent after hearing the words of the demon monk. Even the most stupid person could guess that they might have been discovered by the wild beasts a long time ago. In order to prevent them from escaping, the wild beasts did not launch an attack. It was not until they entered the cave that the wild beasts roared out from all directions and blocked them in the cave. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that he was right. This time he was really screwed. It seems that these stupid and rough wild beasts are not stupid. They are still very smart and intelligent. They actually started a war with them. Chapter 384. Is this still a human? Everyone, don't stop, keep going into the cave. Hearing Brother Daoling's call, the disciples of the team hurriedly continued to go deeper into the cave. Su Fan understood what he meant. The wild beast Hyenaden was about to attack. There was basically no defense here. Staying here would definitely be very passive. There was no way. This cave was too big, more than 10 feet high. Even a huge wild beast could still walk fast in the cave. Brother Daoling led the team members deep into the cave and found a huge cave. The terrain here was not bad. All kinds of strange stalactites were scattered throughout the cave. The team members could rely on the back of the stalactites and focus their fire on the wild beasts rushing out of the passage. In fact, the terrain of this cave was also average, because the entrance of the passage was too large, and it could not stop the impact of the wild beasts at all. But there was no way. The heavy footsteps of the wild beasts had been heard in the passage behind them, and they were about to catch up. They could only block them here first, and then find a place more suitable for defense. As for how to escape from the cave, there was no time to think about this at this time. Let's stop the wild beast first. Fortunately, there were many forks in the cave, and the wild beast's pursuers were dispersed a lot, which also gave them a chance to block. The physical cultivators stay in front, and the others take the advantageous position. After listening to Brother Daoling's words, the physical cultivator Fang Shi rushed out first. He took out a giant shield more than one person tall from his ring to block himself, and held a heavy hammer in his right hand and stood outside the entrance of the passage. All physical cultivators come here, stand behind me. Among the several physical cultivators, his physical body was the strongest. Now the three physical cultivators were vaguely led by him. They took out their melee magic weapons and walked behind Fang Shi. Su Fan didn't say anything, and walked over and stood behind several physical cultivators. After a while, a heavy footsteps came from the passage, and everyone became nervous. At this time, a hyaenodon several meters tall roared out of the passage. Fang Shi roared, picked up a giant shield that was more than a person tall, and slammed into the hyaenodon. Bang! The giant shield hit the head of the hyaenodon fiercely, and the huge force almost knocked Fang Shi flying. Fortunately, several physical cultivators behind him held him tightly, so he was not knocked away. But Fang Shi still took a few steps back to stabilize his body. His left arm holding the shield seemed to be broken, and he felt a burst of piercing pain. Fang Shi breathed a sigh of relief. The purpose of physical cultivation was to block the impact speed of the wild beast. Although he was embarrassed, he also completed the task successfully. Once the wild beast rushed up, even the defensive magic circle could be broken by them. But the wild beast seemed to be unaffected at all, opened its ferocious mouth, and pounced on Fang Shi again. At this time, the disciples of the Demon Zhuan divine sect who were hiding behind the physical cultivators also began to take action, controlling the spiritual weapons to smash over. Although the wild beasts have thick skin and flesh, which can resist the magic attacks of human cultivators, it does not mean that they will not be injured if they are hit. It is just that the human cultivators do not have the ability to kill with one blow with their strong physical defense. More than a dozen spiritual weapons hit the hyaenodon almost at the same time, leaving deep wounds on its body. The injured hyaenodon was completely enraged and rushed over with a roar, but the wild beast that had lost its impact force had its attack power reduced by at least half. Several physical cultivators resisted the hyaenodon tightly, buying time for the disciples behind to focus their fire on the wild beast. This is also the basic tactic of the human cultivators in the Great Wilderness, to kill the wild beasts, that is, to delay the impact of the wild beasts, and then slowly grind it to death. At this time, another hyaenodon roared and squeezed out of the passage. You block it, I'll go to the other one, Fang Shi roared, jumped in front of the hyaenodon, and smashed the wild beast's head with a huge shield in his hand. Because the entrance to the passage was blocked, the hyaenodon that came later lost its impact, so Fang Shi blocked it in front of him alone. Su Fan also took action, but he did not rush forward, but controlled the spiritual weapon to attack the wild beast. He was just slacking off and did not want to use his full strength. Ouch! Suddenly, a roar came from the passage, and a hyaenodon that was obviously a circle bigger rushed out of the passage. The two wild beasts blocking the entrance of the passage were unreasonably knocked away by it. Stop it, Fang Shi roared, picked up the giant shield and rushed over. There was a loud bang, and the tall and strong Fang Shi was knocked away and fell heavily on a stalactite. Puff! Fang Shi spit out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up, but he was already seriously injured and had no strength at all. This hyaenodon with a wild and domineering aura all over its body did not slow down at all after knocking Fang Shi away, and rushed over recklessly. Senior Brother Daoling shouted, "Stop him, don't let him rush over." If such a violent beast rushed, the disciples behind would be in danger. If other hyaenodon rushed into the cave, at least half of them would die. But as soon as the other physical cultivators rushed over, they were knocked away by the domineering hyaenodon and fell to the ground. In front of this huge beast, Su Fan was the only one left, and it was too late for other disciples to support him. Seeing Su Fan standing there motionless, Senior Brother Daoling shouted, "Junior Brother Su Fan, be careful." Even if he knew that Su Fan's body was strong, he would be smashed to pieces if he faced such a violent hyaenodon alone. Others also sighed, this man was finished. Even senior sister Su-an, who always looked down on Su-fan, clenched her fists tightly and closed her eyes in pain, not wanting to see Su-fan's miserable condition. Su-fan's body shook slightly, and his temperament changed instantly. The shadow of an ancient gray bear rose into the air behind him, and the cave was filled with an ancient and desolate atmosphere. Su-fan stomped his right foot on the ground, and with a pop, a deep pit was stomped out of the cave floor, and cracks like spider webs spread everywhere. Shongshan Ko, Su-fan's whole body was like a gray bear, rushing towards the roaring and violent Hyenodon. Boom, with a loud bang. The huge Hyenodon was knocked back several steps by Su-fan, and let out a shrill scream. Su-fan was unyielding, and with a flash of lightning under his feet, he disappeared from the spot and appeared on the top of the Hyenodon. His temperament changed again, and a shadow of the ancient monster Stone Ape popped out, and swung his arm and smashed it down. Stone Ape axe. Su-fan's hand turned into a whistling giant axe, which smashed hard on the head of the wild beast. Not only that, his Stone Ape axe also mixed with the power of 9 strengths bone-dissolving hand. With a loud bang, Su-fan's palm slammed down on the top of the Hyenodon's head, and the huge head of the wild beast was smashed to the ground by a huge force. Then, a tricky and treacherous force penetrated into the head of the Hyenodon. Crack! Crack! Cracks suddenly appeared on the head of the Hyenodon. Su-fan didn't wait for the wild beast to react, and punched it again and again. 9 strengths bone-dissolving hand, he punched more than 10 times, and he didn't stop until the Hyenodon was motionless. Su-fan jumped off the wild beast, his eyes condensed, his consciousness swept through the wild beast's head, and nodded with satisfaction. The wild beast's head had been shattered by the 9 strengths bone-dissolving hand, and the inside of the head had been mixed into pieces by the tricky and treacherous forces. Just now he tried it out. With his current physical strength, he could easily kill the 4th level wild beast by using Zengaikuin and 9 strength bone transforming hand. Without the threat of this violent Hyenodon, the other disciples of the team also took the opportunity to kill the other 2 wild beasts. The short battle was over, and the cave became quiet. Looking at the huge and violent wild beast lying on the ground motionless, everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The Hyenodon couldn't just die like this. This was too much. Especially the several physical cultivators in the team, they were just knocked all over the place, and everyone was seriously injured, with several broken bones. But this gentleman was so good that he just used the strength of his body to knock the huge monster that had already charged back several steps. That's not all, this guy actually smashed the Hyenodon to death with his fist. Fang Shi was dumbfounded. Is this still a human? Even the body of a demon beast is not as strong as this one. Compared with him, he found that all his years of physical training were in vain. That was the most resistant wild beast. It could even resist the spiritual weapon of a giant and cultivator. Unexpectedly, it died under the iron fist of a human cultivator. Senior sister Su-an had been closing her eyes and couldn't bear to watch. Who knew that when she opened her eyes, it was actually that wild beast that fell to the ground. Su-fan was fine. Has this guy become so strong? Junior brother, be careful. At this time, senior brother Daoling shouted, and Su-fan turned around and saw another huge wild beast roaring out of the passage. There was a flash of lightning under his feet, and he disappeared again. Swish, everyone saw a flash of sword light, and a huge head soared into the sky. Because of inertia, the Hyenodon without a head still rushed forward, breaking several stalactites in succession, and then fell to the ground. Su-fan glanced at the magic sword in his hand. Since he killed a large number of foreign demons, the sword has become sharper and sharper. Moreover, since he broke through the 4th level of the heavenly demon saint body art, his physical body is no longer the same. It seems that he has no problem dealing with these powerful 4th level wild beasts. At this moment, the cave became extremely quiet. Everyone opened their mouths wide and stared at everything in front of them in amazement. Several physical cultivators burst into tears, and their hearts were filled with resentment. If you are so unbearable, why don't you take action earlier? Seeing that we were hit by wild beasts and fell here with serious injuries, you feel relieved, right? The other disciples of the team also looked at Su-fan as if they had seen a ghost. This guy has been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger all the way. He is definitely an old cunning bastard. Fortunately, I didn't offend him, otherwise I would be targeted by this guy. Who knows if he will come to settle the score. Senior brother Daoling and senior sister Su-an were also shocked by Su-fan's performance just now. Although they knew that Su-fan was very strong, They now found that they still underestimated his strength. Su Fan felt a little uncomfortable when he saw that everyone was looking at him. He just wanted to test the strength of the wild beasts, but he didn't expect that these hyenas would be so vulnerable. He just showed his skills, and it would be impossible for him to slack off in the future. He coughed and said, "Brother Daoling, should we change places?" Hearing Su Fan's words, Brother Daoling finally came to his senses, and waved his hand with the disciples of the team, and continued to move deeper into the cave. After going a long way, they finally found a cave with good terrain with the help of the ghost slave. The passage here is only a few meters high, and the huge body of the wild beast can only squeeze in, and it can't form an impact effect at all. Using the terrain to defend here, plus a perverted Su Fan, all the disciples of the team breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Daoling made some arrangements, and then he and Sister Su Ayan came to Su Fan. After this battle, Su Fan's position in the team has completely changed, and he can now be on an equal footing with the two of them. Senior Brother Daoling and Senior Sister Su Ayan came here to discuss the next plan with Su Fan. The situation is now quite serious. Hundreds of fourth-order hyenas gathered outside the cave, and there are more than 100 winged wind beasts in the air. Even with Su Fan's strong strength, he dare not fight so many wild beasts. It is no problem to use the terrain to kill a few hyenas, but once he is surrounded by wild beasts, he can only use blood escape to escape. The problem is that there is a fifth-order wild beast nearby. Although wild beasts of this level will not show up easily, who dares not bet? What if it comes? No matter how crazy Su Fan is, he dare not face a fifth-order wild beast. The situation is very serious now. It's very difficult to escape from the cave. After listening to Brother Daoling's words, Su Fan thought for a while and said, "Can we contact the demon lord guarding the base and ask them to send people to rescue?" Brother Daoling smiled bitterly and said, "Don't think about it. It's impossible for anyone to rescue us. With just a few of us, the base dare not take the risk of sending people. Too many people will definitely cause a violent reaction from the wild beasts. It's better not to send too few people." Sister Su Ayan thought for a while and expressed her opinion. "Well, no matter what, we are here, so let's complete the exploration mission first and try to find the vein of purple Juan gold. If we can really find the vein, several demon lords in the base may come here in person." Su Fan glanced at Brother Daoling, and they both nodded. It seems that this is the only way now. Anyway, we can't escape for a while, so why not complete the exploration mission first? Anyway, this mission will be completed by the demon monks and the team using the soul-seeking beast, and other people can't help it all. "Okay, it's settled," Brother Daoling sighed and said, "No matter what, I have to bring these junior brothers back in one piece." Su Fan didn't say anything. He wasn't too worried about his own safety, and he was confident that he could escape. But it was hard to say for the others. If the base didn't send people to rescue them, it would be good if half of them could get back. Although the situation of the team was extremely serious, the expedition was completed very smoothly. Several demon disciples of the demon Zhuan sect summoned their contracted soul-seeking beasts one after another. Within 2 days, they found a vein of purple gold next to an underground river deep in the cave. The estimated reserves of this vein are very large, and even natural particles of purple gold can be seen on the bank of the underground river. Brother Daoling contacted the base's guardian Demon King, reported the discovery of the vein, and told them about the crisis the team was facing. But disappointingly, the base's guardian Demon King did not express his opinion, but only encouraged them and told everyone to pay attention to safety and strive to return to the base as soon as possible. This is fucking. Su Fan was so angry after hearing this that he cursed his mother. This was too responsible. But he also knew that a huge purple gold vein with huge reserves was discovered here, and several demon kings in the base must have begun to formulate a plan to occupy this area. As for when, that was not certain. And no one cared about the safety of their expedition team. In fact, Brother Daoling and Sister Su Ayan both had a simple background and many life-saving cards. If they left the other disciples of the team aside, it would be easy to escape. As for what they would do in the end, it depended on the character of the two. Su Fan was not idle these 2 days. He let Sister Zhen and Yaksha go. He asked them to go to the underground river and pick up a lot of naturally formed purple gold particles on the shore. If conditions did not allow it, he would have wanted to go down and mine it himself. Fortunately, after years of scouring and sedimentation, the banks of the underground river were covered with the granular purple gold. But apart from those scattered on the surface of the river beach, Most of them are hidden in the sand on the river beach on the shore, and need to be constantly washed to separate them, but there is no time to pan for gold now. Sister Jen is so obsessed with money that she immediately thought of a way and started digging sand directly on the shore. Anyway, she had several hundred square meter storage rings in her hand. After 2 days of hard work, she actually filled several hundred square meter storage rings with sand from the river beach. Anyway, there is no other ghost slave who is so obsessed with money. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 Killing the Beast King. In the next 2 days, the information sent back by the ghost slaves showed that although the Hyaenodon no longer entered the cave, it still gathered outside. The winged wind beast on the top of the distant mountain was also constantly soaring in the air nearby, ready to swoop down from the air at any time. This was obviously a battle with Su Fan and his group. Anyway, their nest was nearby, and the human cultivators in the cave couldn't stay in the cave forever. At this moment, Brother Daoling, Sister Su Ayan and Su Fan were sitting cross-legged in the cave. Brother, if it doesn't work, just rush out of the cave. I still have a few 4th level bone talismans in my hand. I can buy some time for everyone. After hearing what Sister Su Ayan said, Brother Daoling smiled bitterly and shook his head. I also have a 4th level bone talisman. I'm just afraid that if we activate the 4th level bone talisman, it will attract the nearby 5th level wild beast. Su Fan knew in his heart that Brother Daoling's concerns were correct. The 4th level bone talisman is equivalent to blood from a unique cultivator. Once used, it will definitely attract the attention of the nearby 5th level wild beast. Once this big guy is attracted, it will be lively. But we can't be trapped in the cave forever. If more wild beasts are attracted, there will be no way out. These days, Su Fan has been looking for a way out in the cave. He even went to see the underground river. Unfortunately, the source of the underground river comes from an underground spring and has nothing to do with the outside world. Su Fan thought for a while and said, Brother Daoling, I agree with Sister Su Ayan. Instead of being trapped here, why not try to rush out? He has been thinking about how to escape from the cave these 2 days, and he has a rough plan in mind. I can use my demonized body to stealthily kill the beast king of the Hyaenodon, and then lead the wild beasts out of the valley to buy as much time as possible for you, but the winged wind beast on the top of the mountain will depend on you to deal with it. After hearing Su Fan's words, the two of them lit up at the same time. They have seen the image of Su Fan after he became a demon. He has integrated the blood essence of the shadow ghost demon and inherited its magical powers. Brother Daoling hesitated for a while before nodding. Okay, let's give it a try. In the early morning, a thin layer of mist filled the valley. The first rays of the sun shone from the horizon, and the faint white dotted the originally dark night sky. The moment before dawn, everything was silent, peaceful and distant. Except for the 2 Hyaenodons standing guard outside the cave, the other hundreds of Hyaenodons were lying on the ground and sleeping. There was also a winged wind beast gliding back and forth in the air, chirping from time to time, then swooping down and soaring into the sky. At this time, a shallow footprint appeared in the cave, silent and soundless. Even the 2 Hyaenodons on guard at the entrance of the cave did not notice it. The 2 Hyaenodons had been standing all night, and it was already slightly bright at this time, and they all dozed off. Suddenly, a demon arm appeared from the air, and with a puff, the ferocious claws scratched the neck of a wild beast. The dazed wild beast was awakened by the severe pain, but blood had already gushed out of its throat, and it could no longer exert any strength. The Hyaenodon shook its body and fell to the ground. Just as its huge body was about to fall to the ground, a thick demon arm suddenly appeared from the air, holding its body and gently placing it on the ground. Despite this, the faint sound still alarmed the Hyaenodon on the other side, and it shuddered and woke up. It saw its companion lying on the ground, thinking that the other party had fallen asleep, and continued to doze off without paying attention. After a while, a demon arm appeared in the air again, and instantly passed under the neck of another Hyaenodon. After beheading the Hyaenodon who was on guard, the demonized Su Fan continued to sneak around the Hyaenodon. The size of this Hyaenodon was obviously larger, and its location also showed its status among the wild beasts. This should be the king of the Hyaenodon. Although it is also the 4th level, it is definitely the strongest one. Su Fan certainly knows the principle of capturing the king first, so the first target of assassination is it. Once the wild beast population loses the king, it will inevitably fall into chaos. Before the king is re-elected, the entire herd will definitely not be able to gather together. Su Fan walked silently to the side of the beast king. It took him a moment to walk just 100 meters, for fear of alarming the surrounding Hyenadan. Finally, he came to the side of the beast king and slowly raised his ferocious claws. Just when Su Fan was about to launch a fatal blow, he saw the beast king's ears move, and whoosh stood up. Caught off guard, Su Fan raised his magic arm and dared not move at all, because when the beast king stood up, his neck was 7 or 8 meters away from him. At this time, if he wanted to launch a fatal blow, he would inevitably expose his body. But the opportunity was not to be missed. Su Fan could no longer care about so much, and slightly arched his body, making an attacking posture. The beast king's nose twitched a few times, and his eyes suddenly became cold. Ouch! The beast king smelled the blood of his companions and raised his head and roared. The Hyenadan sleeping soundly around were all awakened and climbed up from the ground. Seeing that 2 companions died at the entrance of the cave, blood was all over the ground, and they all roared loudly. The beast king raised his head in anger and roared. Ouch! Ouch! The beast king of the Hyenadan just howled, and before the second howl was finished, a black shadow suddenly jumped up from under his body. It subconsciously dodged, only to feel a pain in the throat, and a deep wound had been cut on the neck, and blood was sprayed everywhere. Su Fan saw that the sneak attack failed, and quickly released a demonized body. It was not easy to get close to the beast king of the Hyenadan. He had to kill it no matter what, otherwise he would have no chance to wait until the other wild beasts reacted. Su Fan's feet flashed with lightning, and he disappeared from the spot in an instant before the beast king's claws swept over. When he appeared again, he had jumped on the beast king's head, holding the magic sword with both hands, and stabbed it into its head fiercely. Puff! The 4-foot-long sword was inserted into the huge head of the beast king, almost completely gone, with only a small section of the hilt exposed outside. Ouch! The beast king of the Hyenadan shook his head violently, almost throwing Su Fan off. He held the hilt tightly and shook it violently, and the sword began to stir in the beast king's head. Not only that, Su Fan also freed one hand and smashed it down fiercely. 9 strength bone-melting hand. Although the beast king of the Hyenadan kept roaring and shaking his head, he still couldn't get rid of Su Fan on his head. The surrounding Hyenadans anxiously lingered around the beast king, and could only roar and scream, but they were of no help at all. Su Fan stabilized his body, shaking the hilt of the sword while performing the 9 strength bone dissolving hand, punching the beast king's head again and again. Explosive force, mountain splitting force, stone breaking force. Just when Su Fan was about to give up, the huge Hyenadan beast king finally fell to the ground and did not move. Awoo! Awoo! Seeing the beast king fall, the surrounding Hyenadans roared wildly and rushed towards Su Fan. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief, and a flash of blood appeared on his body. He had disappeared from the spot and appeared hundreds of meters away again. Hundreds of Hyenadans rushed towards him frantically, and the whole valley was filled with shrill roars. Su Fan turned around and ran, desperately rushing out of the valley, followed by a large group of crazy Hyenadans. This was Su Fan's strategy. He used the invisibility of his demonized body to sneak and kill the beast king, and then lead the beasts out of the valley. Su Fan had done this, and he had done his best for the entire team. Next, it was up to senior brother Daoling and senior sister Suan. As for how they could get rid of the winged wind beast, Su Fan didn't know. Although the Hyenadan was extremely fast, it was easy for him to get rid of them. Whenever the wild beasts were about to catch up with Su Fan, he would use the blood escape to teleport hundreds of meters, and then continue to run forward, easily leading a group of crazy Hyenadan out of the valley. Just after Su Fan used the blood escape again, his figure had just appeared from hundreds of meters away, and he suddenly felt his scalp bursting, and his hair stood up. Not good. Su Fan didn't even think about it. There was a flash of lightning under his feet, and he disappeared again. Boom! As soon as his figure disappeared, a pair of sharp claws that fell from the sky grabbed a huge pit where he was originally. Su Fan felt a strong wind coming, almost blowing him off the ground. He quickly stabilized his body, and when he looked up, he saw a huge figure whistling over his head. The terrifying sense of oppression made his face full of horror. When did this winged wind beast come, and why did it join in the fun? This is nothing. The most terrifying thing is how it determines its position. Su Fan used his magical powers to escape hundreds of meters, and even he might not be able to accurately determine where he was about to appear. Thinking of this, Su Fan suddenly felt a little creepy. He turned around and went into the forest next to him. Just now, Su Fan had been avoiding the dense forest, just to avoid affecting the effect of blood escape, but now it's no use. The winged wind beast in the air is so scary. It's better to enter the dense forest. At least in the dense forest with countless towering ancient trees, you can avoid the sneak attack of the winged wind beast. The winged wind beast is too scary. When he thought of the other people in the team, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. Facing the more than 100 winged wind beasts on the top of the mountain, I'd better pray for the best, anyway, but he is not going to go back. Su Fan has already thought about it. As long as he gets rid of this group of Hyenadan, he will flee to the human-controlled area alone. Anyway, he has led away hundreds of Hyenadan, which is considered to have completed his mission. Even if all the members of the team died, no one can blame him for anything. After escaping into the forest, Su Fan's blood escape was obviously affected. He could only rely on short-distance teleportation and constantly move between ancient trees. But it's not just him. The group of wild beasts that have been chasing him madly behind him have also been affected, at least their speed is not as fast. Moreover, the agility of the huge wild beasts in the dense forest is obviously restricted, and they are getting farther and farther away from Su Fan in front. Because of the influence of the dense forest, the winged wind beast in the air never appeared again, which also made Su Fan breathe a sigh of relief. Boom! At this time, a loud noise like earth shaking came from a distance. It's over there in the valley. Although the distance was far, Su Fan still felt a violent vibration coming from the ground, and the ancient trees in the forest were shaking. This is bad. This is the sound that only a 4th level bone talisman can make, and it is likely to alarm the 5th level wild beast nearby. Su Fan didn't even think about it, and a flash of blood flashed on his body, and he instantly appeared on the top of an ancient tree. The wind is strong, and he is running. If you don't run it this time, you are stupid. Su Fan was about to perform blood escape and escape from this area, but suddenly he felt an extremely terrifying aura spreading over him. Boom! Boom! A heavy muffled sound came from a distance, and each sound seemed to hit Su Fan's heart like a heavy hammer, making him tremble all over. This is a 5th level wild beast. At this time, a huge wild beast that was more than 100 meters tall in the distance finally showed a little bit of its true body. Su Fan only saw the exposed back of the wild beast and the huge tail that kept shaking behind it. One can imagine how huge the entire body of this 5th level wild beast must be. Oh woo! The 5th level wild beast opened its ferocious mouth and roared. Su Fan only felt his brain buzz and fell into confusion. The roars in his ears almost made him deaf. His soul was shaken and confused. If it weren't for his strong consciousness, he would have fainted at this moment. Then, a hurricane-like air wave roared in, and the whole forest was blown to one side. This feeling was just like the 10th level hurricane in the movie in the previous life. Su Fan, who was standing on the top of the giant tree, was also blown up by this violent hurricane. Fortunately, he was quick to hold the branch and was not blown away. The 5th level wild beast was too scary. Although it had no magical powers and spells, it had already exerted its physical attack to the extreme. At such a long distance, Su Fan was so embarrassed by this roar. If he got closer, he would be shocked to death, and his soul might even be scattered. Although Su Fan read a lot of information about wild beasts before coming to the Great Wild Heaven, there was not much introduction to the 5th level wild beasts. There were only a few dozen words, which were nothing more than general words such as extremely powerful, able to shake the sky and the earth, roaring like thunder, and able to scatter souls. At that time, he didn't take it seriously, thinking that it was all some exaggeration. Now it seems that the guy who sold him the information was not bragging at all. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he couldn't imagine how terrible the 5th level wild beast was. Su Fan couldn't help but feel a little fascinated. If the physical cultivator cultivated his physical body to the extreme, he would be so domineering. And he felt like he was cheated. The braised dragon tail he had eaten in the base city at the beginning must not be made of the 5th level earth dragon beast. The restaurant was slaughtering a newbie like him who had just come to the Great Wild Heaven, and it must be bullying him because he had no experience. And the 5th level wild beast meat that Su Fan bought on that street was probably made of the ingredients of the 4th level wild beast. If there really are 5th level ingredients, and they are only sold for more than 100 high-grade spirit stones, He will take as many as he can get. Facing such a ferocious 5th level wild beast, even a powerful human Yuaning demon lord may not be able to take it down. No wonder the cultivators of the human race and the demon race are unable to fight in the great wilderness. If a few of these big guys come, they can definitely sweep everything away. It seems that the wild beasts in the great wilderness are similar to the human cultivators, and the 5th level is a watershed. Below the 5th level, everyone is an ant. At this time, a terrifying roar came from farther away. Su Fan's eyes went dark. This time he was finished. It must be another 5th level wild beast. It's better to run away. If he delays for a while, he will die here. Chapter 386, The Gods Fight, The Little Ghosts Suffer. Oh woo, Su Fan just wanted to retreat when he saw the 5th level wild beast in the distance roar again. An extremely shocking voice rang out, and Su Fan felt his brain buzz. This time it was much louder than the voice just now, and his soul was almost shaken apart. Then a visible sound wave, like a huge wave rolling in, uprooted the towering ancient trees in the forest and swept over like a hurricane. Su Fan hurriedly hugged the branch tightly, and heard a crack and the branch broke. He was also swept into the air with the branch, and then blown away by the hurricane. He kept rolling in the air, unable to control his body at all, and could only let the storm blow him around. Bang! I don't know how far he flew. Su Fan finally fell heavily to the ground. Broken branches, rolled up boulders, and whole towering trees, things kept falling around him. There were even 2 hyenodons that were chasing him. They also fell not far away, screaming and struggling to get up from the ground. But the body of the wild beast was too big, almost smashing a big hole in the ground. It was obvious that it fell hard, and it stopped moving after struggling for a while. Su Fan looked around and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was actually the valley, and he fell near the huge cave. He ran so far away, but he was blown back. The 5th level wild beast was too strong, and it was so terrifying. Now the forest in the distance was almost razed to the ground, and the valley was also devastated, as if it had been scraped by a knife. Su Fan rubbed his swollen and painful head, got up from the ground with difficulty, and staggered towards the cave. Now his soul was in a mess, let alone blood escape teleportation. Even if an ordinary wild beast came, he couldn't deal with it in his current state. It's better to find a place to hide and heal as soon as possible. Su Fan crawled into the cave, gritted his teeth and persisted to find a safe place. He slapped his waist and summoned Sister Zhen and Yaksha. He wanted to send them a thought, but it was as if there were countless steel needles stirring in his mind, which made him twitch in pain. Fortunately, Sister Zhen had been with him for so long that she understood Su Fan's meaning in an instant, and led Yaksha to be on guard nearby. He sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a bottle of pills, poured out a few pills and put them in his mouth, then used his internal energy to dissipate the power of the medicine. After a long time, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. He sighed. Although he took the pills to repair his soul in time, the injury to his soul was much more serious than he expected. The injury to the soul is the most difficult to recover, and once it is injured, it will be very troublesome. Su Fan touched the magic weapon beside his ear. Just now, he led the herd of wild beasts away and fled into the dense forest outside the valley, which was beyond the communication range of this magic weapon. He didn't know what happened to the other members of the team, so he started to contact them. Is anyone there? After a long time, a faint voice appeared in Su Fan's ear. Junior brother Su Fan, I'm so glad you're okay. Where are you? Senior brother Dao Ling's voice was very weak, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. I'm back in the cave. How are the others? Just now, you led the hyenodon away, and we left the cave. Who knew that we were attacked by the winged wind beast on the top of the mountain? One of the junior brothers activated the 4th level talisman in a hurry, and you know the result. Where are you? I'm in the forest outside the cave with junior sister Su Yun. She was injured. I used a secret treasure to escape. As for the others, I'm afraid they are in danger. This is fucking. That 5th level wild beast may still be wandering nearby. There are only 3 people left in the whole team, and they are all injured. Are you far from the cave? Not far, just in the forest outside the valley. I will take senior sister Su Yun to the cave in a while. Su Fan thought for a while and said, come here as soon as possible. Now it's only safe in the cave. He chatted with senior brother Dao Ling for a few more words, and then cut off the communication magic weapon beside his ear. Su Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He almost got caught this time. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took out a jade bottle from his ring, with a hint of surprise on his face. This bottle of 7 absolute soul-calming Taoist pills was a reward for him when he just joined the Chunjin demon sect. He almost forgot about it. Su Fan picked up the jade bottle, poured out a dark pill, and put it into his mouth without thinking. The pill melted in his mouth, and he felt a cool breath rushing into his mind. He quickly began to use his power to dissipate the power of the medicine. After a long while, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. After all, it was a top-grade Taoist pill that repaired the soul. The originally scattered soul was actually repaired. Although he could not use his consciousness for the time being, the injury of the soul had stabilized, and it would be restored to its original state in a short time. Swoosh! At this time, Sister Zhen appeared from the air and kept gesturing to him, meaning that there was no danger in the cave. Su Fan smiled. Although his consciousness had not yet fully recovered, he still had no problem using his mind. You and Yak should go to the cave entrance to be on guard. If you see someone coming, notify me immediately. Sister Zhen received Su Fan's thoughts and excitedly floated around him for a few circles, then called Yaksha to fly to the cave entrance. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had a top-grade Daodan in his hand, otherwise it would be difficult to escape this time. At this time, Sister Zhen sent him a thought that someone was coming. Su Fan came to the cave entrance and saw a staggering figure in the distance, holding a person and walking towards the cave with difficulty. Senior brother Daoling looked very miserable, with a dirty face, messy hair, and the top-grade spiritual robe on his body was already tattered. Senior sister Su Ain was in a state of disarray. She was obviously seriously injured and had fallen into coma. Su Fan hurriedly walked out of the cave, ran to senior brother Daoling, took senior sister Su Ain from him, and helped him walk towards the cave. As soon as the two of them walked out of the cave, Su Fan suddenly turned around and walked out a few steps. They saw a dark cloud in the sky in the distance, rolling over. Then an extremely powerful momentum spread between the entire world, making people breathless. In the other direction, there were also several powerful auras whistling. The 2 5th-level wild beasts wandering nearby also roared at this moment, announcing their existence. The whole world changed color, and the war was about to break out. Brother Daoling also followed him out. He looked at the dark clouds in the distance and became excited. The Yuaning demon lord of the great wilderness is here. We are saved now. Before he could finish speaking, he was dragged into the cave by Su Fan, and then he carried Sister Su Ain and Brother Daoling and ran wildly into the depths of the cave. When gods fight, little ghosts suffer. The battle at the Yuaning level must have the effect of destroying the world. At this time, you dare to get close to them. Isn't that courting death? Senior brother Daoling also realized what was going on. He endured a severe pain in his body and ran like crazy into the depths of the cave. If a big fight broke out, the area near the cave would definitely be affected. It was not certain whether the cave entrance would still be there. The two of them had not run for long when they felt the cave began to shake violently. Oh no, a fight has started, run, Su Fan shouted, but they had no time. They only felt a violent tremor coming from their feet, and they were shaking so hard that they bounced up. Then, the cave shook violently, and the rocks and debris on the top fell down with a crackling sound, almost catching up with an earthquake of magnitude 8 or 9. Su Fan fell to the ground, but he did not let go of senior sister Su Ain's hand. He pulled senior brother Daoling, who was grimacing next to him, over and pressed the two of them into a gap next to him, then squeezed beside them with his hands on his head. The violent tremor lasted for half an hour before it subsided. At this moment, many places in the cave were collapsed. The place where they were was fine, but they were also covered with a lot of stones and dust. Just now, Su Fan was hit by several large stones. Fortunately, his body was strong. If someone else was not killed, he would be seriously injured. Su Fan stood up from the ground and sent a thought to Sister Zhen, asking her to go outside the cave to see what was going on. Brother Daoling stood up from the crack, took a look at the miserable situation in the cave, and took a breath of cold air. The cave was in such a state, and the situation outside could be imagined. Fortunately, he listened to Su Fan's words and hid in the cave. At that time, he was seriously injured, and he had to hold the injured and unconscious Sister Su Ain. He just wanted to heal his wounds as soon as possible, and had no idea of escaping into the cave. If he stayed outside at this time, he might have been broken into pieces. At this time, Sister Zhen sent back a thought, and Su Fan frowned immediately. "Brother Daoling, wait for me here. I'll go out and take a look." "Brother, be careful." At this time, Su Fan must not get into trouble. If he wants to escape back to the human-controlled area, he will be the one to blame. Su Fan nodded and turned to walk towards the cave entrance. He came to the cave entrance, carefully poked his head out, and was stunned by the shock. The scene in front of him was like the end of the world. The entire valley and the nearby mountains and dense forests seemed to have been turned over. The most tragic battlefields of World War II in the previous life could not be compared with this place. "Master, there's a big guy lying over there." Su Fan was stunned when he heard it, and said, "What the hell, so big? Such a big guy?" Su Fan was a little confused. Could it be that 5th level wild beast? Could it be killed by the human demon king? It's impossible. The defense of the 5th level wild beast is so amazing. How could it be killed so easily? At this time, the voice of Brother Daoling came to Su Fan's ears. "Su Fan, I just contacted the base. The 5 guarding demon kings have returned. It is said that they severely injured the 5th level wild beasts, but the 5 demon kings were all seriously injured and are asking for help from the great wilderness. It seems that we have a chance to go back." "What a chance? There's a big guy lying outside now. Who knows if it is dead or not? Even if it is a seriously injured 5th level wild beast, it is like playing to kill them." "Brother, not far outside the cave, there is a wounded 5th level wild beast lying." "What? Is it dead or not? I also want to know, but who dares to go out to see?" "I don't know, my ghost slave just went out and found it," he sighed after he finished speaking. No matter what, he had to go and take a look. At this time, Sister Zhen sent him another thought. "Master, I was scared to death just now. That big guy doesn't seem to be dead. I wanted to float to its side, and the big guy suddenly opened his eyes and looked at me." Su Fan sighed. This is trouble. He gritted his teeth and didn't care about so much. He went to take a look. Su Fan walked out of the cave, slapped the beast bag on his waist, and a black shadow whooshed out of it, circling and flying around him. It turned into a palm-sized ghost crow. It might have not come out for a while, chirping around him and pecking him a few times. At this time, Su Fan didn't have time to waste time with him. He grabbed the ghost crow in his hand and whispered a few words in its ear. The ghost crow nodded its little head, flew into the sky with a flash of wings, and its body became bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a giant bird with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters, and then disappeared into the air. Su Fan saw the ghost crow flying away, and he also used the demon body, and his body slowly disappeared from the original place. He used invisibility and sneaked carefully to where Sister Zhen was. Su Fan walked out of the canyon and saw a huge beast like a small mountain lying in the distance. Although it was lying there on its side, it was estimated to be tens of meters high, hundreds of meters long, and its huge head was several stories high. Even though he was seriously injured, Su Fan still felt an extremely frightening pressure that made him breathless. He had wanted to sneak up on him in stealth mode, but now it seemed impossible. It was said that the 5th level wild beast was extremely sensitive and might be discovered by it before he got close. Su Fan slowly retreated back to the valley and recalled the ghost crow. He rode the ghost crow into the sky, then entered stealth mode and flew nearly 1,000 meters above the 5th level wild beast. Looking down from the air, you can see a shocking wound on the side of the 5th level wild beast lying on the ground. This wound was several dozen meters long and very deep. The flesh and blood had been completely turned over, exposing the internal organs, and the blood was almost flowing into a river. It seemed that this 5th level wild beast was seriously injured. I don't know which demon king did it. It's a pity. Such a big 5th level wild beast must have so many good things on it. If I take it back, I will definitely sell it for a lot of spirit stones. Just the wild beast meat and blood can increase Su Fan's physical strength countless times. The 5th level wild beast is really too fierce. 5 powerful human demon kings can only fight to a draw against 2 5th level wild beasts. Although this big guy so seriously injured, the 5th level wild beast has a strong recovery ability. It may recover after lying here for a few days. Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This 5th level wild beast is healing there. If they leave secretly, there should be no danger. But for some reason, Su Fan suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. He took out 5 4th level demon sect bone talismans and 6 4th level immortal sect talismans from the ring, holding them in his hands and rubbing them constantly. These are all Su Fan's stocks for many years, and he has never had the opportunity to use them. If these powerful 4th level talismans are thrown into the wound of the 5th level wild beast, I don't know if this big guy can be killed. By the way, Senior Brother Daoling and Senior Sister Su Ayan are both elite disciples of the Demon Zhuan sect, and they are both from big families. They should also have 4th level bone talismans in their hands. Although the power of the 4th level talisman is far from comparable to the full strength attack of a Yuan cultivator, it is hard to say if there are more than a dozen of them. Especially now is the time when the 5th level wild beast has the weakest defense. The strong skin and armor are all broken, and the 4th level talisman can be directly launched to attack its body. Thinking of this, Su Fan held the communication instrument beside his ear and contacted Senior Brother Daoling. Senior Brother, do you have a 4th level bone talisman? I don't have many, only 4 are left. You call this not many? 4 is not enough, many giant and cultivators don't even have one. Does Senior Sister Su Ayan have one? Then I don't know, but there must be 3 or 5. Su Fan heard it and immediately felt relieved. There are so many 4th level talismans, and he can definitely try it. Anyway, he was riding the ghost crow to swoop down from the air to attack, so at worst, he could just let the ghost crow take him away. Brother Daoling, give me the bone talisman in your hand first, and find a way to open Sister Su Ayan's storage ring and give me her bone talisman as well. Although Brother Daoling didn't know what Su Fan wanted so many bone talismans for, he agreed very straightforwardly. Okay. I'll take you to the cave entrance. Su Fan drove the ghost crow around in a big circle and returned to the outside of the cave from the other end of the valley. Brother Daoling, holding Sister Su Ayan, had already walked out of the cave. The ghost crow showed its huge figure, which scared him so much that he almost sat on the ground. Brother, hurry up. Brother Daoling hurriedly held Sister Su Ayan on the back of the ghost crow. Su Fan waved his hand, and the ghost crow flashed its wings and instantly soared into the sky, and its figure disappeared into the air. Junior Brother, where did you get this contracted beast? It can actually turn invisible. Su Fan laughed and said, this is the magic beast from my small plane back then. You can't find it anywhere else. Senior Brother Daoling took out a 4th level bone talisman and handed it to Su Fan. Both of our bone talismans are here, a total of 10. Su Fan took the bone talisman and said with a smile, Senior Brother, thank you. Senior Brother Daoling waved at him. As long as he could take them out, 10 bone talismans would be nothing. Su Fan flew the ghost crow for half an hour and then landed on the ground. Senior Brother, can you control the magic boat? Senior Brother Daoling smiled bitterly and shook his head, pointing to his head. Just now, I was possessed by the soul of a 5th level wild beast, and I dare not use my spiritual consciousness at all. Su Fan thought for a while and said, then you take Senior Sister Su Ayan and wait here first, I'll be back soon. Putting down Senior Brother Daoling and Senior Sister Su Ayan, Su Fan drove the ghost crow back to the valley. He rode the ghost crow and circled thousands of meters above the 5th level wild beast for a while, then took a deep breath and patted the ghost crow on the head. The ghost crow plunged down, almost vertically to the ground, and headed straight for the wound of the 5th level wild beast. Su Fan held the ghost crow's neck tightly, the whistling wind whistled in his ears, and the height of thousands of meters was reached in an instant. Suddenly, one of the eyes of the 5th level wild beast on the ground suddenly opened. Su Fan felt that he was being stared at by a gloomy and terrifying gaze, and the hairs all over his body stood up. But at this time, he didn't even have time to be afraid. The 5th level wild beast was sensitive to the crisis. It stood up suddenly, raised its head and looked up at the sky. But it was too late. The vertically falling ghost crow had already swooped to the location. Su Fan held a 4th level talisman tightly in his hand and threw it towards the wound of the 5th level wild beast. Almost at the same time, the ghost crow flapped its wings violently, and the moment it hit the ground, it soared into the sky almost sticking to the ground. Chapter 387 You Want to Bribe Me? The ghost crow was about to hit the ground, and Su Fan was almost scared to death. Diving down from such a high altitude, he and the ghost crow would be smashed to pieces if they hit the ground. Fortunately, the ghost crow was very competitive and rushed up almost close to the ground. Su Fan's nervous back was soaked with cold sweat. It was too exciting. Su Fan had just rushed into the sky on the ghost crow when he heard a series of earth-shaking noises behind him. More than a dozen 4th level talismans were activated almost at the same time, and the power was extraordinary. The powerful magic waves exploded. The ghost crow that was climbing rapidly was also shaken by the huge magic aftermath, and almost fell from the air. Su Fan on his body didn't even turn his head back, and hugged the ghost crow's neck tightly, and continued to float in the air with his contracted beast. It was not until the ghost crow rushed into the sky thousands of meters high that the huge vibrations on the ground stopped. Su Fan leaned over and looked down, only to see that the ground had been covered by thick magic fog and stirred up dust, and he couldn't see clearly at all. He drove the ghost crow around for several circles, until the smoke on the ground gradually dissipated, and then he could see the situation on the ground clearly. He saw the huge body of the 5th level wild beast lying there motionless, and he didn't know if it was dead or not. But at this time, he didn't dare to go down to see. Su Fan sent a thought to Yaksha, asking it to go to the 5th level wild beast to take a look. Yaksha received his thought and burst into tears. At this time, you especially thought of me. Why do you only let Sister Zhen do such a good thing every time you collect spoils? But as a ghost slave, it dared not disobey Su Fan's order, and could only bite the bullet and float towards the 5th level wild beast. Master, it's dead. That big guy is dead. Su Fan received a thought from Yaksha and was relieved. The ghost general is sensitive to the breath of living things. If it can't even sense the life and death of a 5th level wild beast, what's the use of it? Anyway, this big guy is finally dead. The dozen or so 4th level talismans just now were not wasted, and they were put to good use. So many 4th level talismans, all added together, are worth a lot of spirit stones. But compared with the corpse of this 5th level wild beast, it's just a drizzle. Su Fan drove the ghost crow to land next to the corpse of the 5th level wild beast. The original shocking wound had been completely opened, revealing the tattered internal organs inside. Although the 5th level wild beast is dead, it still exudes a terrifying aura. Standing next to it, you can clearly feel the terrifying sense of oppression. Su Fan's eyes were red, and he looked at such a big corpse of the wild beast with a dry mouth, and his heart was extremely excited. This is rich. This is a 5th level wild beast, and it is full of treasures. The only trouble now is that this guy is too big, and Su Fan can't take it away at all. No matter what, collect the valuables first. Su Fan took out a Kingling Haoine bottle from the ring and gave it to Sister Zhen, asking her to do nothing but fill the bottle with the blood of the 5th level wild beast. And Yaksha was assigned another hard job, which was to collect the armor on the back of the wild beast. This 5th level wild beast has amazing defense, especially the rows of armor on its back, which can even withstand the full force of the human race's nascent soul demon lord. Each piece of armor on the back of the wild beast is nearly 1 meter thick and covers an area of more than 10 square meters. Su Fan drilled into the wound on the side of the wild beast and crawled to the heart of the wild beast to collect its heart blood. This thing is incredible. If the blood essence of this 5th level wild beast is integrated, the power, speed and defense of the demon will be greatly enhanced when the demon body is used in the future. Shadow Ghost Demon is good in everything, but its defense is too bad, and its strength and speed are also average. Next, Su Fan began to collect the valuable parts of the wild beast, such as flesh, teeth, and skin. Before entering the Great Wilderness, Su Fan spent a lot of time studying the information of various wild beasts, so he knew all the valuable parts of wild beasts. This made Su Fan very busy. He took Sister Zhen and Yaksha to work until late at night, but he still didn't finish. There was no way. The 5th level wild beast was too big. Su Fan was not worried about other wild beasts coming. The two populations of Hyenadan and winged wind beast nearby might not even have bones left. This place had just experienced a devastating battle. The wild beasts within a radius of thousands of miles would definitely stay away, fearing that they would be affected. And another 5th level wild beast nearby must have been seriously injured in the battle just now, and should have returned to its own territory to heal. At least in the next few days, this place is very safe. At this time, Su Fan was covered in blood, even his face was covered with blood and flesh, but he didn't care about it. This is all money. He was busy, and the communication array on his waist suddenly vibrated. Su Fan picked it up and saw that it was a message from Brother Daoling. He activated the array disk and the other party's phantom popped out. Brother, where have you been? Why haven't you come back yet? I just found a big bargain and was busy like crazy. How could I have the time to go back? Brother, I took advantage of the 5th level wild beast being seriously injured and killed it. What the hell? Brother Daoling was shocked and almost dropped the communication array disk in his hand. Brother, Say it again, I didn't hear it clearly. Su Fan almost laughed out loud. If this matter is told to others, who the hell will believe it? I took advantage of the 5th level wild beast being seriously injured and killed it. Brother Daoling's eyes went dark and his body swayed before he stabilized his body. Brother, you can't joke like this. Su Fan shook his head. I'm kidding you. How about this? I'll let the ghost crow take you there. Okay, let it come right over. Senior Brother Daoling cut off the communication array and took a deep breath. If Su Fan really killed that 5th order wild beast, then his team's record this time would be too great. Senior Brother Daoling had already thought of the copywriting. He led the team to successfully complete the exploration mission of finding the mineral vein, and then was surrounded by the 2 beast groups of Hyenadan and Winged Wind Beast. Although they broke out of the siege, they alarmed to 5th order wild beasts. The 5 guarding demon lords of the base came to rescue them and fought a fierce battle with the 2 5th order wild beasts, and finally both were injured. He and his team took the opportunity to sneak attack the seriously injured 5th order wild beast, paying a heavy price for more than 10 disciples, and finally Junior Brother Su Fan completed the final blow. In this way, not only can the dead disciples of his team be explained, but also some face can be saved for the 5 guarding demon lords of the great wilderness. After all, the 5 demon kings were seriously injured for the rescue team, and they were the main force to kill this 5th level wild beast. These old monsters are very smart, and of course they will take advantage of the situation. Of course, the premise of this matter is that Junior Brother Su Fan must be persuaded. But based on his understanding of Su Fan, this guy doesn't care about reputation at all, but pays more attention to interests. Annie and senior sister Su Yun are both wealthy, and they will definitely come up with chips that will satisfy Junior Brother Su Fan. Not only that, the 5 demon kings guarding the great wilderness will also have an explanation to Su Fan. Senior Brother Daoling believes that as long as there are enough chips, Su Fan will definitely be persuaded. Thinking of this, he hurriedly picked up the communication jade talisman, but hesitated for a while and put down the array plate again. This matter should still be communicated with Junior Brother Su Fan first. Senior sister Su Yun next to him has woken up, and seeing Senior Brother Daoling's excitement like a chicken blood, she couldn't help but ask a question. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you so excited? After hearing what Sister Su Yun said, Brother Daoling laughed with his eyes red. Haha. Su Fan, this kid, killed that 5th level wild beast. What? Impossible. Just relying on him. Brother Daoling took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. It's better not to draw conclusions now. Wait until you get there. At least you have to see it with your own eyes. Brother Su Fan is still a reliable person. When the ghost crow arrived with Brother Daoling and Sister Su Yun, it was already early in the morning. Brother Daoling jumped off the ghost crow despite his serious injuries, and staggered over while enduring the severe pain. Looking at the huge corpse of the 5th level wild beast in front of him, he trembled with excitement. Brother Daoling thought for a while, and then walked to Su Fan's side. Junior brother, I want to tell you something. Su Fan, covered in blood, was chopping meat with a magic sword. After hearing what Brother Daoling said, he was stunned for a moment, and then put down the magic sword. Brother, if you have something to say. Brother Daoling didn't waste any words and directly said what he thought. Su Fan frowned immediately after hearing this. I risked my life to kill this 5th level wild beast, and in the end it became your credit. There is no such a good thing in the world. Brother Daoling saw that Su Fan's face was unchanged, and hurriedly said, Junior brother, don't worry, I will never treat you badly. Brother, in order to kill this 5th level wild beast, I risked my life and used up all my trump cards. Whatever conditions you have, just mention it, and the several demon kings in the base will not treat you badly. You actually want to bribe me. Who do you think I am? No, absolutely not. You have to pay more. Brother, you know me, I always regard fame and fortune as floating clouds. Brother Daoling almost spat out blood after hearing this. You don't care about fame, but you may not care about profit. Have you forgotten how you blackmailed us in the first place? In order to invite you to join the team, he and Sister Su Yun gritted their teeth before agreeing to your conditions. Brother, I owe you a favor for this matter. Favors. Favors are shit. I don't want your favors, I just want spirit stones. Next, the two of them went back and forth for a long time before they finally finalized the chips. Anyway, Su Fan was very satisfied. This trip to the great wilderness was the right one. Not to mention the chips that Brother Daoling and Sister Su Yun promised him, Just these top-quality materials on the 5th level wild beasts have made him earn a lot of money. This is not to mention the benefits given to him by the 5 guarding demon lords. I help them so much, if I don't express my gratitude, it would be too unkind. Su Fan was not worried about this. After all, the nascent soul demon lord still had to save face. Seeing that Su Fan agreed to his conditions, senior brother Dao Ling also breathed a sigh of relief, although the conditions were quite harsh, and could even be said to be exorbitant. But he didn't care at all. Spiritual stones and cultivation resources were really not very important to a family member like him. Because this matter was related to the team's record. Elite disciples of the sect like senior brother Dao Ling and senior sister Su Yun also cared more about their reputation. Once this battle was announced, the two of them would not only get a good record, but would even become famous because of this battle. Then they would reap countless benefits both in the family and in the sect. Senior brother Dao Ling took off the communication array from his belt, and because he was too excited, the array dropped to the ground. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then contacted the demon lord guarding the base. Senior sister Su Yun was also dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the behemoth in front of her, her eyes wide open. This guy really killed a 5th level wild beast. Looking at Su Fan, who was covered in blood and cutting the flesh of the 5th level wild beast like crazy, she couldn't help but shake her head. This guy is too strong. Even a seriously injured 5th level wild beast is not easy for a giant and cultivator to kill. Compared with the weak 5th level insect king, the 5th level wild beast is much stronger. Even the great demons of the demon race have to retreat when they encounter them, because the defense of these big guys is too strong. The 5 human demon lords guarding the great wilderness heaven besieged 2 5th level wild beasts, and finally both were injured. It is said that the 2 demon lords of the human race were seriously injured and had asked Kungsu heaven for help, hoping to send more Yuanying demon lords to the great wilderness heaven. At this time, brother Dao Ling put down the communication array disc and showed a satisfied smile on his face. As expected, the 5 demon lords guarding the great wilderness heaven agreed to his suggestion without thinking. And these old monsters also promised to compensate Su Fan. Seeing the smile on senior brother Dao Ling's face, senior sister Su Yun was a little confused. So she walked over. "What are you grinning at?" Senior brother Dao Ling chuckled, and then told her about this. "What?" he agreed. Seeing senior brother Dao Ling nod, senior sister Su Yun was stunned at the time. Is this guy so obsessed with money? For the sake of spiritual stones and cultivation resources, he even gave up the opportunity to become famous in Cultivation. Junior sister, this guy killed the super insect king alone, and he has made a great reputation in Cultivation, but when have you seen him show off in front of others? That's right, now few people in Cultivation know that he is Su Fan. Senior brother Dao Ling chuckled and said, "Junior brother Su Fan is not like us. He doesn't care about those false names at all. He only cares about interests, just like a money grubber." In the early morning, more than a dozen magic bolts came from afar, and hundreds of Giantans Henrin rushed over from the base. When they saw the behemoth in front of them, they were also shocked and stunned. Only the human cultivators in the great wilderness heaven truly know the horror of the 5th order wild beast. Those who have not personally faced such a big guy can't understand its horror at all. Senior brother Dao Ling was very active. He chatted and laughed with the giant and cultivators who came from many bases to support him. Several cultivators who controlled the image-retaining instruments transmitted the image back in real time. At that time, the cultivators in the great wilderness heaven and Kungsu heaven would see this scene. After all, it was not a trivial matter for a giant and cultivator to kill a 5th order wild beast. Even if the wild beast was seriously injured, it would still cause a great sensation in Kungsu heaven. Su Fan did not go to join in the fun, leaving the opportunity to show his face to senior brother Dao Ling. Anyway, this 5th order wild beast died in his hands. According to the rules of the playing battlefield, this record will be stored in his identity J talisman and included in the record rankings. Su Fan found an inconspicuous place to sit cross-legged, panting heavily. He has been busy since yesterday afternoon. It took until dawn to collect all the valuable parts of the 5th level wild beast. Even though his body was extremely strong, he couldn't hold on any longer. After all, the 5th level wild beast had amazing defense. No matter which part he collected, he had to do his best to chop it off. Anyway, Su Fan was exhausted. Now he was too lazy to even move his little finger. Sister Zhen and Yaksha were also exhausted. They had already run back to the ghost weapon and fell asleep. Especially Yaksha, his ghost was almost exhausted. He had been digging the wild beast armor all night. In order to collect the blood of the wild beast, Sister Jin had filled the Kingling wine bottle, which was hundreds of cubic meters of wild beast blood. Su Fan's dozen or so 100 cubic meter storage rings were all filled. Sister Jin's storage rings, which were originally filled with river sands from the caves and dark rivers, were all poured out to the ground. Compared with the materials on the 5th level wild beast, the purple gold was no different from those broken copper and iron. Even so, the huge 5th order wild beast was almost unchanged. At this time, Senior Sister Su Yun came over. Su Fan raised his head and nodded at her, but he had no intention of talking to her. This woman was not bad. But he hated her innate noble aura, which always gave people a condescending arrogance and made him feel uncomfortable. Thank you, Senior Sister Su Yun had a lot to say, but when she came to this guy, she didn't know what to say. Why thank me? If it weren't for you, I might never be able to return to Conceals. It's only natural to get things done with money. Senior Sister Su Yan laughed when she heard it. This smile was really bright and beautiful, just like a clear snow, so bright and beautiful. Su Fan turned his head away a little unnaturally and stopped looking at her. Can't you just talk nicely? What are you laughing at? Senior Sister Su Yan took out a storage ring and handed it to Su Fan. This is the other half, as agreed before, we are even. Su Fan reached out to take the storage ring, then lowered his head and said nothing. Seeing that Su Fan's face was a little unnatural, Senior Sister Su Yan smiled, then turned and left. He raised his head and glanced at Senior Sister Su Yan's back. He should stay away from this woman in the future. She is so beautiful, who the hell can stand it? Senior Brother Daoling made her hand over with the monks who came to the base to support, and then took the magic boat back to the base. Senior Brother Daoling and Senior Sister Su Yan came to a house in the base and paid their respects. Several demon lords guarding the great wilderness heaven were seen by the human cultivators. Su Fan did not follow them. He got off the magic boat and returned to his cave, fell on the bed, and fell asleep in a short while. He was exhausted in the past 2 days, both physically and mentally. Su Fan slept for a whole day and night before he woke up. This sleep made him feel refreshed. He sat up from the bed, rubbed his face with his hands for a few times, and then went downstairs to wash up. Su Fan took out the communication array from the ring and found that Brother Daoling had sent several messages. He activated the array, and a shadow of the other party popped up instantly. Junior brother, you are up. Well, I just woke up. What's the matter? Senior Sister Su Yan and I are on the Spring Breeze Tower. Come over. Okay, I'll be there right away. Spring Breeze Tower is a quiet courtyard hidden deep in the base, and it is full of luxury and nobility. Su Fan stood outside and took a look, and couldn't help shaking his head. These family members are so particular. Even if they want to eat, they have to find a place like this, as if they go to a more ordinary restaurant, it will affect their status. Su Fan came to a luxurious private room, where Senior Brother Daoling and Senior Sister Su Yan were waiting for him. Junior brother, please sit down. Senior Brother Daoling invited Su Fan to sit down, poured him a cup of spiritual tea, and then took out 5 rings and placed them in front of him. Junior brother, this is a little gift from the 5 demon lords guarding the base. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his spiritual sense swept over it, and his face immediately showed surprise. It has to be a Yuaning demon lord, who is generous. Chapter 388. Don't bother with that. Su Fan put away several storage rings, and then bowed to Brother Daoling. Brother, thank you. Brother Daoling waved his hand and poured another cup of spiritual tea for Su Fan. Why thank me? These are just some gifts from the demon lords. Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, then glanced at Brother Daoling with a smile. Neither of them spoke, but everything was said without words. By the way, I almost forgot, this is for you. Su Fan took the storage ring handed over by Brother Daoling and smiled. This time you are sensible, at least your attitude is good. Why are you in such a hurry? Let's talk about it when we get back. Brother Daoling took a sip of spiritual tea and said, as we agreed before, this is only a part of it. There are still some that I don't have now, so I have to go back to the family to exchange. Su Fan nodded and smiled. There's no hurry for this. With our relationship, it's okay. Sister Su Yan poured a cup of tea for Su Fan. Her beautiful eyes were full of longing, and a bright smile silently flowed from the corners of her eyebrows and eyes. There's nothing decent here in the great wilderness. I'll thank you when I get back to Kungsa Heaven. Su Fan looked around. You call this place unpresentable? Anyway, after he gets the things, he doesn't want to have anything to do with this group of people anymore. They are not the same kind of people at all. Then there's no need. I'll treat you when there's a chance in the future. Senior sister Su Ain heard it and laughed. Then it's settled. Junior brother, don't forget, I was just being polite to you, but you took it seriously. Looking at the bright and beautiful face opposite, the smile was bright and moving, and every frown was enough to charm the world, which made him feel ripples in his heart. Su Fan quickly looked away and started chatting with senior brother Daoling. Seeing Su Fan's embarrassment, senior sister Su Ain couldn't help but laugh, and suddenly realized that something was wrong, and gently pursed her red lips. This annoying guy. Su Fan pretended not to see anything, and stopped communicating with senior sister Su Yun, and kept hosting with senior brother Daoling. In such an inappropriate place, they were not on the same path, so this kind of dinner was really meaningless to him. Not long after, Su Fan asked to leave. Although senior brother Daoling repeatedly asked him to stay, he still left. Senior brother Daoling sent Su Fan out the door, looked at his back, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Junior brother Su Fan is really not sociable. Try to communicate with him as much as possible in the future. After hearing what senior brother Daoling said, senior sister Su Yun curled her lips. Tisk. This guy is not easy to get along with. He only recognizes spirit stones in his eyes. Don't waste your effort, senior brother Daoling smiled. Using his previous way might be good for others, but it was useless for this guy. Su Fan returned to the cave, sat cross-legged on the futon, and took out 5 rings and placed them in front of him. He took a deep breath to ease his excitement, and then picked up a ring. There is nothing in this ring except 5 spirit stones. However, these 5 spirit stones are not ordinary, they are all top-grade spirit stones. Although the resources of Kungsa Xianling are very rich, top-grade spirit stones are not easy to see. Su Fan has been tossing around in Zuanluo realm for so long. And he only got one. This Yuaning demon lord is quite practical. Although top-grade spirit stones are nothing to him, they are very useful in Su Fan's hands. Su Fan sighed and picked up another ring. This ring contains a 2-inch long corpse coffin. Su Fan picked it up and looked at it carefully. The corpse coffin is pitch black, covered with dense patterns. The patterns are very complicated, crooked like earthworms, and filled with rich bloody light and endless resentment. Although this corpse coffin is inconspicuous, it is at least a top-grade magic treasure. This top-grade magic treasure alone is worth a lot of spirit stones on the market. His eyes focused, and he scanned with his spiritual sense, and saw a demon zombie several feet tall in the corpse coffin. Judging from the breadth of this demon zombie, it should be in the late Jinden stage. Although this demon zombie in the late Jinden stage is like a chicken rib in the hands of the Yuaning demon lord, it is very useful to Su Fan. The problem is that you can't get it at all. The zombies that can be traded with spirit stones on the market are mostly low-level zombies. The high-level zombies in the hands of zombie monks are generally cultivated little by themselves with a lot of resources, time and energy. Su Fan's previous evil demon zombie had been sold by him a long time ago, and the remaining copper-armored zombies were also used by him for special training for his 2 apprentices. Later, he didn't meet a suitable zombie again. He couldn't afford the high-level ones, and the low-level ones were useless. He even sold the corpse coffin. Not bad, not bad. He was very satisfied with the things of this demon lord. The next ring contained a mechanical puppet and a jade slip. He picked up the jade slip and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. The strength of this mechanical puppet is equivalent to the late Jinden realm of the human race, but the threshold for the puppet to exert the strength of the late Jinden realm is very high, and it requires a top-grade spirit stone to achieve it. It is not impossible to install a top-grade spirit stone, but it can only exert the strength of the early Jinden cultivator of the human race. The 2 demon kings gave him 5 top-grade spirit stones, and the other gave him this mechanical puppet. Did these 2 uncles discuss it together? This mechanical puppet is about 5 meters long and looks like a majestic cheetah. All the materials of this puppet are top-grade. Even if all the materials on the puppet are dismantled and replaced with spirit stones, it is an astronomical figure. From the appearance, this puppet is more inclined to speed and attack, which is quite in line with Su Fan's fighting style. Su Fan does have a puppet in his hand, but it is only equivalent to the strength of the human race's foundation building period. Now he has used it as a laborer, and uses it to do some mining, turning the soil and other things within his ability. He rubbed his hands and picked up another ring. There are a lot of things in this ring, nearly 100 bottles of pills. Could it be that this Lord Demon is an alchemist? Su Fan poured all the pills on the ground and looked at them one by one. After looking for a while, he couldn't help shaking his head. This Lord Demon should not be an alchemist, he just gave him all the pills he no longer needs. It must be said that this gentleman is really good at doing business. These pills include dozens of bottles of ancient glass condensation pills, which are top-grade pills used by mid to late giant and cultivators for cultivation. In any case, the value of these pills alone is not low. Pills in the Giant realm are often ridiculously expensive, and any one of them costs dozens of high-grade spirit stones. The problem is that you can't buy top-grade pills like ancient glass condensation pills, even if you have money. Even though Chunjin Demon Sect is a super demon sect, Su Fan, as an inner disciple, can only receive a bottle of cultivation pill every 3 months. There are some Giant realm elixirs for sale on the market, but they are all common goods with average effects, which are completely different from the Guli Ning Yuan Dan. Okay, I just need it. In addition to dozens of bottles of Guli Ning Yuan Dan, there are more than 10 bottles of Jiu Iao Huan Sheng Dan, 3 bottles of Jing's Suhan Dan, 3 bottles of Xian Mo Huak Su Dan, 1 bottle of Chunfeng Hua Sheng Baodan, and 1 bottle of Gigu Fushan Mo Dan. Jiu Iao Huan Sheng Dan is a top-grade Giant and realm healing elixir, and Jing's Suhan Dan is a rare elixir for repairing the soul. Xian Mo Huak Su Dan is more powerful, similar to the Lian Baok Su Dan he took before, but the effect is more violent and the price is greater. Taking this kind of elixir will allow the cultivator to improve 1 level in a short period of time, but once the effect is over, the realm will be reduced by 1 level within 10 days. Spring Breeze Transformation Pill is a top-grade healing pill from the Immortal Sect. Having such a pill means having 1 more life. Gigu Fushan Magic Pill is a famous top-grade pill for repairing the soul of the Demon Sect, which is much better than the 7 Absolute Soul Calming Pill of the Chunjin Demon Sect. Like this time when Su Fan's soul was injured, as long as he took this pill, his soul would be restored to its original state within a day. The healing pills in Cultivation are definitely better than those of the Immortal Sect, but the pills for repairing the soul are the most amazing of the Demon Sect originally. Su Fan was still a little dissatisfied, but when he saw so many top-grade Giant and realm pills, the resentment in his heart had long disappeared. If he was allowed to collect so many top-grade Giant and realm pills, it would take a long time. In fact, among the chips he proposed to Brother Daoling this time, he wanted to get some Giant and realm pills, but the other party only gave him 10 bottles of Golden Crow Demon Spirit Pill for cultivation. If there were more, even Brother Daoling would be powerless. Moreover, the Golden Crow Demon Spirit Pill is more than 1 level lower than the Ancient Glass Condensing Yuan Pill, but the price of each one is not low, reaching an astonishing 80 upper-grade spirit stones. The preciousness of the pills needed by the Giant and realm cultivators can be seen. Su Fan smiled with satisfaction, put away the pills, and picked up the last ring. The ring contained a palm-sized small banner, called the 9 Yin Soul Locking Ghost Cave Banner, which is a top-grade magic treasure. The small banner is black, with a faint green glow. When the fingertips touch it, they can immediately feel a gloomy chill. Su Fan picked up the small banner and gently unfolded it. The yin energy was lingering on it. And countless evil spirits struggled and howled in the yin energy. Even if these evil spirits were scattered, they could condense again. The yin energy is not destroyed, and the ghosts will not die. This 9 Yin Soul Locking Ghost Cave Banner can create a gloomy ghost cave with a radius of dozens of feet, in which a Ghost King level evil spirit, as well as countless wronged souls and evil spirits, are sealed. To be honest, the attack power of this top-grade magic treasure is just so-so in Su Fan's opinion. But this magic treasure can play a very important auxiliary role for physical cultivators. Once the enemy is trapped in the ghost den, Su Fan has the final say. With the magical power of Thunder Ghost Step, he dares to fight even if he encounters a giant and Dachan cultivator in the ghost den within a radius of dozens of feet. Su Fan nodded with satisfaction and put away the small banner. The Yuaning Demon Lord is so wealthy that he can make a fortune by just taking out some things that he can't use. But these things that others don't like are still very useful to him. Su Fan took out the stored ring of Brother Daoling again. Although the things in it can't be compared with those of several demon lords. But they are all things he urgently needs at present. The most are a large number of high-grade spirit stones, 10 bottles of golden crow demon spirit pale required for giant and realm cultivation, and several rare instrument materials for refining his life magic weapon. The most valuable items are the 5 4th level bone charms and 3 top-grade formations, but they can only be obtained after returning to Cultivation. When Su Fan proposed the 5 bone charms, senior brother Daoling almost vomited blood. Do you think the 4th level bone charms are cabbages? Su Fan repeatedly tested the other party until both sides were satisfied. The 3 top-grade formations are the Gathering Evils to Transform Bones Magic Formation, the 7 Absolute Life-Destroying Soul-Locking Formation and the 9 Evils Mysterious Yin Confusion Magic Formation. The Gathering Evils to Transform Bones Magic Formation is a top-grade defensive formation with 72 formation flags. The defense is extremely strong. It is said that it can defend against a full-strength attack of an early nascent soul cultivator. The 7 Absolute Life-Destroying Soul-Locking Magic Formation is a kind of trap formation with 54 formation flags. Even if an early nascent soul cultivator enters this formation, he will be trapped for a moment. The 9 Evils Mysterious Yin Confusing Demon Formation is a concealed formation with a total of 96 formation flags. The cultivator's actual combat breath suppression spells are hidden in the formation, which can avoid the detection of the nascent soul demon lord. Just for these 3 formations, Su Fan spent half an hour with senior brother Daoling, and later gave up a lot of cultivation materials before the other party reluctantly agreed. There is no way. The magic sect's formation is far less sophisticated than the immortal sects, and the types are not rich, but the magic formation also has its merits, that is, the extreme effect is more amazing. Anyway, the chips proposed by Su Fan made senior brother Daoling and senior sister Suyan bleed hard. Even if they were born in a high-level family and were elite disciples of the demon Zhuanshen sect, they couldn't bear it. But in order to meet Su Fan's requirements, the 2 of them didn't care so much. As long as Su Fan nodded and agreed to this condition, they would become famous in one battle. With this qualification, the 2 of them will get more in the sect and family in the future. Su Fan collected brother Daoling's ring. He made a fortune on this trip to the Great Wilderness. Apart from the things in these rings, he also had a lot of top-quality materials from 5th level wild beasts. When he returned to Kungsa Heaven, he could get countless spirit stones whether he sent them to the star-picking tower for auction or traded with others. At noon, Su Fan finished his lunch and walked around the base city alone. He came to the street where wild beast meat was sold before, and looked at the signs outside the shops. The words written on them almost made him laugh. The 5th level wild beast meat we just bought is limited in quantity. Hurry up if you want to buy. Su Fan asked the prices in several shops. They were all very unfavorable. He also looked at the so-called 5th level wild beasts. They were obviously 4th level wild beast meat. Some shops even used 3rd level wild beasts to make up the numbers, specifically to kill new cultivators like himself. He also went to the street next door. He wanted to go to a restaurant to ask for an explanation, but then he thought better of it. I am a rich man now, why should I bother with them for those trifles? A few days later, Su Fan followed brother Daoling and returned to Kungsushan through the plain channel. Daoungshan belongs to the spiritless plane, where the human cultivators can only rely on spirit stones and elixirs to practice. When he walked out of the plain channel, the rich spiritual energy that hid him in the face, and the pores all over his body seemed to cheer. Suddenly returning to Kungsushan with rich spiritual energy, he felt as if he had become much lighter. Su Fan declined the invitation of brother Daoling and sister Suan, and set out alone, returning to Yuxiancheng, waiting for the 2 to hand over the remaining things to him. He still stated the Kithongyan in Yuxiancheng, after all, it was free for disciples of Chunjin demon sect. Although he is now extremely wealthy, every bit of saving is a bit of saving. Su Fan didn't want to learn from brother Daoling and sister Suan to go to a luxurious restaurant for breakfast, which he thought was stupid. Even if they want to pretend, they shouldn't do it this way. In fact, it's understandable. They were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. They have such good talents and qualifications. How could their family let them suffer any grievances? Su Fan came to the door of Zhaixing Tower, looked up at the door plaque, and then walked straight in. The shopkeeper still remembered Su Fan. Seeing him coming, he quickly led him into the jingsh behind and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him. The shopkeeper's name was Zhang Chang. He poured a cup of spiritual tea for Su Fan. "Devours, have you not come for a while?" Su Fan took the teacup handed over by the other party and took a sip. "I just went to the great wilderness and came back yesterday." Zhang Cheng was immediately refreshed after hearing this, and picked up the teapot to refill Su Fan with a cup of spiritual tea. "Devours, did you gain anything in the great wilderness this time?" Su Fan thought for a while and said, "I didn't gain much. But a friend of mine got a good thing. He needs to heal his wounds and can't come. He wants to entrust me to come to your Hexing Tower to ask." After hearing Su Fan's words, Zhang Cheng chuckled. "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. Among all the auction houses in Yuuzhancheng, our Hexing Tower is definitely the most fair place. We have shops in all the major immortal cities in Cultivation." Su Fan nodded. "The ghosts and demons in Hexing Tower are indeed not small, and they are also more disciplined." He took out a box and handed it to the shopkeeper Zhang Cheng. "Fellow Taoist, take a look at this thing. Can it catch the eyes of your Hexing Tower?" Zhang Cheng's eyes condensed, and he suddenly became serious. He took the box with both hands and then opened it carefully. This is the material from the 5th level wild beast." Seeing Su Fan nod, Zhang Cheng took a deep breath. "Fellow Taoist, can this thing be handed over to our Hexing Tower for auction?" "Don't worry, I will reduce the commission by another 50%. Su Fan thought about it and nodded. Zhang Cheng was immediately excited. This is the most valuable part of the 5th level wild beast. Even in the whole Cultivation, it is a very rare top-quality material. After the two of them went through the formalities, Zhang Cheng brewed a pot of top-quality spiritual tea for Su Fan. Su Fan took a sip of the teacup and suddenly remembered something. "Devours, what treasures are there in this auction?" Zhang Cheng took out a jade slip from his ring and handed it to Su Fan. "This is the list of items to be auctioned in a few days. In addition to a few genuine items in the main auction, if Devours likes other things, our store can sell them to you at a slightly higher price. I can still make the decision on this." Su Fan put the jade slip on his forehead, looked at it for a while and shook his head. The items in this auction are indeed good, but he doesn't need any of them, and he doesn't even need a few of the main treasures. He returned the jade slip to Zhang Cheng and wanted to say goodbye and leave. Zhang Cheng took the jade slip and said with a smile, "Devours, there is a dark market in Yuuzhan City. I wonder if you are interested in going there to take a look." "Dark market?" Su Fan was a little confused after hearing this. "What kind of place is this?" "The dark market is actually a trading place opened by several local demon kings. The rule of the dark market is barter. Every time there are several rare treasures in the dark market." After listening to Zhang Cheng's introduction, Su Fan immediately became interested. "Devours, you can't just sleep in the dark market." Zhang Cheng nodded, then took out a jade talisman from his ring and handed it to Su Fan. "The next dark market will be in 3 days. You can take my jade talisman and go. I will help you arrange it properly." Chapter 389 Dark Market. In the evening, the setting sun slowly sank in the dim red sky. Most of the outline was covered by heavy black clouds, and only a small part of it shone and fell on the ground below. Su Fan changed his appearance in breath, and walked out of Kehong Inn. He came to a courtyard in the city according to the place agreed by Zhang Cheng. He came to the gate of the courtyard and knocked on the door gently. After a while, the door opened, and a middle-aged giant and cultivator came out. Perhaps he saw Su Fan's face and frowned immediately. Su Fan hurriedly took out Zhang Cheng's jade talisman and shook it in front of the other party. The middle-aged cultivator saw the jade talisman, and then said in a deep voice, "Enter the dark market. First pay a top-grade spirit stone. This is. The dark market is too dark. Just open your mouth and you will get a top-grade spirit stone." Su Fan secretly complained, then took out the spirit stone and handed it to the other party. "Come in." Su Fan followed the other party to the hall of the main house. At this time, several giant and cultivators had come here, and they nodded at Su Fan when they saw him. He bowed to a few people and found a place to sit down. Then more people came into the hall, and the small hall was gradually filled. It was not until it got dark that the middle-aged monk led everyone to a room in the backyard. He waved his hand casually, and ripples suddenly appeared in the air, and then a door like water waves appeared in front of everyone. "Go in." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, a monk stepped in. When everyone had almost entered, Su Fan took a step in, and the scene in front of him changed again. He appeared in a closed room. The room was empty and there was nothing in it, but there was a black cloak hanging on the wall next to it. Su Fan put on the cloak, which immediately covered his appearance, and the cloak seemed to be able to block the detection of divine consciousness. He pushed open the door and walked along a corridor to hall, and took a jade card from a monk with a number 34 written on it. The hall was already full of people, all wearing black cloaks like Sufan. This hall is a bit like a movie theater in the past life, with a low front and a high back. There is a table covered with brocade on the stage in the front. I thought I was in Dayan Club. There were more than a dozen beautiful female cultivators standing on both sides of the hall, leading the cultivators to their seats. Sufan found his seat and sat down under the guidance of the female cultivator. He tried to use his spiritual sense to explore, but he couldn't figure out the whereabouts of the cultivators around him. Although a top-grade spirit stone is quite expensive, it is indeed quite safe here. After a while, a Yuanying cultivator came up. No more nonsense, it's still the old rules. Number 1 goes first. The Yuanying old monster walked down the stage and saw a monk in a cloak walking up the stage. He took out several bottles of pills from his ring and placed them on the table in front of him. This is 5 bottles of 9 turns yuan pills. I want to exchange them for a bottle of pills to repair the soul, hey. Sufan immediately became interested. As soon as he heard the name 9 turns yuan pills, he knew that this was obviously a cultivation pill from the immortal sect. Moreover, this cultivator wanted to exchange for the elixir that could repair the soul. And it was obvious that he was after the elixir of the demon sect after all. The elixir of the demon sect that could repair the soul was extremely effective. As soon as he finished speaking, several cultivators raised their hands. These cultivators took out a jade slip and placed it on their foreheads, wrote their chips on the jade slips with their spiritual senses, walked onto the stage, placed the jade slips on the table, and then returned to their positions. Now Sufan had no shortage of elixirs, and he had no demand for the 9-turn yuan increasing pill. However, he was quite interested in this bartering transaction method, and he also adopted the bidding method, which was chosen by this cultivator. At this time, the cultivator placed the jade slips on the table on his forehead one by one, and finally chose a jade slip. Number 72. At this time, a cultivator in the audience walked up, handed a jade bottle to the other party, picked up the elixir on the table, checked it, and then left with satisfaction. Next, one cultivator after another walked onto the stage, took out their own trading items, and stated their needs. It has to be said that any item in the dark market is a rare and top-quality item. Not to mention the shops in the market, even the auction house may not be able to collect so many rare cultivation resources. None of the items from more than a dozen cultivators in a row were what Sufan needed. Anyway, he was not in a hurry. He sat there quietly waiting for the opportunity, thinking about what he should take out for the next transaction. Originally, he wanted to take the top-quality materials from the 5th level wild beast, but the matter of someone killing a 5th level wild beast in the great wilderness heaven was now a hot topic. There were so many cultivators gathered here, which would definitely attract the attention of those who were interested. Sufan considered it for a while, and finally decided to take out 2 materials of the ghost face leech super insect king. After all, the heat of this matter had long passed. Finally, it was his turn to go on stage. Sufan took out a stack of animal skins that was 1 foot square from the ring. The belly skin of the super insect king was not the most valuable material, but after all, it was something from the insect king. Whether it was for making high-level talismans or refining robes and magic tools, it was a rare material that was hard to come by. This is the belly skin of the ghost face leech insect king. I want to exchange it for various top-quality materials. After hearing his words, 20 or 30 monks in the audience immediately raised their hands. They did not take out the jade slips to write down their chips, but walked up to the stage to check the stack of the insect king's belly skin. Until they confirmed the authenticity of the materials, they took out the jade slips and wrote down their chips, and then put them on the table. After they all went down, Sufan put the jade slips on his forehead one by one. After reading more than 20 jade slips, he suddenly fell into a dilemma. After thinking about it again and again, he finally chose the chips given by a monk. After Sufan finished the transaction, he returned to his seat. This trip to the dark market was really worthwhile. He really found 2 rare materials for refining his own life magic weapon. At this time, another monk came up and took out 2 talismans from his ring and placed them on the table. These are 2 4th-level sword talismans. I want to exchange them for some rare and top-quality materials. After hearing his words, the stage suddenly became lively. Almost half of the cultivators raised their hands, and even Su Fan joined in. That was a 4th level sword talisman, made by a sword cultivator in the nascent soul realm, with unparalleled lethality. Compared with this 4th level sword talisman, the 4th level talismans of the immortal sect and the 4th level bone talismans of the demon sect are more than 1 level lower in lethality. If he had these 2 4th level sword talismans, he would dare to fight even if he met a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. No matter what, he had to get these 2 4th level sword talismans. Thinking of this, Su Fan made up his mind, took out the jade slip and placed it on his forehead, wrote down his trading chips, walked up and put them on the table. It didn't take any guessing to know that this cultivator must be a sword cultivator. Who else could come up with a 4th level sword talisman to trade, and 2 of them? Watching the other party check the jade slips one by one, Su Fan couldn't help but get nervous, fearing that he would miss the 2 sword symbols. After a while, the sword cultivator finally finished reading all the jade slips. Number 34, Su Fan clenched his fists and breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up from his seat, walked to the stage and handed a storage bag to the other party, and then picked up the 2 4th level sword symbols on the table and looked at them carefully. The 2 sword symbols were only more than 2 inches long, and the Zhengjin key on them shone slightly, dazzling. Su Fan nodded with satisfaction. He could clearly feel a cold murderous aura from the 2 4th level sword symbols. He put the 2 4th level sword symbols into the ring, then nodded from the other party, turned around and walked down. Su Fan, who returned to his seat, felt extremely sour. Now I have 2 more trump cards, which are definitely 2 big killers. I thought I could still meet something I liked, but in the end, none of the next trading items were what I wanted. Su Fan laughed at himself, feeling that he was a little greedy. He found a good thing like the 4th level sword talisman on his first visit, so what else did he want? As the last cultivator came down from the stage, the transaction in the dark market finally ended. Su Fan stood up and was about to leave when he saw a pretty young female cultivator running to him. "Senior, there are several seniors who want to trade with you privately." Su Fan was stunned when he heard it, but he saw that many cultivators in the hall had not left and were led by the female cultivators to the private room next door. He immediately understood that the transaction in the dark market had not ended yet. There were still many people who had not traded their favorite items and hoped to get what they wanted through private transactions. Su Fan nodded, and then followed a young female cultivator to a private room. The female cultivator brewed a pot of tea for him and poured him a cup. "Senior, can we trade?" Seeing Su Fan nod, she saluted and turned to leave the private room. After a while, a monk walked into the private room, sat opposite Su Fan, took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Su Fan. "Just now I saw that fellow Taoist needed top-grade Taoist materials. I wonder if these 2 things of mine would be of interest to you." Su Fan picked up the storage ring, his eyes suddenly lit up. The things in this storage ring were exactly the bargaining chips of another monk on the stage just now, and they were also the 2 top-grade Taoist materials he needed, but he gave up after some consideration. He did not ask the other party's needs, but directly took out a stack of belly skins of the ghost-faced leech insect king from his storage ring and handed it to the other party. "Devours, you are so straightforward." The other party put the belly skins of the ghost-faced leech insect king into the storage ring, then bowed to him, turned around and left the private room. Su Fan glanced at his back, picked up the spiritual tea on the table and drank it happily. At this time, another cultivator walked in. As soon as the other party sat down, he stated his thoughts directly. "Devours, do you have any materials for the 5th level wild beast?" Su Fan immediately guessed the other party's identity. This person was the sword cultivator who traded the 4th level sword talisman. He immediately became excited. He knew the other party's needs, but he didn't know if he could get 2 more 4th level sword talismans. Su Fan nodded and said, "I only want a 4th level sword talisman." The other party took out a 4th level sword talisman from the storage ring and placed it in front of Su Fan. "This is the only one I have left." Su Fan was a little disappointed. 1 is 1. This is already a pleasant surprise. He took out a piece of 5th level wild beast bone from the storage ring and handed it to the other party. The sword cultivator was stunned for a moment, because this piece of animal bone was not much smaller than the one he had just traded. In fact, there was no other way. This was the smallest piece Su Fan had, and he couldn't just take it out and smash it here. The sword cultivator took the animal bone and put it in the storage ring, then thought about it, took out a piece of inky black bamboo, and placed it in front of Su Fan. "This is a top quality material I got by chance, 9 Tribulations Green Jade Thunder Spot Bamboo. I see that you are collecting materials for making tools, and I don't know if you can use it." After he finished speaking, he stood up, turned around and left the private room. Su Fan was a little confused. It seems that all sword madmen from all over the world are the same. This person's behavior is very sword cultivator. He took the piece of black bamboo, looked at it carefully for a while, and his heart was suddenly very excited. Su Fan can be regarded as a master of weapon, he still has some knowledge. The 9 Tribulations Green Jade Lightning Bamboo is definitely the most excellent lightning material. With such a piece of top-grade spiritual material that has experienced 9 heavenly tribulations, the Thunder Sword will definitely be improved by several levels. This is definitely a surprise. Su Fan put the 9 Tribulations Green Jade Lightning Bamboo into the ring with satisfaction, and couldn't help but look forward to the next private transaction. But to his disappointment, the next few cultivators did not bring out what he liked. And there was also a stingy bastard who actually wanted to take advantage of him. Su Fan chased this guy out of the private room without thinking. The person who took advantage of him hasn't been born yet. After finishing several private transactions, Su Fan walked out of the private room, and a pretty young female cultivator hurried up. "Senior, please come this way." The female cultivator led Su Fan to a room, where a middle-aged giant and cultivator sat. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, you have traded for what you like. According to for your several transactions, you need to pay a total of 100 high-grade spirit stones this time." What the hell? Su Fan was speechless. This is just a black shop. But he didn't say anything. He took out the spirit stone and handed it to the other party. The middle-aged cultivator took the spirit stone, then took out a jade talisman and handed it to Su Fan. "Devours, you have someone else's dark market jade talisman. Please use your own jade talisman next time, that's more like it." Su Fan took the jade talisman and put it in the stored ring. He bowed to the other party and left the house. "Senior, please come this way." The little female cultivator who was waiting outside saw Su Fan coming out, and hurriedly led him to a teleportation array and sent him out of the dark market hall. When Su Fan appeared again, he was already in an ordinary house. There was no one else in the yard, and he didn't stay for long. He pushed the door and walked out of the yard. Outside was a secluded alley. He looked left and right, and then left. Back to Cultivation, Su Fan sat cross-legged on the futon, took out today's harvest, and looked at it one by one for a long time. This trip to the dark market can be said to be fruitful. Even he did not expect that he would get such a big harvest, which was definitely worth the trip. At this time, the communication array disc on Su Fan's waist vibrated slightly. He took off the array disc from his waist and took a look, and found that it was a message from Zhang Junpu. Su Fan smiled, activated the communication array disc, and the phantom of this guy popped up instantly. "Why are you looking for me? I came to you of Fairy City. Where are you? Where else can I be?" "Cultivation, wait for me, I'll be there soon." After a while, Zhang Junpu pushed the door and walked in, and sat down opposite Su Fan in the room. "Make tea. Make tea. Just make the good tea like last time. You don't treat yourself as an outsider." He shouldn't have taken out that kind of spiritual tea. Su Fan didn't respond. He ignored him, took out a small red clay stove and a full set of tea sets, and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him. "You guy, I didn't expect that a trip to the great wilderness would cause such a big commotion." Su Fan picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of spiritual tea. "What does it have to do with me?" "That's the credit of senior brother Daoling and senior sister Suan." Zhang Junpu picked up the teacup and took a sip. "Don't pretend, I don't know you yet. Just the two of them can do such a big thing." He can't admit it at this time. He is a person who values integrity the most, and he will never break his promise. "Why not? Don't you forget, there are also the 5 guardian demons of the great wilderness." Zhang Junpu chuckled and said, "One of the 5 guardian demons of the great wilderness is Lao Chu's second uncle." "What the hell? These family members are too messy, with big circles and small circles. And you don't know when they will run into the gun." Even so, Su Fan would never say anything. "If you don't believe it, forget it, you are such a jerk. Don't worry. We are the only ones who know about this. With Lao Chu's second uncle here, we won't spread it around." Su Fan didn't want to continue talking about this and quickly changed the subject. "Are you busy tonight? I'll treat you to a drink." He had a good harvest in the dark market today and was in a good mood, so he thought about finding someone to have a drink. "I have a party. Come with me tonight. Su Fan shook his head like a rattle. But come on, I won't go with you. It's enough for him to go to that boring party once. There are many beauties at the party tonight. I'll introduce you to a few. After hearing what Zhang Junpu said, he didn't want to go even more. He had no interest in the female cultivators among these family members. No matter whether it was Su Mailin or senior sister Suan, once he got involved, it would be endless. One by one, they were. She's so damn pretty. What if he loses control and gets taken advantage of? How will he go out and meet people in the future? Zhang Junpu curled his lips and said, what kind of person do you like? Don't you want to find a Taoist partner? He didn't mind finding a Taoist partner, but he couldn't find a girl from a family. This group of people has too many troubles, and he didn't want to get involved. At this time, the communication array disc on Zhang Junpu's waist vibrated, and he picked it up and took a look. I have to go. Let's have a drink tomorrow. After he said that, he stood up and walked out. When he reached the door, he turned back and took out a jade slit and threw it in front of Su Fan. I almost forgot. I helped you find this today. Take a look for yourself. Su Fan glanced at Zhang Junpu's back, picked up the jade slip and put it on his forehead, and couldn't help but smile bitterly and shook his head. The jade slip recorded the method of refining the life magic weapon of a Yuaning demon lord during the Jinden realm. This guy. Chapter 390. You don't have to pay for your life if you fascinate someone to death. At noon, a continuous drizzle fell, and the raindrops hit the ground, rocks, flowers and plants. Patta. Patta. Raindrops formed a line under the eaves, dripping continuously along the green tiles, and the sound of the rain covered everything. Su Fan drove the magic weapon to the Lushanfang outside the city. Lushanfang is more like a scenic resort than a market. There are caves with beautiful scenery all around the market. These caves are only rented and not sold. They are specially rented to foreign monks, and the price is of course not ordinary. He came to Lushanfang and saw the green mountains and green waters looming in the misty rain in the distance, which was very ethereal, like a fairyland on earth. Su Fan walked into the market, and the first thing that caught his eye was a small street paved with stone slabs. The market did not open any defensive formations, allowing the drizzle to fall. There were still many people on the street, strolling in the shops on both sides of the street from time to time. The rain was not heavy, and water drops fell intermittently from the eaves, gathering into small puddles on the bumpy ground, reflecting the gray sky. Su Fan rented a cave in a valley not far from the market. The scenery in the valley is beautiful, surrounded by green water, verdant willows and pines, and flowers in full bloom. There are clouds and mists between the green mountains and trees. It is like a poem and a painting, beautiful beyond words. Walking into the valley, a wooden pavilion appeared in front of him at the end. Next to the wooden pavilion was a stone channel, which was the gathering of clear springs and streams in the mountains, and the bottom was clear. There was a small pond under the wooden pavilion. The canal water gathered from the spiritual spring stream in the mountains was poured into the stone pond, forming a small waterfall 2 or 3 feet high, flowing. In the distance, there was a gurgling stream rushing out from the cliff. The waterfall was turbulent, the water vapor was diffused, and the light was colorful. There was no trace of fireworks here, and the natural bamboo forest was lush, cold and quiet. There is a small fenced courtyard not far away, with several quaint thatched cottages built inside. The wooden pavilion and the thatched cottage are decorated in a simple and elegant way. They are not as complicated and luxurious as those outside, nor do they have the smell of luxury, but they are very tasteful. This place is nice. Su Fan came to the pond under the wooden pavilion, set up a tent, and then took out a set of kitchen utensils and grills from his ring. A rainproof rectangular canopy was set up outside the tent, with a blanket underneath, and a floor table and a futon. He put the kitchen utensils, stoves and refrigerator in the tent, and then set up a grill outside the tent. Su Fan got busy and started to prepare various ingredients. Today he made an appointment with Zhang Junpu, and the two of them got together for a drink. He didn't want to go to any restaurant, so he chose a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. In such a drizzling weather, it is very pleasant to find a place with green mountains and clear waters to sit. While he was busy, the communication array on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan picked it up and looked at it, then activated the array disk, and the shadow of Zhang Junpu popped out. Brother, I'm in Lushanfang, where are you? You ask someone at Greenstone Valley. I'm here, come over quickly. Okay, I'll be there right away. After a while, Zhang Junpu came to the valley, and he saw Su Fan sitting there stringing skewers, and he came over excitedly. He looked at the tent and the canopy next to it, and he was immediately unhappy. "Brother, you finally invited me once, and you eat this." Su Fan threw the skewers in anger and cursed, "Eat it or not, I won't serve you any more." Zhang Junpu smiled and hurried over to hold him down. "Why are you still in a hurry? It's nice here." After he said that, he came under the canopy and sat cross-legged on the stool. "Brother, make some tea." Su Fan regretted it a little now. He shouldn't have called this guy. There are so many troubles. It would be better to be alone here. He walked over and took out the small red clay stove and tea sets, and placed them beside him. "If you want to drink tea, make it yourself, don't act like a big shot." Seeing Su Fan getting angry, Zhang Junpu laughed along, lit the stove and brewed a pot of tea. He lay on the blanket, drinking the spiritual tea and admiring the scenery of the valley, listening to the sound of the dripping rain outside, feeling extremely comfortable. "Brother, you chose a good place." "Nonsense, it's much better than those luxurious restaurants you went to," Su Fan said as he carried a large basin and placed it on the floor table under the canopy. Zhang Junpu sat up, looking at the big pot of things, and couldn't understand what was in it. "Brother, what kind of dish is this?" "Maoksu Wang, what the hell, just eat it, you're talking too much nonsense." Zhang Junpu picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of blood-red meat like jelly and put it in his mouth. It tasted good, with a smooth texture that melted in the mouth. But before he could continue to taste the flavor, his body exploded with a boom, and countless powerful blood and ki forces rushed wildly in his body. "Damn!" Zhang Junpu, who was unprepared, cursed it inwardly, and hurriedly sat cross-legged to practice his skills to digest the huge blood and ki force. It was as if a furnace was ignited in his body, and a majestic and pure force roared and collided with his whole body, like a steel brush, washing his blood, flesh, skin, membranes, and internal organs again and again. "What on earth is this?" Su Fan was sitting in front of the grill flipping the skewers. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Junpu, who was practicing his skills to dissolve the blood and ki. "Little guy, I can't torment you to death. That's blood tofu made from the blood of a 5th-level wild beast. It tastes really strong." I don't know how long it took before Zhang Junpu slowly opened his eyes. He saw Su Fan sitting cross-legged opposite him, holding a steel signature skewers. "Brother, what on earth did you give me to eat? I almost passed out just now." Su Fan took a bite of the skewer and said with a smile, I guess your uncle, haha, you ate beast blood." "What the hell?" Zhang Junpu was confused after hearing this. It's not like he had never eaten beast blood before, but how could it be so strong? Suddenly, he remembered something. "Brother, what you gave me to eat, it's not the blood of a 5th-level wild beast, right?" Seeing Su Fan nod, Zhang Junpu was dumbfounded at the time. He quickly picked up another chopstick of blood tofu and stuffed it into his mouth. "Damn! Why didn't you say it earlier? This thing is rare. If you miss it, you will never have it again. This thing can improve the physical body and blood of the cultivator, and the effect is best when you eat it for the first time." This time, with preparation, Zhang Junpu was not so embarrassed. He quickly used his power to digest the blood of the 5th-level wild beast. "Huh?" Zhang Junpu let out a long breath. He glanced at the big basin on the table and saw that there was still a lot of blood tofu in it, but he didn't continue to eat. "This thing is too strong, he has to slow down." Su Fan picked up the wine jar and poured him a glass of wine, then handed it to Zhang Junpu. "Come, drink a glass of spirit wine to suppress it." Zhang Junpu took the wine glass and drank it, feeling that the wine had become tasteless. He put down the wine glass, saw the skewers on the table, picked them up and took a bite. The taste was so delicious. Boom! Zhang Junpu had just chewed a mouthful, and his body suddenly exploded again, as if a ball of fire was lit in his stomach, and the blood in his body seemed to boil. Fuck. He quickly turned his skills far away to dissipate the hot air in his body, and absorbed the blood and energy of the 5th-level wild beast. Zhang Junpu slowly opened his eyes and saw Su Fan chewing the skewers of meat as if nothing had happened. "Brother, don't tell me that this meat is also from a 5th-level wild beast." Just now, I saw Su Fan chewing the skewers of meat as if nothing had happened, and I thought it was just ordinary monster meat. Who would have thought that he would be fooled by this guy again? He didn't even think about how strong Su Fan's body was. Even the monsters were not as strong as him. In fact, Su Fan's body was not calm at the moment. The violent blood and ki were rushing around in his body. It was just that his body was too strong. Even if it was painful, he could bear it. Zhang Junpu picked up the wine glass and drank it all. You guy, are you sincere? You just want to see me laugh? Su Fan nodded confidently and said, yes, I just want to see you laugh. If you have the guts, don't eat, don't eat. I'm not stupid, only idiots won't eat. This meal almost tortured Zhang Junpu to death. He was like a boiled crab, his whole body was red, and beads of sweat were falling from his forehead. But even so, he kept stuffing it into his mouth, and then struggled to digest the violent blood and pain and happiness. I don't know how long it took. Zhang Junpu digested the last bit of blood and He fell back and lay on the blanket with his back facing the sky. No more. No more. Hearing Zhang Junpu's wailing, Su Fan almost laughed out loud. If you didn't know, you would think someone had abused you. After resting for a long time, he sat up from the blanket. Don't you want to eat more? If it's not enough, I'll make more for you. After hearing Su Fan's words, Zhang Junpu waved his hands and said, no more. Who the hell can bear this? Who said that? I ate so much, and I'm fine. Zhang Junpu curled his lips and said, you're not a human being. After he finished speaking, he picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then picked up the chopsticks and picked up a plate of side dishes on the table, but he quickly withdrew his hands. This is okay, it's just an appetizer. Zhang Junpu picked up a chopstick and put it in his mouth, and then drank another glass of wine. Feng Daoling and Yi Su Ayan stole the spotlight this time. You really don't care at all. Su Fan took a sip of wine, smiled and said, I care shit. They gave me so much, how could I care about that little bit of false reputation? Isn't it better to make a fortune quietly? After he finished speaking, he took out a storage ring and threw it in front of Zhang Junpu. What is this? Zhang Junpu picked up the storage ring, his eyes fixed, and his spiritual sense swept over the storage ring. He saw several jars and a pile of fresh beast meat inside. Don't tell me that these are all from the 5th level wild beast. Su Fan didn't respond to this, and looked at Zhang Junpu with contempt. Go back and replenish yourself, your body is like a little chicken, I can kill you with one finger. Zhang Junpu was not angry after hearing this, and he smiled and put away the storage ring. Level 5 wild beasts are rare. Even though the great wilderness has been opened up for so long, occasionally killing a few level 5 wild beasts, they are all divided privately by the garrison demon kings there, and never fall into the hands of the giant and cultivators. Taking these beast blood and meat back, whether it is for alchemy or eating, can greatly strengthen one's body. Thanks, buddy, I won't say anything else, it's all in the wine. Zhang Junpu finished speaking and raised his head to drink a glass of spiritual wine. As soon as he put down the cup, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated. Zhang Junpu took the array disc from his waist and found that it was a message from Chu Daoquan. Brother Daoquan, what do you want to talk to me about? Where are you? I'm with Su Fan, I'm in Yu Fairy City, where are you? I'll go there. Zhang Junpu looked at Su Fan after hearing this, with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Why the hell are you looking at me? You said you're with me, can I not let him come? If he wants to come, then come. Although he had a good impression of Chu Daoquan, he had not asked him to cook for him personally, but this guy had already said so, and he could not say anything else. After a while, Chu Daoquan came to the valley, followed by Su Mailan. Su Fan smiled bitterly. It had been a long time since the last time they communicated in the void. Chu Daoquan looked at the surrounding scenery and laughed. Junior brother, you found a good place. After he said that, he sat down, took the glass of spiritual wine that Su Fan poured, and drank it with his head tilted back. Su Mailan also sat down, her eyebrows raised, and a charming style appeared between her charming eyebrows. She looked up at Su Fan, and a barely perceptible blush appeared on her peach-like face, and her eyebrows and eyes were full of smoke, adding 3 points of brightness. Su Fan immediately felt uncomfortable. Isn't it okay to be so charming that you don't have to pay for it? This is pure and lustful, who can resist it? If these female cultivators who practiced the Helhoan Dao were placed in the previous life, every one of them would be a little white lotus, and the dogs who follow them could line up to the other side of the ocean. Junior brother, you don't mind my intrusion, do you? Of course I mind, but what can I do if I mind? You are still here. The other party is obviously greedy for his body, so he must not be fooled by her. Thinking of this, Su Fan quickly turned his head away from her, picked up the wine jar and poured a glass of spiritual wine for Chu Daoquan. Chu Daoquan took it and took a sip, then put the glass down. Junior brother, I have been looking for you. I want to ask you a favor. You can ask me to do something, as long as you can afford the spiritual stones. Senior brother, you are being polite. Chu Daokun smiled, and did not hide anything, and directly stated his purpose. Junior brother, you know I major in demons and demons. Can you give me some of the essence of the heart of the 5th level wild beast? Don't worry, you can ask for any conditions, I will never bargain. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, thought about it, and then took out a jar from the ring. Senior brother, what should I say to you? Our friendship is still important. These are enough for you to use. Just take them. Don't talk to me about anything else. Chu Daokun waved his hand and said, that won't do. One thing is one thing. Before he finished speaking, Su Fan waved his hand to interrupt him. He looked a little unhappy and said, Senior brother, you look down on me. Chu Daokun smiled bitterly and took a deep breath. Okay, then I'll accept it. Junior brother, if you have any questions in the future, just tell me. Su Fan waved his hand, then picked up the wine glass, clinked it with the other party, and drank it. Lao Chu was too familiar with him, so he couldn't bring himself to do it, so he simply didn't want the spirit stones. He knew in his heart that Lao Chu would be able to help him get it back sooner or later, and he might get more by then. Anyway, he still had dozens of jars of the heart blood of a 5th level wild beast. Zhang Junpu, who was standing next to him, took a look at the jar, and his heart was suddenly filled with huge waves. He never thought that Su Fan, the guy who had always dreamed of, would actually give him several jars of the thing that Lao Chu had always dreamed of. That was the heart blood of a 5th level wild beast. Zhang Junpu took a sip of wine and silently pretended to be a dog. Anyway, he would not tell anyone about this. There's still one chapter tonight. It has been owed for so long. If it is not paid back, Lao Bu will really be too ashamed to see anyone. It may be late, please forgive me. Chapter 391. Which cadre could withstand such a test? Chu Daokun got what he had always dreamed of, and he was very excited. His major was the way of demons, and it was extremely difficult for his demonized body to improve even a little bit when he cultivated to his level. Now, once he merged the blood essence of the 5th level wild beast, his demonized body would definitely be strengthened a lot. Old Chu raised his wine glass and said, Junior brother, I won't say anything, I owe you a favor. Su Fan chuckled and raised his wine glass to clink it with him. Sometimes, favors are more valuable than spirit stones. Especially for people like Chu Daokun, whose face is more important than the sky, and who are generous and righteous, his favors are even more precious. Anyway, this deal is not a loss. Don't look at him being able to take out a few jars of the heart essence of the 5th level wild beast and throw them to Zhang Junpu. It depends on who it is. At this time, Zhang Junpu, who had been silent all the time, spoke. Brother, don't just drink, eat some food. Su Fan glanced at the food on the table and said quickly, don't eat these leftovers, I'll go and pick a few more dishes. Chu Daokun waved his hand and said, what are you doing? We are not outsiders. He picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of blood tofu. He saw that it was animal blood and wanted to taste the taste of this blood tofu. Junior sister, you try it too. Zhang Junpu blinked at Su Mailin after he finished speaking. The other party understood instantly, and a cunning flashed in her eyes. Su Fan hurriedly tried to stop him, but was interrupted by this guy with a wave of his hand. What's the matter, junior sister? Do you look down on junior brother Su Fan? Su Mailin pretended that she didn't want to eat, but now she had to eat. She picked up the chopsticks and saw Chu Daokun pick up a piece of blood tofu with chopsticks, so she also picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. As soon as the two of them ate, their bodies immediately boiled, and they were tormented to death by an extremely powerful blood. Chu Daokun only felt that there was a rolling magma in his chest, and his skin and flesh were steaming white mist as if they were cooked, and he felt as if he was on fire. Crack, crack, the thick black tendons on his neck, like chopsticks, suddenly overflowed from the cortex, and spread up and down like earthworms. Chu Daokun's demonized body was passively aroused, and his body expanded a lot, making his robe bulge. Until this heat dissipated, the thick black tendons like earthworms slowly faded away unwillingly, and Chu Daokun also recovered. Huh? Chu Daokun exhaled a breath and laughed. It's really enjoyable. After he said that, he picked up another piece of blood tofu and ate it, and then began to use his energy to dissolve the power of qi and blood. Su Mailin was not so relaxed. She majored in the way of joy in the way of psychedelics. Her physical strength was very weak. Her whole body became hot and red, and large pieces of water mist were steaming all over her body. Seeing that she was about to give up, Su Fan quickly reached out and pressed her back, using the blood-transforming magic mist to absorb some of the surging blood in her body. It was not until Su Mailin's complexion eased a lot that he breathed a sigh of relief and glared at Zhang Junpu. "You are really not afraid of big trouble?" Zhang Junpu laughed and teased. "What's the matter? Are you heartbroken?" "I'm heartbroken." Su Fan turned his head and ignored this guy. He looked at Su Mailin next to him. Su Mailin held her head with an extremely painful look, and her delicate skin seemed to be stained with a layer of bright red, with a moving and charming style. She looked so fragile, as if she had endured all kinds of torment and thousands of pains, which made people feel pity. Su Mailin's body tilted and the whole person fell towards Su Fan. At this time, Su Fan should have gone over to help her, but he didn't move at all and let Su Mailin fall on the blanket. "What a joke, that's a female cultivator of Helhundao? You're playing with her and I feel sorry for you, aren't you?" If he goes up to help her, this woman will stay in his arms all night. Zhang Junpu next to him was dumbfounded. He never thought that Su Fan would ignore such a beauty. Does this guy have any physical problems? In fact, he and senior sister Su Ayan have known each other since childhood, and their families are very close, so he also wants to help Su Fan and Su Mailin to match up. Anyway, the status of the two sides is very different, and there will be no results in the future, so they can go their separate ways. Su Fan turned his head and looked at Zhang Junpu with a smile, which made him so angry that he quickly showed an innocent expression. He could see that this guy was not a good person. Su Fan didn't believe that there was nothing fishy between the two of them. Zhang Junpu felt a little uncomfortable when Su Fan stared at him, and quickly came to Su Mailin's side. Junior sister, I'm sorry, Su Fan sneered secretly. This guy had no good intentions. He actually wanted to pimp him. Which cadre could withstand such a test? Su Mailin had woken up a long time ago. When she found that she had not bewitched Su Fan, she had to continue lying and pretending to be unconscious. Su Fan pretended that nothing happened and drank and ate by himself. At this time, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan picked it up and found that it was a message from senior brother Daoling. He activated the array disc and the other party's phantom popped up instantly. "Junior brother, where are you? I'm outside the city." "Have you arrived in Yu Fairy City?" "I just arrived. The things have been gathered. I want to give them to you immediately." Su Fan hesitated for a moment, but still told his location and asked the other party to send the things over. After a while, senior brother Daoling and senior sister Su Ayan came in succession. Chu Daoquan and Zhang Junpu saw them and hurriedly stood up to greet them. For some reason, Su Fan always felt that there was something wrong with the way senior sister Su Yun looked at him. He pretended that nothing had happened and inadvertently avoided the other's eyes. Senior sister Su Yun looked at Su Fan and felt inexplicably relieved. Even she herself didn't know what was wrong. Since the last time they separated, she always thought of this man in her heart. Senior sister Su Yun, who came from a wealthy family, was talented and had always been the darling of the family and the sect. I don't know how many disciples of the sect with excellent family background and outstanding talents have expressed their love to her, but she always looked down on men. Unexpectedly, this treacherous, mean, hypocritical, greedy guy, who not only came from a humble background and had extremely poor qualifications, but also always treated her badly, would linger in her heart. In fact, she was just spoiled by others and had never been scolded by anyone since she was born. She was suddenly met with a scoundrel like Su Fan, who didn't tolerate her bad habits at all, and almost pissed her off to death. So from then on, she was like a sulking child, picking on Su Fan all day long. But he ignored her and made her look miserable every time. When he arrived at the Great Wilderness, Su Fan showed his strong strength. Facing the powerful 4th-level wild beast, he swept through it and killed the king of the Hyenadan alone. It is human nature to admire the strong. From that time on, although she did not admit it, she had actually changed her mind about Su Fan. Later, Su Fan saved her again and killed a 5th-level wild beast. He treated honor as dirt and easily shared the results. Anyway, all these factors together caused a huge change in senior sister Su Yun's heart. To put it bluntly, human nature is to be mean. How could Su Fan know this? He just thought that this woman always looked at him secretly, and she must have no good intentions. He asked them to sit down and said, "You guys chat first, we'll try a few dishes." Su Fan turned around and went out, and brought up a few more side dishes. Seeing that senior sister Su Yun was still looking at him straight, He ran to the grill again, took out some skewers of meat and started grilling them. I can't afford to offend you, but can I hide from you? Su Fan had a good idea, but senior sister Su Yun actually followed him and squatted beside him. Are you grilling meat? Yeah, you can grill meat. Yeah, this woman was making small talk, and Su Fan didn't want to pay attention to her. Even though he was very cold, senior sister Su Yun didn't mean to leave at all, and kept talking. For some reason, Su Fan felt that this woman was a little different. In the past, she always had an indelible noble aura in front of him, and what came out from her bones was her innate nobility and arrogance. Although she was quite gentle to him at first, it was just out of politeness, with a hint of charity. As if you should be flattered that a noble lady like her could bend down to make friends with you. Maybe in this world of cultivation where strength is respected, it is normal for cultivators to submit to the strong, and there is nothing shameful about committing to a wealthy family. But Su Fan is different. There is almost no exploitation and oppression in the world he lives in. Since elementary school, Su Fan's history textbooks have been about various anti-oppression contents, and even teach you how to have breakfast step by step. Many people dare to shout my fate is determined by me, not by God, even if they are nothing. Even an ignorant half-grown child dares to point at the nose of an adult and yell, don't bully the poor young man, don't care who gave them the courage, but they are all born with pride. Even if some bad phenomena began to emerge before he crossed over, at least in the mainstream social atmosphere, equality for all has long become a consensus of everyone. He couldn't get over the psychological barrier of wanting Su Fan to marry into a wealthy family and be someone else's lackey. This was also the reason why Su Fan hated senior sister Su Yun the most, and even subconsciously rejected her. But now she was a little different, and Su Fan couldn't tell where the difference was, but he couldn't feel the arrogance anymore. But even so, Su Fan didn't want to pay attention to her. He had had enough of these wealthy ladies, and if they didn't have any intersection, they shouldn't get together, and it would be best if they never met again. If someone stayed by your side, he couldn't drive them away, so he could only respond with and At this time, another person squatted down next to him. Su Fan turned around and found that Su Madeline had come over at some point. Su Fan sighed, why the hell are you joining in the fun? This woman was much more experienced. She stayed by the side without saying anything, but there was a look of admiration in her eyes. It was as if she was saying, you are so awesome. Su Fan was so disgusting. I was just grilling a kebab, and I could grill kebabs all over the street in my previous life. Anyway, those people on the roadside who were shouting loudly and fanning the fire with a broken paper shell, and who were almost unable to open their eyes due to the smoke, were all good at grilling skewers. Fortunately, the various skewers on the grill were already grilled. He put the skewers on the plate and was about to bring them to the table when senior sister Su Yan reached out and picked up a skewer. Let me try. Su Fan didn't tolerate her bad habits at all and snatched it back from her hand. Senior sister Su Yan didn't expect that this guy didn't give her face at all, especially in front of another woman. She felt extremely wronged in her heart. She never thought that this guy would treat her like this. Senior sister Su Yan had never been treated so badly since she was a child, and her eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of sadness. Su Fan rolled his eyes and asked, do you really want to? This is the meat of a 5th-level wild beast. Are you sure you want to eat it here? After hearing what Su Fan said, senior sister Su Yan's face looked better, but the expression on her face was still as if she had been abandoned by a heartless man. Su Fan didn't have time to waste time with her. He brought the plate to the canopy that was sheltering him from the rain and put the skewers on the table. He sat down on the mat, picked up a skewer and took a bite. I just grilled it. Everyone, eat it while it's hot. This is the meat of a 5th-level wild beast. Don't eat it too quickly. He just said this when he suddenly realized that the atmosphere at the table had become a little weird. Chu Daoquan and Zhang Junpu stared at him in amazement, with a look of worship in their eyes. Senior brother Daoling smiled at him, picked up a piece of blood tofu and ate it, then used his power to dissolve the majestic blood in his body. Why are you all staring at me? Are you sick? Su Fan turned his head and glanced at senior sister Su Yan next to him, and was stunned at the time. This woman looked aggrieved, like a bullied young wife, with resentment and sadness in her eyes. What the hell? I didn't do anything. Why are you all looking at me like a scumbag? I stayed up all night last night and finally updated a long overdue chapter before 4 o'clock. As a result, it was censored. Lao Bu almost cried to death. When I woke up this morning, I saw many book friends scolding Lao Bu for being a liar. Lao Bu was speechless. Since the writing of this book, although Lao Bu is clumsy and updates less frequently, he has not stopped updating for a single day. 2 of the chapters have been censored. The update time may have given everyone a misconception. You can check the release time. After the book was put on the shelves, it was updated with 4,000 to 5,000 words every day. Although there was 1 update per day in the later period, they were all large chapters. Occasionally, I had something to do and never asked for leave. I also tried to update a small chapter of 2,000 words. Thank you to all the book friends for your support and encouragement to Lao Bu. The average subscription of this book has increased from 170 on the first day to 1,800 now. Lao Bu is not good at talking and can't say anything. Moreover, the update is a bit slow due to his clumsy hands. He can only write each chapter carefully. I would like to thank all the book friends for this. Thank you again for your support and encouragement. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392. Who do you think I am? Su Fan knew in his heart that it was better not to explain this matter, as the more he explained, the worse it would be. Anyway, I am not afraid of any slander, so I can do whatever I want. Thinking of this, Su Fan no longer cared about the way other people looked at him, and just sat there eating and drinking. Zhang Junpu had been winking at him from the side, and when he saw that Su Fan ignored him, he came over. He leaned over to Su Fan's ear and whispered, "Brother, you are awesome." "I am not awesome at all, I didn't do anything, okay? Don't think too much, we didn't do anything." Zhang Junpu didn't listen to his explanation at all, and laughed. "I didn't expect you to win over senior sister Suan. She is notoriously difficult to deal with in our circle. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I win over her? He didn't even touch a hair of her." "Brother, don't talk nonsense, we didn't do anything." Zhang Junpu didn't believe it at all. People only believe what they see with their own eyes. Explanations are just cover-ups. "I said you don't like junior sister Myelin. So you like this. Why didn't you say it earlier? I could create some opportunities for you." "Create some opportunities? I didn't do anything." But he also knew that this matter could only be handled coldly, that is, ignored and let others say whatever they want. Seeing that Su Fan was silent, Zhang Junpu became excited again. "Brother, when did you two get together? Was it in the Great Wilderness?" Su Fan took a deep breath and didn't intend to pay attention to this guy anymore. The atmosphere at the table was very lively. Everyone was drinking very happily. Especially Zhang Junpu, who always made fun of Su Fan and senior sister Su Yun. Su Fan kept silent. "You can say whatever you want." Anyway, he just didn't respond. He only had one thought in his mind, that is, let this drinking party end quickly. But he didn't expect that senior sister Su Yun was not angry, but her face turned red and she acted like a shy little girl. This also confirmed the affair between the two. There was nothing wrong at first, but it was made to be like a real thing. Finally, the drinking party ended. Su Fan sent everyone out of the valley. Chu Daokun drank a little too much. He hugged Su Fan and kept talking. "Junior brother, I didn't expect you to have this ability. You actually seduced that girl Su Yun. Senior brother admires you." "I seduced shit." "Okay, he was too lazy to explain. Whatever you want to say is what it is." At this time, Zhang Junpu also came to join in the fun, but before he could say anything, he was pushed away by Su Fan. "Get out of here quickly and take good care of senior brother Daoquin." Su Myelin came over with a smile and glanced at the cave in the valley. "Are you going to stay here tonight, or go back to Ua Fairy City?" After she finished speaking, her face flushed pink, and she looked at Su Fan with a dazed look. 2 red rosy rhymes floated on her cheeks, setting off her fair skin, and her eyes were full of autumn water, as if they would squeeze out water in the next second. Such a straightforward hint. Unfortunately, Su Fan was irritated, but at this moment he had no other thoughts. "Senior sister, see you later." Su Myelin's eyes flashed with disappointment, forced a smile, and then turned and left. He had just sent the 3 people away when senior brother Daoling came over. He took out a stored ring and handed it to him. "Junior brother, these are the remaining ones, keep them." Su Fan took the stored ring and said with a smile, Senior brother, there is no need to be so anxious. Senior brother Daoling waved his hand, then turned around and looked at senior sister Suyan behind him with a smile. Junior sister, don't you have anything to say to junior brother Sufan? Senior sister Suyan looked at Sufan timidly and whispered, Junior brother, I'm leaving, you better leave quickly. Senior sister, see you later. Senior brother Daoling looked at the two of them with a smile. He still knew some of the inside story, knowing that it was senior sister Suyan who was too enthusiastic. He laughed and said, then we're leaving, and you can contact me anytime if you have anything in the future. Su Fan was relieved until the backs of the two disappeared in the dark night. He returned to the cave and packed up a little, went directly to the market to vacate the cave, and then returned to Yu Xianchang to take the teleportation array to return to the sect overnight. He didn't dare to stay here any longer, so he had to run away quickly. The next day, Su Fan went to the Internal Affairs Hall of Morin Peak to cancel his vacation, and then came to the Tibetan Dharma Hall. He came to the Jingsuo behind the main hall. After being away for so long, the house was still clean and tidy. It was obvious that someone often came to take care of it. You don't have to guess, you know, it must be one of Chu Han's girls who did it. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the futon, took out the red clay stove and tea sets, and just wanted to make a pot of spiritual tea for himself. He heard someone knocking on the door outside. Disciple Chu Han, I meet Master Su Fan, come in. The little girl pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing that Su Fan was about to make tea, she hurried over to take the red clay stove and tea sets to help him make a pot of spiritual tea. Chu Han poured a cup of tea for Su Fan, then turned around and was about to leave. You have helped me clean the house these past few months. These are what the younger generation should do. Su Fan smiled, took out a piece of evil spirit bone from the ring and handed it to Chu Han. This is for you, take it and play. Chu Han was stunned. After all, she was only in the key training stage, and she couldn't tell the origin of this thing at all. Thank you, master. Su Fan waved his hand and said, go. After looking at the little girl's back, Su Fan sat cross-legged and drank a sip of spiritual tea happily. He took out several things from the ring, picked them up one by one and looked at them carefully. According to the refining methods of the two life magic treasures provided to him by senior sister Su Yun and Zhang Junpu, Su Fan has been thinking over and over again. In fact, some giant and cultivators' life magic treasures are refined according to their own ideas. Of course, such people are geniuses with profound attainments in making instruments. Su Fan actually had such an idea, but in this way, it would inevitably delay the refining of the life magic treasure. So he has been hesitating. If he chooses one of the two options at random to save trouble and effort, there should be no problem with his instrument making level. But if he doesn't try it, Su Fan is a little unwilling. Anyway, there is no rush for this. There is nothing to do in the past few years. Spend more time to think about it. He has collected a lot of more than a dozen rare and top-grade instrument-making materials. In the future, he will go to the dark market of Xianyao Fairy City a few more times, and sooner or later he will be able to gather these materials. In the next few years, Su Fan is not going to leave the sect again. He really puts his heart into hard practice, consolidates the foundation of practice, consolidates the heart of Tao, and lays a solid foundation. After a cultivator breaks through the Jinden realm, it is an extremely long process to practice from the initial stage to the late stage of great perfection. For ordinary disciples of the sect, if they can practice to the late stage of Jinden within 300 years, they are already considered to have good talents. The sect will select a group of Yuanying seeds from such disciples and cultivate them vigorously. However, most disciples cannot break through the late stage of Jinden in their entire lives, and some people are even stuck in the middle stage for their entire lives. Even among the cultivators who break through to the great perfection of Jinden, only a very small number of them can become Yuanying. Fortunately, Su Fan is open-minded. His lifespan is hundreds of years. In his previous life, he would have been an old monster who became a spirit. It is already awesome enough, what else do you want? Moreover, Su Fan also has the game panel, a heaven-defying bug, so there is no bottleneck in his practice process. If he wanted to take a shortcut and practice the evil skill of transforming blood into magic mist, it would take him less than 10 years to break through to the middle stage of the golden elixir. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Su Mailan. In fact, it was not impossible to practice dual cultivation with this woman. Isn't it all for cultivation? If he got a red pill, his cultivation realm would definitely be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Su Fan suddenly felt hot all over. All kinds of attractive postures of Su Mailan in the past suddenly appeared in front of him, which made him a little distracted. His eyes condensed, and the Tao seed in his body exploded. Wisps of cold breath spread in his body, and then he forced himself to suppress the evil fire in his heart. This is not a solution. When will it end? Just like what Zhang Junpu said, the evil fire in his body must be vented. But who can he find to vent this fire? Is he really going to find a female cultivator in Qinglingswen? Su Fan took a deep breath, took out a jade slip from the ring, and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put down the jade slip. It must be said that this set of Hahun Dao's skills is really not simple. It can definitely be regarded as an orthodox Dao with a long history. He used to be quite repulsive to Hahun Dao. Even if he accepts it now, he doesn't have a good impression of it. Forget it, let's take it slowly. He has already entered the Chunjin demon sect and become an inner disciple. There is a long time in the future, so why take those shortcuts? Su Fan shook his head and wanted to put the jade slip back into the ring. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke came out of the jade slip in his hand, and a figure slowly appeared in the air. This figure was Su Mailan. Although it was just a phantom, it was lifelike like a real person. This is damn psychedelic Dao. Su Fan never expected that this woman would leave a back door on the jade slip. This time, Su Mailan's temperament changed completely. She was wearing a moon-white robe. Although the clothes were white and covered her figure, it also showed a kind of floating beauty with large sleeves flying. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her black hair was combed into a bun. She had a kind of simple and elegant beauty, and a noble spirit that was not worldly. Junior brother, how are you? This woman was also very powerful. She must have studied him and knew that he liked girls with this kind of temperament. Su Fan had a gloomy face and said coldly, "Senior sister, good tricks." Su Mailan smiled sweetly, and her smile was as charming as spring flowers, and the whole room was brightened immediately. The evil thoughts that had just been suppressed in Su Fan's body suddenly burst out, and a burst of heat suddenly rushed up from his lower abdomen. This woman is too tempting, who can stand it? Junior brother, I really want to practice dual cultivation with you. In fact, the Hahun Dao is most afraid of evil thoughts. It's all for the sake of being devoted to the Dao. Junior brother, do you hate me so much? After she finished speaking, her cheeks were pale, and her eyes were a little red. She looked like she was about to cry, with gloomy eyebrows and eyes, and there was a hint of resentment in her eyes. Su Fan snorted inwardly, do you think I will give in like this? Who do you think I am? The next morning, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. He sat up suddenly, thinking back to the scenes of last night, and couldn't help but sigh. He lay back, wondering why he was. Su Fan felt sick, and felt that he was no longer pure. Chapter 393, Then You Have to Go to Heaven. Su Fan lay on the ground with his face up, still recalling the beautiful scene of last night. It was obviously an illusion, but why was it exactly like the real thing? And the evil fire in his heart was vented out all at once. Su Fan felt that he had fallen. How could he let that woman succeed? But it was really fucking cool. And he clearly felt that his cultivation had increased a little. Although the progress was only a little bit, it was already very remarkable for a cultivator in the Golden Core realm. Just this little bit was enough to equal his 1 month's work. The Hahun Dao was indeed extraordinary. Just one night of void intercourse was equivalent to 1 month of cultivation. Maybe he was too pent up. He was almost busy all night yesterday. Even if he was intercourse in the illusion, he almost tortured Su Mailan to death, and finally he fucked her offline. Because her consciousness was too different from Su Fan's. At this moment, Su Fan felt refreshed. He got up from the ground and went to the backyard of the abode. He took out the kitchen utensils and cooked a big pot of braised wild beast meat. Now he had enough 5th level wild beast meat in his hand to fill several hundred square rings, and it was all top quality meat from 5th level wild beasts. Since breaking through the 4th level of the heavenly demon saint body art, Su Fan's appetite has more than doubled. Even so, these wild beast meats are enough for him to eat for several years. Su Fan has eaten a lot these days and feels that his physical strength is obviously increasing. When all the 5th level wild beast meat is eaten up, his physical body will definitely undergo another qualitative change. The big pot on the stove simmered for an hour before Su Fan opened the lid. The rich aroma immediately hit his nose. He put a big pot of braised wild beast meat on the ground table in the courtyard. The wild beast meat was stewed by him until it was mushy and looked very appetizing with thick oil and red sauce. Su Fan cut some pickled vegetables and cooked food, and made a few plates of refreshing kimchi and pickles, which was enough. He sat at the table, holding a bowl of spiritual rice, poured the braised wild beast meat with soup and meat on the rice, picked up the spoon and took a big mouthful. Oh, my God! This taste is simply amazing, absolutely delicious. After a while, the big bowl of braised wild beast meat was finished, and he also made a big bowl of spiritual rice. Su Fan took out another jar of spiritual wine, poured himself a big bowl, raised his head and drank it all. Hiss! The spiritual wine went into the throat long and spicy, and it was like a ball of hot flames rising in the body, quickly burning to the internal organs and limbs. Su Fan hurriedly ate a few bites of cooked food, which was considered to suppress the smell of alcohol. Next, he filled another big bowl of wild beast meat and ate it like a whirlwind, with oil dripping from his mouth. Su Fan was eating happily when someone knocked on the door outside the temple. He frowned immediately, put down the rice bowl, walked out and opened the door, and saw that it was Chu Han, the little girl. Greetings to the real person, you are here, come in. Chu Han followed Su Fan to the backyard and saw a large table full of dishes on the table. Especially in the big pot on the stove, the rich smell of meat filled the small courtyard. Emma, it smells so good. She swallowed her saliva, took out 2 wooden boxes from the ring, and presented them with both hands. I see that the real person likes to drink tea on weekdays, so I got 2 boxes of tea from the ancestor yesterday. I don't know if it suits the real person's taste. Su Fan took the spiritual tea, opened it and smelled it. Hey! He still knows the goods, this tea is not bad. It is definitely not comparable to the ration tea he usually drinks, and it is estimated to be worth a lot of spiritual stones. The little girl is good and has a future. Su Fan didn't know that Chu Han took the evil spirit bone yesterday and returned to the family to find his third grandfather to praise it, and then he knew that it was the evil spirit bone of the demon. It may not be a big deal for a nascent soul demon lord, but for a little girl in the key refining stage, this gift is a bit heavy. Chu Han's third grandfather certainly knew Su Fan's background, so he took out 2 boxes of treasured spiritual tea and asked the little girl to deliver it. Seeing that Su Fan was very satisfied with the spiritual tea, Chu Han also breathed a sigh of relief. Junior, I'm leaving. I won't disturb you from having a meal. Chu Han bowed and was about to leave, but she was stopped by Su Fan. Have you eaten? If not, have a bite here. Although Chu Han's saliva was about to flow down, she still waved her hand and turned to leave, but Su Fan stopped her again. Don't regret it if you don't eat. What the hell? The little girl stopped immediately after hearing this. She didn't understand what Su Fan meant. Su Fan didn't explain, turned around and walked to the stove, took out a small plate, and picked up a small piece of wild beast meat for her and put it on the table. He waved at the little girl and said, "Come here and eat this piece of meat." Chu Han was confused. What does this mean? Even if you want to keep me for dinner, you won't let me eat my fill. Why are you only giving me a small piece of meat? That's too stingy. There's a big pot of stew over there. I can smell the smell from outside. I'm almost drooling. But she didn't dare to disobey Su Fan. She hurried over and picked up the small plate, picked up the piece of meat and was about to put it in her mouth. Wait a minute, sit cross-legged, and after eating it, immediately use your Kigan to dissolve the Qi and blood. Chu Han's eyes lit up. Even if she was stupid, she knew that this meat was not simple. She quickly stuffed the meat into her mouth, then sat cross-legged and practiced a Kigan. But before the Kigan started to work, there was a boom in her body, as if it had exploded, and the extremely hot Qi and blood power rushed wildly in her body. This powerful Qi and blood power was simply not something that Chu Han, a Kigan cultivator, could withstand. Although she tried her best to dissolve it, it was useless. The violent Qi and blood power almost burst her body. At this time, she felt a palm pressing on her back. The Qi and blood power that was colliding in her body seemed to have found an outlet and was constantly swallowed by that palm. But even so, the violent Qi and blood power in her body still tortured him to death. That's not all. Chu Han also felt a hot breath swarming out from that palm and circulated along her meridians for several cycles. It was unknown how long it took before Chu Han slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, her image was very miserable. The blood, flesh, fascia, internal organs, and meridians in her body were all burning and painful. Her whole body was already soaked, as if she had just been fished out of the water, and there were still bursts of steam. In addition, a layer of black oil mud accumulated on the surface of her skin, mixed with dark blood stains, and smelled extremely fishy. Chu-Han no longer had any strength left. She sat cross-legged, panting heavily, dozing off with blurry eyes. What kind of meat is this? It's too strong. Aren't you going to wash it? Chu-Han finally reacted after hearing Su Fan's words. Then she smelled a pungent stench that almost made her vomit. She raised her arm and took a look, and was immediately stunned. Ah! Chu-Han screamed, jumped up from the ground, and ran out in a hurry. She ran to the door, turned around and bowed to Su Fan, and then fled away from the courtyard. Su Fan glanced at the little girl's back and chuckled. The 5th level wild beast meat is indeed a bit strong for a cultivator in the key refining stage, but with him helping her, it's not a big deal. Although most of the key and blood were absorbed by Su Fan, it was already a great benefit. First of all, her body and blood were completely transformed. Her body's strength could at least double, and compared with other cultivators of the same level, her blood would last longer. In addition, there were many invisible benefits, which would slowly manifest themselves in the next few tens or hundreds of years. Not only that, Su Fan had just taken the opportunity to use the power of thunder to cleanse her meridians and Danshan. In short, Chu-Han got this opportunity, which was a big bargain. The little girl was quite capable. Not only did she come to pay respects every day, but she also helped clean the house during his absence, and there was also the relationship with Chu Daokwan. This little thing was easy for him to do. Then Su Fan continued to eat, until he ate up a large pot of braised wild beast meat, and Su Fan was only 8/10 full. Su Fan simply cleaned up, then returned to the Jingsh, took out the red clay stove and tea set, and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for himself. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. The tea is good. These 2 boxes of tea weighed more than a pound, and you couldn't buy them without a few hundred high-quality spirit stones. The problem is, you can't buy this kind of top-quality spirit tea even if you have spirit stones. Chu-Han ran back to her room, washed it more than 10 times, and used several cleaning talismans before it was considered clean. Thinking of the scene just now, she was almost embarrassed to death. The real person must have smelled the pungent fishy smell on her body, which was too embarrassing. Chu-Han changed her clothes and put on a brand new robe. As soon as she walked out of the room, she felt something was wrong. Why was her body so light, as if she was stepping on the clouds? And her whole body was comfortable, even breathing felt very comfortable. Anyway, it was unprecedented comfort. Chu-Han came to the counter of the hall, and saw several girls behind the counter, all staring at her in amazement. Han, what kind of magic pill did you take? It's only been a short time. How come your skin has become so good? Several girls chattered around him, each with a look of envy on their faces. Chu-Han was a little confused. She raised her arm and looked at it. She found that her skin was like that of a newborn baby. So tender that you could squeeze out water. She was inexplicably nervous and began to think wildly while sitting in her seat. What on earth was the origin of that piece of meat that caused such a big change in her? Although Chu-Han didn't know what these changes would bring to her, she knew very well that she would definitely benefit a lot. Chu-Han reached out and picked up the cup, wanting to make a cup of flower tea for herself. Crack! Looking at the broken jade cup, she was shocked and stunned. Because Chu-Han's physical strength had been greatly enhanced, her strength was no longer what it used to be, but she had not yet fully adapted. She habitually picked up the cup, and the thin jade cup was crushed by her. This time Chu-Han was really scared. She lied and said she had something to do and had to go out. After leaving the Tibetan Dharma Hall, she drove the magic weapon to the depths of the mountain gate and came to an unknown valley. Chu-Han took out a jade talisman and entered the formation, and came to the outside of a thatched cottage at the end of the valley. Third Grandpa, something big has happened. She ran into the thatched cottage and saw an old man sitting cross-legged inside, looking at her with disgust. What are you shouting for, you? The old man said this, his eyes suddenly condensed, and he looked Chu-Han up and down. Hey, girl, come here, stretch out your hand. Chu-Han walked over obediently and stretched out her hand. The old man held the girl's wrist, then closed his eyes. After a while, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, I didn't eat those messy things. After he said that, he looked at Chu-Han again and said in a deep voice, what happened? Chu-Han was panicking in his heart, and hurriedly told her what happened just now. He also knew that Su Fan had just gone to the great wilderness. After listening to the girl's narration, he immediately understood what Chu Han had eaten. He also heard about Su Fan killing a 5th level wild beast. This kid is so brave that he actually let a little girl who practices Ki eat the meat of a 5th level wild beast. Fortunately, nothing happened, and the girl got a great advantage. Not only that, the girl's Danshan and meridians were also thoroughly cleansed. This kid still has some tricks. Thinking of this, the old man chuckled and said, "I know, get out." Chu Han was immediately annoyed and grabbed the old man's arm and shook it. "Third grandpa, you have to tell me what's going on." The old man was annoyed by her and had to say, "What they gave you to eat is good stuff, which is good for you. Your physical body has grown so much, and your strength has also increased a lot. You will get used to it in 2 days." Chu Han was relieved, as long as he didn't turn into a monster. "Third grandpa, should I thank Master Su Fan when I go back?" The old man glared at her, took out a jade bottle from his ring and threw it to Chu Han. "Get out." After the girl left, the old man sat cross-legged there and thought for a while. This kid is quite capable, should he be recruited into the family? Thinking of this, he shook his head again. This kid's qualifications are too poor. What a pity. In the next 2 years, Su Fan returned to his previous leisurely life. Except for a few days of duty in the Dharma Hall every month, he hardly left the house for the rest of the time, and stayed in the cave every day to practice hard. Even in the Dharma Hall, he had nothing to do, and stayed in the Jingshi every day without even showing his face. Now many disciples of the Chunjin demon sect don't even know that there is such a person in the sect. Anyway, he is so low-key that it is outrageous. Of course, occasionally he will go to the dark market of Xianyao Fairy City to exchange for some precious cultivation resources, and he can gain something every time. By the way, he will practice with Sumayalan in the void once a month, and he feels that his cultivation progress has obviously accelerated a lot. As for why once a month, according to Sumayalan, it is because her soul can't bear it. Su Fan has no objection. Now he has truly accepted the Helhoan Deo from the heart. There are thousands of great ways, and all paths lead to the same destination. Sumayalan had hinted more than once that she wanted to come to him, and the two of them would practice the Helhoan Maya Oxuan secret canon together. Su Fan carefully considered it, but finally declined. After all, the two were not familiar with each other yet, so let's wait for a while before we talk. In the early morning, a scorching sun jumped out from the horizon, casting a golden dawn light, covering the entire valley with a layer of golden warmth. Su Fan had breakfast and sat cross-legged on the futon. He took out a jade bottle and examined it carefully. The jade bottle contained the blood essence of a 5th level wild beast. Don't underestimate this small bottle. It took several jars of the heart essence of a 5th level wild beast, which was repeatedly refined using the red phoenix cauldron. He has already merged the blood essence of the shadow demon and inherited the 3 magical powers of this high-level demon race: invisibility, stealth and critical blow. But the shadow demon is good in everything, but its physical defense is too poor and its speed is average. Every time Su Fan used his demonized body, he could do nothing but sneak attack. Once he was discovered, he could only remove his demonized body, which was very passive every time. The 5th level wild beast was different. Although it did not have magical powers, its physical defense was simply amazing, and it was also extremely resistant to spells and magical powers. Su Fan took a deep breath, not knowing what kind of changes would come to him after fusing the blood essence of the 5th level wild beast. No matter what, let's try it first. Thinking of this, Su Fan began to cast the Blood Fusion Magic Sutra to merge a small bottle of the blood essence of the 5th level wild beast into his own blood. Of course, the fusion was still very painful, and the whole process was like purgatory. The severe pain made him scream loudly. It was unknown how long it took for the blood essence of the 5th level wild beast to be completely integrated into his blood. Su Fan panted heavily, sweating all over his body. Damn, look at what I've been practicing. Every time I do it, I have to peel off a layer of skin. Only after I fully recovered did Su Fan use the demon body. As the demon smoke spread, Su Fan's figure began to grow rapidly, and finally turned into a monster of 5 or 6 meters tall. Why do I say it's a monster? Because his image is particularly awkward at this time. Originally, the ghost demon at least retained the shape of the human race, with limbs and torso. But now, it's a bit of a half horse and half donkey. If you say he is a demon, his body looks a bit like a wild beast. If you say he's a wild beast, he looks a bit like a demon. The biggest change is that he has a tail behind him. This tail is more than 10 meters long, as thick as a bucket, and is covered with hideous barbs. There is also a ball behind the tail, which has spikes on it. Su Fan came to the nearby woods, twisted his body and swung it, and with a whoosh, the tail hit a huge rock next to him like a meteor hammer. Boom, the ball behind the tail smashed the several-meter-high boulder into pieces. Fuck. This is awesome. Su Fan just twisted his body slightly, without exerting any strength, and smashed the boulder into pieces. He twisted his body again, and the more than 10-meter-long tail instantly entangled an ancient tree that several people were hugging. The barbs on the tail pierced deeply into the ancient tree. Su Fan controlled the tail and gently pulled it, and the ancient tree that several people were hugging was instantly strangled and fell to the ground with a bang. He walked over to look at the wound on the stump, which was smooth as if it had been sawed off with a chainsaw. Not bad, not bad, this is possible. After Su Fan's demonized body, in addition to having an extra tail, his head was also different from the original. Although the original shadow demon looked a bit ugly, it at least had a human head and facial features, and at least looked a bit like a human. Now, his head looks like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Su Fan opened his mouth, revealing his ferocious fangs. Would I rush up and bite someone when I fight him in the future? Not only that, Su Fan was no longer standing upright. He was almost the same shape as a 5th-level wild beast, with pieces of tight bone armor covering his body. Fortunately, the two sturdy arms are still the same as before, but they are thicker, covered with dense scales, and the two claws are sharper. Su Fan was a little unhappy. Although it was a bit shabby before, at least the outline looked like a human. What is it now? Isn't it just a beast? No matter what, it's a beast. Let's see if the magical power of the shadow demon is still there. If it can't be invisible, it will be a lot of fun. Su Fan thought, and his huge figure slowly disappeared into the air. He was ecstatic and used stealth and fatal blow again, but the results surprised him. After fusing the blood essence of the 5th-level wild beast, the huge body that suddenly expanded to 5 or 6 meters was not affected at all whether it was invisible or stealth. And the power of fatal blow is much stronger than before. Not only that, although Su Fan did not inherit the magical power after the demonization, he also possessed some characteristics of the 5th-level wild beast. His body and strength are extremely strong, his speed is incredibly fast, and his defense is even more unreasonable. Moreover, whether it is hearing, smell, or perception, there have been earth-shaking changes. Even the slightest movement within a few miles cannot escape Su Fan's perception. Su Fan couldn't help but feel a little ecstatic. This time he was rich. He still had dozens of jars of the essence of the 5th-level wild beast. If all of them were fused into his blood using the Blood Fusion Magic Sutra, he would be so powerful. Chapter 394, I'm like a scumbag. In the next few months, Su Fan merged all the blood essence of the 5th-level wild beasts into his own blood. Now that Su Fan has used his demonic body, his size has doubled. He is nearly 10 meters tall, and if you count his tail, his length is more than 20 meters, making him a complete wild beast. Of course, the 3 magical powers of invisibility, stealth and fatal blow that were originally inherited from the shadow demon are still there. Let's put it this way, Su Fan's demonized body is now at least several times more powerful than before. He is no longer just good at sneak attacks and assassinations, even if he relies on his flesh and steel, he is still as powerful as ever. The only shortcoming now is that the demonized body is too large and cannot be used in some cramped and narrow environments. Su Fan spent a lot of time thinking about this, and finally found a solution. That is, he divided the demonized body into 3 states. The primary state only stimulates the blood of the shadow demon, which is the state before the fusion of the blood of the 5th-level wild beast. The intermediate state only stimulates the blood of the 5th-level wild beast, and the ultimate state is to stimulate both blood at the same time, which is also the complete form of the demonized body. In this way, the 3 states can be switched at will, which is enough to cope with battles in various environments. In the afternoon, the blue sky was cloudless. The sunlight shines down, making the rippling stream sparkle, reflecting into the house, and on the walls and the roof, reflecting waves. Su Fan sat in front of the grill and turned the skewers of meat on it a few times. He picked up a small brush and kept brushing the sauce on the chicken wings again and again. His movements were very skillful. Even if he returned to his previous life, he would not starve to death with this skill. Master, I've mixed it, you try it, Chuhan, who was standing next to him, came to his side with a bowl of cold mixed fungus. Su Fan picked up the fungus in the bowl and put it in his mouth to taste it. It's okay, it tastes good. Chu Han turned around and put the vegetable bowl on the table next to him, while arranging the dishes on the table, making room for the skewers. The skewers on the grill were almost cooked. Su Fan grabbed a handful of small seasonings and sprinkled them on them, turning them back and forth a few times, and then put them on the tray. Chu Han, who was standing by, took the tray and placed it in the middle of the table. Su Fan stood up, took a few skewers of chicken wings and came to the floor table, handing them to Chu Han, who was busy. Eat, it's already grilled. Chu Han took it excitedly, not caring about the heat, and took a bite directly. Maybe it was because of what happened last time. Every time he was on duty in the Tibetan Dharma Hall, this girl would come over. Anyway, she just refused to leave, and Su Fan couldn't chase her away. Fortunately, the little girl was well-behaved and smart, not annoying, and quite capable, so Su Fan didn't care about her. After a few months of getting along, the two of them became familiar with each other, and now they even cook together. Su Fan didn't reject having such a beautiful little girl by his side, who was not only diligent, but also had good eyesight and was pleasing to the eye. Anyway, in the past 2 years, Chu Han's physical blood and ki have been rising. And the spiritual energy in the meridians and Danshan has also been refined by Su Fan to be pure and solid. Chu Han ate a few skewers of chicken wings, wiped his hands with oil, and took out a bottle of spirit wine from his ring and handed it to Su Fan. Master, I took it from my father last night. This is his treasure. Su Fan took the spirit wine and looked at it in his hand. The wine is not low in age, and it looks good. Since she became familiar with Su Fan, this girl often took some spirit tea, spirit food, spirit wine and so on from home. This is the first time. Su Fan calculated that the things the little girl brought over alone are worth a lot of spirit stones. In fact, he guessed that it should be the elders of her family who did it on purpose. Anyway, both parties are tacitly aware of it and take what they need. You should take it back. If your father knows about it, he will break your legs, Tisk. I'm not afraid of him, master, just drink it. Su Fan shook his head after hearing this, slapped the mud seal of the jade bottle, and poured himself a cup. The wine glass was suddenly filled with mist, and even the courtyard was filled with a mellow fragrance. Su Fan picked up the wine glass and smelled it. He felt the aroma of the wine, and he felt refreshed. The true energy in his body seemed to be stronger. Chu Han next to him looked at Su Fan pitifully and said, Master, I want to try it too. Why should a child drink wine? Drink your juice. Chu Han was scolded and reluctantly went to the refrigerator to get a jar of ice juice, staring at the spiritual wine in Su Fan's glass. Su Fan ignored the little girl's eyes. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip. A flash of hotness flashed through his throat, which made his heart burn. The moment the wine went down his throat, a clear and perceptible warm current melted in his body and flowed through his limbs and bones. The whole person felt an indescribable sense of physical and mental comfort, as if all the tendons and veins in his body were opened up at once. This spiritual wine is indeed extraordinary. After a while, Su Fan had dissolved the rich spiritual energy and was about to pour himself another cup when the communication array on his waist began to vibrate. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Zhang Junpu. Why are you looking for me? Are you in the sect, in the cave or the Dharma Hall? I'm in the Dharma Hall. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Su Fan put away the communication array, and then put the bottle of spiritual wine that Chu Han sent into his ring. Such a good spiritual wine must not be seen by this guy. After a while, Zhang Junpu walked into the yard. Haha. I came at the right time. After saying this, the guy sat down at the table, and Chu Han next to him saluted the two of them obediently. Two masters, the junior is outside, just tell me if you have anything. Su Fan waved his hand and sent the little girl away. Turning around, he saw Zhang Junpu looking at him with a half smile, and his face looked particularly mean. I can see that you're a repressed person. You can even do that to such a young girl. Su Fan ignored him. It would be a waste of time to explain to him. Seeing that Su Fan ignored him, Zhang Junpu chuckled. Senior Sister Suan, have you been here recently? Su Fan rolled his eyes. Is this guy idle? He cares about everything. Since he parted with Senior Sister Suan last time, she would contact him every now and then, and every time she would talk about nothing. Su Fan was too lazy to pay attention, and just responded with and But this woman didn't seem to realize that Su Fan was just perfunctory. She would send a message from time to time, and would talk to him about trivial things. I haven't seen her in the past 2 years, no way. It is said that this matter has spread in the Demon Zhuan Divine sect, and several elite disciples in their sect have spread the word that they want to meet you. Su Fan was almost amused. Don't these people have nothing to do? Come if you want to. Find me first. Zhang Junpu laughed and said, You, what can I say about you? You have been in the sect for so long, but few people in the sect know you. He smiled strangely and said, A few days ago, junior sister Myelin asked me about you. Su Fan was stunned. Did the two of them just practice dual cultivation in the void a few days ago? Why did she ask this guy about herself? This woman is not coming over. To be honest, if Su Myelin really came, he really didn't know how to refuse. And he was a little looking forward to it. What should he do? These female cultivators who practiced a Helhoan Dao were really hard to deal with. Even he couldn't resist them when they provoked them. What did she ask you about me? Nothing, just asking what you do every day in the mountain gate. This girl probably cares about you. After Zhang Junpu finished speaking, he took out a storage ring and handed it to Su Fan. This is what she asked me to give you. Su Fan took the ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He found that it was filled with a lot of things, including some elixirs, talismans and other cultivation materials, as well as several exquisite boxes. It seems that Su Myelin did not tell this guy about their dual cultivation in the void. This woman is okay. Not only is she clear-headed, but she is also quite reliable. Don't talk nonsense. After all, I am an elite disciple of a famous family. How can I be interested in me? Come on, senior sister Suan, junior sister Myelin, and that little girl just now. Look at you, you are a playboy. I admire you for this. I admire you. What the hell is wrong? I am like a scumbag. How can I be a playboy? I have nothing to do with them. I haven't even touched their hands. Don't slander me. He and Su Myelin's dual cultivation in the void certainly does not count. The two of them are practicing, pure as can be. Then why do they all like you? Why doesn't anyone like me? How did you see that she's attracted to me? Now everyone in our circle knows that senior sister Suayan is having an affair with you. I don't need to tell you about senior sister Myelin either. You know how picky they are. Su Fan was so angry that he laughed. Rumors are really harmful. If it was senior sister Myelin, that would make sense, but the two of them were just practicing dual cultivation in the void, all for the sake of the great Dao. But what about him and senior sister Suayan? Nothing happened at all, but the rumors were made up. Whatever they want to say, let them spread it. Anyway, he didn't do anything. Zhang Junpu took a sip of wine, and then looked at Su Fan carefully for a while. Su Fan was so scared by his gaze. Anyone would be scared if a grown man stared at him like that. What the hell are you looking at? I like girls. Zhang Junpu curled his lips and said indignantly, what do you think they see in you? I still want to know. Take senior sister Su Yun for example. There is nothing between her and me, but the rumors are all over the city. Su Fan got angry just thinking about it. He originally wanted to deal with this matter coldly, thinking that it would die down after a while. Who would have thought that the rumors would get more and more outrageous? In fact, senior sister Su Yun was responsible for this matter. Facing so many rumors, she didn't even say a word. Su Fan couldn't figure it out. The impact of this kind of shit on him could be completely ignored. But the impact on this woman was huge. After all, she was a female cultivator. Zhang Junpu glanced at Su Fan and said, in fact, as soon as you entered the family, Lao Chu's family intended to recruit you to marry into the family. What the hell? Marry into the family? They actually wanted me to marry into the family. What a wonderful thing. But Lao Chu denied this. He knew that you couldn't marry into the family. Senior brother Dao Kun is okay. He knows what kind of person I am. In fact, Lao Chu's idea is to find a sister from his family to marry you. Come on, I already have a Taoist partner. You are here today. Go back and tell brother Dao Kun for me. Don't talk about this matter. You know, I already have a Taoist partner. Zhang Junpu was stunned for a moment, and said, what's wrong with having a Taoist partner? It's nothing for a cultivator to marry more. I don't care how many people others marry. Anyway, I won't marry again. Su Fan didn't want to find these family members. Once he got involved, he would never be able to stay quiet. Zhang Junpu hurriedly said, don't, actually, I have a sister from my family who is also pretty good. She is good looking and talented. Otherwise, Before this guy finished speaking, Su Fan waved his hand and interrupted him. Stop, you'd better save your breath. I didn't expect that Zhang Junpu, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, was also planning to go after me. Actually, it's okay for you to play with senior sister Su Ayan and that girl Myelin, but nothing will come of it. Our Zhang family's status in the sect is reasonable, and with our friendship, wouldn't it be better to be closer? It's better to be more practical. Hearing this, Su Fan immediately got angry. You mean, I'm not worthy of them? The relationship between Zhang Junpu and Su Fan was already there, so he was very direct and didn't need to hint euphemistically. It's not that I'm not worthy of them, it's that the gap between you two is too big, and you are not a good match. Why do you have to force yourself to be together? Zhang Junpu's words were right, and the reason was the same, but Su Fan was very unhappy after hearing it. Damn it, if you ignore me today, I will make you out of your league tomorrow. In fact, he was just talking nonsense. Unless he breaks through to the nascent soul realm in the future, people will really not take him seriously. Su Fan didn't want to talk about these things anymore, so he changed the subject. By the way, what kind of forced tasks do the giant and cultivators of the Chunjin demon sect have? It has been several years. When he entered the sect, the demon king told him that he had to complete a sect mission in 10 years. It has not been a few years now, so he should have an idea in mind. Zhang Junpu was stunned and said, "Why are you asking this? You just entered the sect not long ago?" Su Fan smiled bitterly and said, "When I entered the sect, I asked the sect for 10 years of hard training, and then completed a mission for the sect." Zhang Junpu nodded and said, "You will lose out in this way. The giant and cultivators of Cultivation must serve in the plain battlefield for 5 years every 100 years. You are going a little early. It's okay, I have to go once anyway." Zhang Junpu thought so too. It might not work for someone else, but with this guy's strength, going there is not a big deal. Generally, the sect's self-improvement mission is to go to the plain battlefield. The plain battlefield, what is that place, and is there any difference from the ordinary plain battlefield? The difference is huge, just like the Yun's realm we went to together, that is the plain opened up by our own sect. It is also the territory of our own sect. At this point, Zhang Junpu picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The plain battlefield is different. It is the main battlefield between the human cultivators and the demons in the King Kwang Star region. No matter whether you are from the immortal sect or the demon sect, no matter whether you are an ordinary disciple or an elite disciple, you will be dispersed and thrown to the front line to fight with the demons. After listening to Zhang Junpu's explanation, Su Fan finally understood the situation of the plain battlefield. In that kind of place, a giant and cultivator is just a cannon fodder, and can only leave it to fate. If you are unlucky, you will be gone. Have you been to the plain battlefield? I haven't been there yet. Anyway, one counts as one, no one can escape, and you have to go sooner or later. Su Fan was relieved after hearing this. Although the kind of battlefield is very cruel, it is really not a big deal for him. There are many cultivators in that environment, and it is too easy to slack off. As long as you find a way to survive before your team dies, it will be fine. By the way, buddy, I won't be there for many years. Why don't we go to the plain battlefield together to serve, and we can take care of each other? Su Fan nodded and said, "Okay, let's just call senior brother Dao Qin as well." Zhang Junpu shook his head and said, "Forget about old Chu, he's already been there, like senior sister Suan, senior brother Dao Ling, and junior sister Myajin, they've all been there too." Chapter 395 Then you can go away. Zhang Junpu drank with Su Fan until midnight, then left in a daze. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the mat in the abode, used his internal energy to dissolve the alcohol, and then began to think. It seemed that he would definitely not be able to avoid the plain battle in a few years, but he didn't take it too seriously. It would be good to go early, and there would be nothing to do in the next 100 years. While he was daydreaming, the communication array on his waist began to vibrate slightly. Su Fan took the array from his waist and saw that it was a message from senior sister Su Yun. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, then activated the array. "What are you doing?" Senior sister Su Yun might have drunk alcohol, and her tone was a little lazy and decadent. "Sleeping. What else can I do? I'm disturbing your rest. I know you're still asking. Let's end it." "Okay, miss, I'm fine. Is there anything?" "Nothing. I just can't sleep. I want to talk to you." "What the hell is there to talk about? The night is long. What if a man and a woman talk about something?" "Let's do it some other time. I've been busy all day and I'm tired." His words were quite straightforward, But the young lady across from him didn't seem to understand. Su Fan, my family is going to arrange a marriage for me again, and there's such a good thing. Your family should marry you off as soon as possible to bring trouble to others. Isn't that good? What's good about that? I don't want to get married. How childish. You're already in your 40s. Why are you pretending to be innocent? Then you can't stay single for your whole life, right? Do you want to be a widow? Senior sister Su Yun got furious when she heard that, and said angrily, I want to find someone I like. Su Fan rolled his eyes. It seems that he was wrong. This woman is not pretending to be innocent at all. She is really stupid. This young lady is a bit like those literary young women in the previous life. You'd better get married. You'll know in a few years. It doesn't matter who you marry. No, I must meet someone I like, or I'd rather be a widow for the rest of my life. Su Fan almost laughed out loud. Maybe he has read too many female-oriented novels. A love-brained person. Then you just wait. Sooner or later you will meet someone you like. I have met someone. Su Fan was a little panicked when he heard this, and hurriedly said, Then I wish you happiness. I need to rest. Let's talk another day. Wait a minute. I want to go over to find you. What a joke. There are already a lot of rumors outside. If you come over now, it will make the rumors true. Su Fan is an experienced person and has long stopped believing in love. The so-called love at first sight, in fact, is just the impulse of ignorance when young. In his opinion, the shelf life of that thing is no more than 3 years. Oh, unfortunately, I just accepted a mission and will leave tomorrow. It will probably take 1 or 2 years to come back. Oh. Then wait for you to come back. The two chatted for a few more sentences, and Su Fan cut off the communication array and breathed a long sigh of relief. No matter what, don't let this woman get entangled. He can't afford to offend literary young women. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something, took out a stored drink from his bosom, and took out the things inside. I don't know what Su Mailin was thinking. She actually asked Zhang Junpu to send him something. The two of them were just practicing together in the void. In his previous life, he had never seen anyone who could have real feelings when chatting online through video. The stored drink contained several bottles of elixirs needed for Jinlin stage cultivation, and several third-level top-grade auxiliary talismans, which were exactly what he could use. In addition, there were 3 exquisite boxes. Su Fan opened a box and smiled bitterly. There was a piece of underwear of this woman in it. What the hell, I'm not a fetishist. Am I giving this thing to them to add to their fun? He shook his head and opened the other 2 boxes. He was stunned at the time. There were 2 4th-level bone talismans in them. Although the things were good, he was a little unsure. Sending such expensive things, what on earth does this woman want to do? Su Fan thought for a moment, his eyes focused, and his consciousness swept over several boxes, and he immediately revealed a bitter smile. He knew. The female cultivators of the psychedelic way were too annoying. Su Fan concentrated again, and wrapped the undergarment with his consciousness. With a bang, a puff of smoke rose, and then a phantom quickly appeared. Senior sister, you gave me so many things, I am very honored. I like you, isn't it okay? What does it mean? Is it because I made her happy? This woman has to take care of herself? Su Fan doesn't mind being a gigolo. Senior sister, how can I be so embarrassed? Senior sister will come to see you tomorrow. Su Mailin's voice was soft and tender, and it floated straight into his heart, and Su Fan was immediately. Come on, junior brother will prepare a bed to welcome you. After hearing Su Fan's words, Su Mailin's breathing became rapid, but she was inexplicably afraid. Thinking of this, Su Mailin couldn't help but tremble, and decided to wait a little longer. Even though she practices the way of heroin, she has always been communicating with people in the void, and she is not ready yet. After a while, senior sister will go to see you. Fuck. I've taken off my pants, and you said you can't come. Seeing that Su Fan's face was a little bad, Su Mailin covered her mouth and laughed, and the shadow slowly walked over. Junior brother, let's practice. You have aroused my anger, and you use this to deal with me. What are you thinking? No, absolutely not. The next morning, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. He found that he was becoming more and more depraved. He couldn't resist the temptation so much. He easily gave in without much resistance last night. Fortunately, the evil fire in his heart was also vented. Su Fan got up from the ground, washed up simply, and then went to the yard to prepare some food. At this time, Chu Han walked in from outside. There is a senior from the Demon Zhuan sect outside, who wants to see the real person. Su Fan frowned immediately, and had a bad premonition in his heart, and roughly guessed the other party's identity. Go and bring him in, he said, and then he came to the temple and sat cross-legged on the futon. After a while, Chu Han let a middle-aged giant and cultivator in. She brewed a pot of spiritual tea for the two of them, and then quietly left the temple. The other party was over 40 years old, handsome, white as jade, with a bookish look between his eyebrows, and a pair of phoenix eyes with a faint gleam of brilliance. Yi Xiaoyu from the demonic divine sect, I am sorry for coming here in a presumptuous way, junior brother, it seems that my guess was not wrong, he is really from senior sister Su Yun's family, but you don't ask your own children, but come to me for trouble. Su Fan poured a cup of spiritual tea for the other party and said with a smile, I don't know why you are here, senior brother. Yi Xiaoyu picked up the teacup and took a sip, then looked at Su Fan with a smile. I came here this time just to ask you a question, please tell me, junior, I'll be frank. I wonder if you have any contact with my sister Suan. I don't have any contact with her. Since we parted last time, you and senior sister Suan haven't seen each other for nearly 3 years. Junior, are you serious? Su Fan was immediately happy. Damn it, if you don't believe it, forget it. Seeing Su Fan's unchanged expression, Yi Xiaoyu hurriedly cupped his hands. Junior, don't blame me. It's just that there have been rumors in the sect recently that Suan and Junior have a close relationship, so the ancestor of my family sent me here to ask Junior. Su Fan frowned and said in a deep voice, senior sister Suan and I have nothing to do with each other. Yi Xiaoyu was obviously relieved after hearing this. This is why he was sent here by the ancestor. It was obviously a hard job. He had thought of several countermeasures, including threats and bribery, but he didn't expect that the other party would deny it flatly, and judging from the other party's expression, he didn't seem to be lying, which saved him trouble. He smiled, then cupped his hands to Su Fan. Since junior brother said so, I'm relieved. Junior brother, please don't blame me. My family has just arranged a marriage for that girl Su Yun. These rumors are spreading at this time. Of course, my family must clarify the matter. Okay, since it's been clarified, you can get out. Senior brother, is there anything else? Yi Xiaoyu heard it, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face, but he was well-mannered. He smiled and stood up, cupped his hands, and then turned and left the abode. After a while, Chu Han, the girl, walked in with a gossipy face. Master, who is that person? I see he looks sour. Su Fan was angry, and he glared at him and said angrily, children, don't ask about adults' affairs. Chu Han was scolded. She shrank her neck and left the abode in shame. Although it was understandable that someone came to ask, he was still unhappy. Damn, although the other party didn't say anything, there was a meaning in his words, that is, if you want to date our Su Yun, you are not worthy. And Su Fan also understood a little bit. The rumors about him and senior sister Su Yun must have something to do with this woman. It's okay if she doesn't deny it, maybe she is still fanning the flames behind the scenes. Although reason told Su Fan that the status of the two was indeed not on the same level, he was still holding his breath and felt very unhappy. After a long time, he calmed down. It's better not to think about these things that have nothing to do with him. There are better things to do with his time. Time passed like water, and 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. Su Fan's life is still the same. Except for a few days of duty in the Tibetan Dharma Hall every month. He almost never leaves the house and practices hard in the cave. He also practices with Su Myalin once a month, and until now she has not come to Chunjin Demon Sect to see him. Su Fan can see that this woman is just a mouth cannon. In the backyard of Su Fan's abode in the Tibetan Dharma Hall, Su Fan and Zhang Junpu sat at the floor table, drinking wine leisurely. On the table was a steaming Sichuan hot pot, surrounded by several plates of freshly cut meat slices, as well as tripe, yellow throat, shrimp paste, meatballs and blood tofu, all of which were from the 5th level wild beasts. There were also many vegetarian dishes, such as spiritual mushrooms, spiritual fungus, cabbage, winter melon, lotus root slices, tofu, etc. The floor table could not accommodate them, so they were placed on the ground next to it. At this moment, Zhang Junpu was sitting cross-legged next to him, practicing his skills to dissolve the huge blood and qi in his body. Su Fan, on the other hand, was like nothing had happened. He sat at the floor table and kept scooping out the meat from the pot and eating it in big mouthfuls. It was so spicy that he was sweating all over. However, it was really fucking enjoyable. After eating the 5th level wild beast meat for 3 years, Su Fan's physical strength had more than doubled, and his blood and ki had become more and more rich. The biggest change was the physical defense ability. Ordinary magic weapons and spiritual weapons could not break his physical defense at all. But now the changes in the physical body have become smaller and smaller. Maybe it's because he ate too much 5th level wild beast meat. Now when he eats it, Su Fan doesn't react as much as before. Huh? Zhang Junpu let out a long breath, then picked up some spiritual mushrooms with chopsticks and threw them into the pot. It's really powerful. Su Fan looked at him with disgust. This guy ate a lot of 5th level wild beast meat, but his physical body didn't grow much? Where are you going this time? Zhang Junpu took a sip of spiritual wine and said, I don't know. I usually don't care. It's old Chu who arranges it. After he finished speaking, he laughed and said, do you want to know about senior sister Suan? I don't know why. There has been almost no news from that woman in the past year, and Su Fan almost forgot about her. This guy actually mentioned her, just because he was full. I don't want to. Su Fan's words almost choked Zhang Junpu to death. I heard that senior sister Su Yan's family arranged a marriage for her, but the girl refused to agree, and later she secretly ran away to the outside world. Su Fan smiled bitterly to himself. There was nothing that these literary young women would not dare to do, such as running away to the outside world to escape marriage. In any case, she finally left. At this time, Chu Han walked in from outside. She took out a bottle of spirit wine from her ring and put it on the table. I brought this from home last night. Let the two masters have a taste. Zhang Junpu picked up the spirit wine and took a look at it, and said, you are a very brave girl, haha. Su Fan smiled and said, it's noon now, you should sit down and have a bite. Chu Han waved his hand quickly and said, I won't disturb the two masters. I'll take my leave. After the little girl left, Zhang Junpu came over and whispered something. Have you taken her down? Su Fan rolled his eyes and said angrily. She is still a child. How can you be so mean? I can be her father. Although senior sister and Gu Qinghun also called him dad, it was not the same thing. Come on, why do I see that little girl's eyes shining brightly when she looks at you? After hearing what Zhang Junpu said, Su Fan pointed at him. Only people like you with dirty hearts would have such dark thoughts. Zhang Junpu smiled and said, what's the matter? We cultivators are not ordinary people. Why do we care about those things? I just raised a few little female cultivators. Su Fan rolled his eyes. He had never seen such a shameless person. How about it? Is she beautiful? Haha. Of course she is beautiful. I'll let you play with her one day, but forget it. He doesn't have the hobby of drinking other people's pot-washing water. Forget it. I never want what others have left behind. Su Fan's words almost made Zhang Junpu's nose crooked. Is this what human language is? At this time, the communication array disc on Zhang Junpu's waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and took a look, then activated the array disc, and a phantom of Chiu Dao-kun popped out instantly. Old Chiu, why are you looking for me? Junior brother, this mission is cancelled. Why? Did you accept the mission? Did you say you would leave next month? The century-old space-time arena in the King Kong star field is about to open, and my master asked me to retreat for a few months. Okay, then I'll find someone to go there myself. The two chatted for a few more words before Zhang Junpu cut off the communication array disc. What the hell is going on? Old Chu can't go. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Su Fan and laughed. Brother, why don't you come with me? Su Fan waved his hand and said, get out, I'm fine here. I don't want to accompany you to mess around. Brother, you are idle every day. What's wrong with helping me once? Stop talking nonsense. I'm not going. Zhang Junpu threw the cup in anger and cursed. You are not a human being. Su Fan was not annoyed at all, and laughed. You and Su Mailin can go. Why do you have to drag me? Old Chu is not here. I'm not sure. After Zhang Junpu finished speaking, he said with a bitter face, brother, are you just going to watch me and do nothing? I'm not your father. Your life or death is none of my business. Zhang Junpu hardened his heart and said, then I'll call you dad. Will you go? Su Fan rolled his eyes. This guy is so shameless that he can even say such words. Chapter 396, even less responsible than a scumbag. Although Zhang Junpu almost knelt down and called him dad, Su Fan still didn't agree to go with him. In fact, this guy is quite capable, but he is not very persistent. He follows Chiu-Deo-Kun around every day and has never taken on any responsibility. How can this go on? If he doesn't lead the team alone for a few times, he will never grow up. Zhang Junpu went to the battlefield outside the domain with deep resentment, and Su Mailin also went with him. Their family also sent some people to join their team. Su Fan was not worried about the safety of the two. Last time in the dangerous situation of Yun's realm, both of them were able to survive, which means that both of them have a trump card to save their lives. After sending Zhang Junpu away, Su Fan resumed his peaceful life in the next few months. The 10 years in Chunjin Demon Sect were also the most peaceful days since he traveled to this world of cultivation. Except for a trip to Devours on the way, he almost never left the mountain gate. Moreover, he usually stayed at home, stayed in the cave or the Tibetan Dharma hall to practice hard, and lived a leisurely life. But he also knew that such days were about to end. After all, when he first entered the sect, the Demon King had told Su Fan that he would complete a sect mission in 10 years. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be sent to serve in the plain battlefield for 5 years. That morning, Su Fan was drinking tea in the monastery of the Tibetan Dharma hall, and suddenly received a message from the Internal Affairs Hall saying that the Demon King Jialuo summoned him. After receiving this message, he frowned immediately. The 10-year period has not yet arrived, so is he going to perform the sect mission now? Su Fan came to the sect affairs hall of Morin Peak and came to a monastery under the guidance of the on-duty disciple. Disciple Su Fan, I pay my respects to the Demon King Jialuo, come in. Su Fan hurriedly pushed the door open and walked in, and saw the Demon King Jialuo sitting cross-legged there. Seeing him coming, the old demon nodded at him. Sit down. Su Fan bowed to the Demon King Jialuo, and then sat down cross-legged. You have been a disciple for almost 10 years. Su Fan thought for a moment and said, My lord, it will be 10 years in a little over a year. Lord Jialuo laughed and said, You kid, since you joined the sect, you have never left the mountain gate except for going to the great wilderness heaven once. This is not okay. What Lord Demon is teaching is that the disciple is terrified. Hearing Su Fan say this, Lord Jialuo knew that this kid had the right idea, so he didn't bother with him. You also promised me that you would complete a sect mission in 10 years. This time I summoned you to say hello to you. When he said this, he smiled and glanced at Su Fan. Do you know the 100 Years Arena in the Blue Sky Star region? After hearing Lord Jialuo's words, Su Fan was immediately confused. What the hell? Could it be that the Chunjin Demon Sect wanted him to participate in the time and space arena in the Blue Sky Star region, which is held once every 100 years? What a joke. Can he go to that place? Besides, he is not qualified. Isn't it that only the top 10 disciples in the sect's battle record list can participate? My lord, I have heard about the 100 Years Space Arena in the Blue Sky Star domain. Only the top 10 disciples in the sect's battle record list are eligible to participate. After hearing Su Fan's words, Demon Lord Jialuo pointed at him with a smile. Don't pretend to be confused, you are included this time. This is also the unanimous opinion of several demon lords in the sect. Su Fan was immediately anxious. Why? My lord, my disciple's strength is low. If I go there, I am afraid that I will bring shame to the sect. Please take back your order. Demon Lord Jialuo's nose was almost crooked when he heard it. Don't I know how strong you are? This time, I made an exception to let you participate in the 100 Years Space Arena in the Blue Sky Star domain. That was carefully considered by several demon lords in the sect. This is a sect mission, you must accept it. What a broken rule. No wonder the Chunjin Demon Sect summoned me to join. It turned out that they wanted me to be their thugs. The Chunjin Demon Sect is too bullying. Demon Lord Jialuo glanced at him and said with a smile, From today on, you are the elite disciple of my Chunjin Demon Sect. I have been a disciple for almost 10 years. What have you been doing before? Now you want me to fight for you, so you promoted me to an elite disciple. Isn't it to save the benefits of these 8 or 9 years? I have arranged it. You go to the hall to handle the formalities later. Seeing that Su Fan had a resentment on his face, Demon Lord Jialuo quickly comforted him and took out a jade slit and handed it to him. All disciples who participate in this time and space arena will receive some additional benefits from the sect. You can go back and see for yourself. After he said that, he thought for a while and said, After participating in this time and space arena, you will not be assigned any sect tasks in the next 30 years. Demon Lord Jialuo knew that this kid was very lazy. He had been a disciple for almost 10 years, and his butt had basically not moved. In order to win over this kid, he must give him some sweet things, otherwise, with this kid's character, he would definitely slack off in the time and space arena. In fact, he thought too much. No matter what benefits the Chunjin demon sect promised Su Fan, he would not work hard in the time and space arena. Su Fan took the jade slip, stood up from the ground, bowed respectfully, and then turned and left the abode. Looking at his back, Demon Lord Jialuo laughed and took out the communication array. "Brother, I just summoned that kid, he." "What's his reaction?" Demon Lord Jialuo sighed and said, "Not very good, some resistance. It's okay. It is said that this kid is greedy for money, and I will reward him with something in the name of the sect in a few days. Why not reward him more? This time, the 100 years of time and space arena is counting on this kid, Alice. I don't ask for any breakthroughs, as long as I don't embarrass myself like the previous two arenas." Demon Lord Jialuo chatted for a few words before cutting off the communication array. When the sect summoned this kid to join the sect, the reason why they did not directly promote him to an elite disciple was actually because they did not want to expose Su Fan, this killer. At that time, Su Fan killed the super insect king in Yun's realm, which caused a sensation in Cultivation and attracted the attention of many people. Now it has been almost 10 years, and it is time to use him. There is no way. In these years, Chunjin demon sect has not produced many decent elite disciples. In the previous 2 times in the century-old space-time arena in King Kwang Star Domain, the sect returned with nothing, and almost all the elite disciples sent out were killed. Compared with other super sects in Cultivation, it can be said that it has lost face. In any case, this time we can only pin our hopes on this kid, and we don't ask for anything else, as long as we can save some face. Su Fan came to the sect hall outside, and he was very unhappy. That is the century-old space-time arena in King Kwang Star Domain. There must be elites from all planes inside, and the danger can be imagined. If it doesn't work, just run away. But he thought about it and felt that this idea was ridiculous. Are the several demon kings of Chunjin demon sect just decorations? Su Fan came to the counter in the main hall of the sect. A foundation building disciple saw him coming and stood up respectfully to salute. "Uncle Master, is there anything I can do for you?" Su Fan did not speak, but took out his identity J talisman and handed it to the other party. The foundation building disciple on duty was stunned for a moment, and quickly took the identity J talisman and scanned it on the microarray disc next to him, and a light screen popped up. Seeing the information on the light screen, the other party was stunned. Who is this person? He was promoted directly from an inner disciple to an elite disciple. In order to become an elite disciple, the people in the inner sect are almost breaking their heads in open and secret struggles, and even hundreds of people are competing for a place. But this gentleman was promoted directly. He looked at Su Fan again. He had seen almost all the Jindans Henrin in the sect, but this uncle was very unfamiliar to him. Looking at the light screen again, he was even more confused, because Su Fan had not been a disciple for 10 years. This was a bit weird. He had been a disciple for more than 100 years, and this was the first time he encountered such a strange thing. Su Fan was not happy to begin with, and after waiting for a long time, the other party still didn't do it for him, so he was a little impatient. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" The on-duty foundation building disciple heard it and hurriedly said, No, wait a moment, I will do it for you right away." After he said that, he began to handle the procedures for Su Fan. The procedures for handling elite disciples were extremely cumbersome. Fortunately, the Demon Lord Jialuo had already made arrangements in advance, so it took less than an hour to complete it. Su Fan not only changed his identity J talisman, but also left his soul lamp in the sect. The on-duty foundation building disciple stood up respectfully and presented the new identity J talisman with both hands. "Uncle, I have already handled it for you." Su Fan took the identity J talisman and hung it on his waist. He turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by the on-duty disciple, who handed him a stored ring. "Uncle, wait a moment, there are 10 years of elite disciple benefits inside, and the sect has already made up for you." Su Fan was stunned, and he took the stored ring. His eyes focused, and his spiritual sense scanned the storage ring, and found that it was full of various cultivation materials. "That's about right." Su Fan nodded to the disciple on duty, turned around and left the sect hall. "Master, take care." He sat down only after Su Fan's figure disappeared. Several disciples on duty beside him had already noticed that his face looked a little strange, and they all came up to ask. After listening to his narration, The disciples on duty were all dumbfounded. I know who he is. Isn't this real person the one who has been in the Tibetan Dharma Hall? You mean the Wu-Wei real person? That's impossible. That's him. I have a sister on duty in the Tibetan Dharma Hall, and I saw this real person when I went to find him. It is said that this Wu-Wei real person is the descendant of a certain demon lord in the sect. It seems that the rumor is true. Su Fan walked out of the sect hall and looked up at the sky. The sky was covered with leaden clouds, and the dark clouds kept falling, as if covered with a heavy haze, making people feel unhappy. It was almost the same as his mood at the moment, very bad. Su Fan sighed. Just go, anyway he can't run away. At worst, when we get there, we can just find a place where no one is around and hide there for a few months. Su Fan returned to the monastery of the Tibetan Dharma Hall and sat cross-legged on the futon. He just took out a red clay stove and tea set, wanting to make a pot of spiritual tea for himself. At this time, the door outside opened, and Chuhan ran in excitedly. As soon as the little girl came in, she bowed and said excitedly, "Congratulations, Master, for becoming an elite disciple of the sect." Su Fan was dumbfounded. He had just completed the formalities. How did this girl know about it? No, he had to ask what was going on. Wait a minute. How did you know that I became an elite disciple? Chuhan came up with a smile, took the red clay stove and tea set from Su Fan's hands, and helped him make a pot of spiritual tea. You just came out of the sect hall, and this matter has already spread throughout the sect. This is fucking. Su Fan sighed secretly. It seems that he still underestimated the importance of elite disciples in everyone's mind. But for Su Fan, he would rather not be this elite disciple. Staying in the cave to practice hard every day, and playing in the Dharma Hall for a few days every month, isn't that nice? It seems that I can't stay here any longer. Maybe someone will come to my door soon, and I won't be quiet when that happens. Thinking of this, Su Fan glanced at Chuhan. Go and ask for leave from Master Shopping for me. Just say that I have something to do, and I have to go out for a few days. After he said that, he stood up from the ground and walked out in a hurry. Chuhan was stunned. What happened to this gentleman? Others who became elite disciples would hold a big banquet and accept congratulations from all sides. But this gentleman ran away directly. Is it something shameful to become an elite disciple of a sect? Master, wait for me. Chuhan chased him out, but there was no trace of Su Fan. Su Fan didn't even go back to the cave. He flew to Yu Fairy City with his magic weapon and took the long-distance transmission array directly to Yu Fairy City. As he expected, someone came to his door not long after he left. Anyway, in the next few days, there were at least 800 disciples from the sect who came to the Dharma Hall, including children from various families, or elders from various halls. There were all kinds of people. Even Su Fan's cave was not quiet. And people came to visit him every day. As soon as Su Fan walked out of the teleportation formation, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Zhang Junpu. Su Fan activated the array disc, and a phantom of this guy popped out instantly. Brother, you are good. You have become an elite disciple of the sect so quickly. You are good at it. I don't care about elite disciples. If you have anything to say it quickly. What are you wasting time on? I have returned to Cultivation, and I will return to the sect in the next 2 days. When I go back, I will set up a few tables for you and introduce you to a few senior brothers from the sect. Introduce a bullshit, and set up a few tables. I am not in the mood for that. No, I'm not in the sect now. Let's talk about it later. You said that you're a person. Now your status is different from before. It's time to build your own network in the sect. Su Fan knew that Zhang Junpu was doing this for his own good, but unfortunately he didn't care about it at all. If there was a better place one day, he would just leave without hesitation, which was even more irresponsible than a scumbag. Brother, you should know me and know what kind of person I am, so don't follow the crowd. Brother, even if I don't get involved, you can't avoid the harassment of other disciples in the sect. If I can't afford to offend them, can I hide from them? Anyway, he is not going to return to the sect in the next few months, so he might as well rent a cave in Xianchang under an assumed name and live there. I have left the sect and will not return to the sect in a short time. You guy, what can I say to you? I will come to you in a few days, and we can have a good drink. Su Fan cut off the communication array disc, and just as he was about to put it away, he found that the array disc was vibrating again. This time, it was Chu Daoquan who sent the message. He sighed and had to activate the formation. Junior brother, congratulations. Thank you. Senior brother, where are you? I'll arrange a party in Yuzianchang tonight to celebrate for you. Senior brother, what a coincidence. I just left the sect. You left the sect. Junior brother, I still haven't found my life treasure, so I'm out looking for materials. Okay, contact me when you return to the sect. Then, Su Mailan's message arrived. This little thing has been spread to other sects. Congratulations, congratulations. Tomorrow I'm going to Chunjin Demon Sect. You can't be away. This woman knows everything in her mind, and she only knows how to seduce me. So annoying. Senior sister, I just left the sect. I knew it, you know it, but still ask, making people feel uncomfortable. Wait a few days, I'll go to the Heart Demon Temple to find you. If you really come, I may not be in the sect. This time he knew he was scared. What did he do earlier? I told you to hook up with me when you have nothing to do, and if you don't come, I'll come to find you. It's okay, I can wait for you in your sect. You don't come, I'll find you. Don't worry about it, I'll contact you when we get to the Heart Demon Temple. Su Fan cut off the communication array after he finished speaking, and laughed. At this time, someone sent a message to the communication disk again. This time it was Brother Daoling. Anyway, Su Fan's communication array was not idle afterwards, and even several old guys in the Tibetan Dharma Hall who were slacking off with him congratulated him. For more than an hour, Su Fan didn't walk out of the square outside the teleportation array. Anyway, no matter whether they knew each other or not, as long as there was a mark of the other party in the communication array, all of them sent messages. Su Fan finally calmed down until the evening. He found a deserted place, changed his appearance and aura, and then rented a remote cave outside the city and lived there directly. A few days later, Zhang Junpu came to visit. Except for this guy, Su Fan didn't tell anyone about hiding in Xian'ao Fairy City. Although Zhang Junpu is also a family member, he is definitely an outlier among the family members in the sect. Su Fan only has such a friend in the entire Chunjin Demon Sect. In a quiet valley, Su Fan and Zhang Junpu sat at a table. There were a few side dishes on the table, and the two of them had been drinking for half an afternoon. Zhang Junpu was a little drunk, and his tongue couldn't be straightened. Come on, brother, have another one. Su Fan raised his glass and clinked it with him, then raised his head and drank it. Drink slowly. With your poor alcohol tolerance, you still want to compete with me? Go ask the sect who can I be afraid of with my alcohol tolerance? You are just like a monster. Who can drink more than you? Su Fan poured another cup for Zhang Junpu and looked at him. 2 days ago, Demon Lord Jialo summoned me and asked me to participate in the 100-year time and space arena in the King Kong Star region. What the hell? Zhang Junpu was stunned when he heard Su Fan's words, and he was half sober. You agreed? Nonsense, I didn't want to agree, but is that something he can decide? These old demons of Chunjin Demon Sect may have summoned him to join the sect for this. Seeing Su Fan nod, Zhang Junpu sighed. You must be careful when you go there. At this point, he laughed at himself again. Anyway, with your strength, it will be fine there. There will be no problem returning safely. Su Fan was immediately excited when he heard it. There was obviously something in this guy's words. From what you said, the century-old space-time arena in the Blue Sky Star region is quite dangerous. Zhang Junpu took a sip of wine, and then said, I also heard from the elders at home that the last 2 times the sect took away disciples, only 3 people came back alive, and their battle records were very poor. Su Fan nodded. He didn't take it seriously. He didn't know about other super sects in Confucian. At least in his eyes, none of the disciples below the nascent soul stage of Chunjin Demon Sect could fight. He was not arrogant, he really had the strength. Is it so miserable? The strength of Chunjin Demon Sect, what level is it in the super sects of Confucian? Zhang Junpu smiled bitterly and said, in fact, the overall strength of the sect is no problem to rank in the middle, but in the past 100 years, there are not many outstanding disciples in the sect. Su Fan understood that the overall strength of Chunjin Demon Sect was still acceptable in Confucian, but it lacked top-notch disciples. No wonder, people like Chiu Daoquan could rank in the top 10 of the sect's battle record list. Which side is stronger, the Demon Sect or the Immortal Sect in Confucian? The Immortal Sect has fewer outstanding disciples, but the overall strength is the strongest. The Sword Sect has more outstanding disciples, but they are alone and weak. As for the Demon Sect disciples, they will not suffer any loss if they fight against anyone alone. After listening to Zhang Junpu's words, Su Fan knew what was going on. When we get to the time and space arena, the human cultivators will not fight among themselves. Zhang Junpu smiled bitterly and said, fuck fighting among themselves. Do you know how fierce the high-level races of the Demon Clan are? And the Golden Clan of the Zerg Clan, none of them are easy to mess with, oh my. Are the Demon Clan and the Zerg Clan that fierce? Then how is our Conceal's strength in the King Kwang Star region? Zhang Junpu shook his head and said, it's just okay, just below average. After he finished speaking, he picked up the wine glass and took a sip, then wiped his mouth. Every time there is a century-long space-time battle in the Blue Sky Star region, the demons and the insects fight each other to death. Only the human cultivators are very united. But even so, 50% to 60% of the human cultivators who participate in the battle will be killed every time. Chapter 397, Bastard. After listening to Zhang Junpu's introduction, Su Fan also roughly understood the situation of the King Kwang Star Domain's 100 years of space-time arena. The number of human cultivators in the King Kwang Star Domain is relatively small, because the planes of the demons and insects occupy more than 90% of the entire star domain, and the human race is definitely a minority race in the King Kwang Star Domain. Fortunately, the human cultivators in the King Kwang Star Domain are relatively united, while the demons and insects are full of internal conflicts and often kill each other. Moreover, in terms of individual strength, the high-level races of the demons and insect elites are still stronger than human cultivators. However, Su Fan has participated in the space-time arena. Although it was only a battle between two planes, he has also seen high-level demons. In his opinion, those high-level demons are actually just that. Su Fan thinks that he should still ask Zhang Junpu to see what level the demons of Daluotian are in the King Kwang Star Domain. Lao Zhang, have you heard of Daluotian? Daluotian, how do you know that place? That's the demon plane, don't worry about it. How strong are the demons there? I have heard about this place from my elders. It's considered to be of medium to low strength among the demons. However, there is a high-level demon in Daluotian. If you go to the time and space arena, you must be careful. You are talking about the Shadow Ghost Clan, right? You know, it's the Shadow Ghost Clan. This race is said to have inherited the blood of a certain upper demon in Yuan Mansion. Don't get entangled with them when you meet them, okay? When I meet them, I will kill more of them. If it was before, he might have been more cautious, but since he merged the blood essence of the 5th level wild beast, the Shadow Ghost Clan is really nothing in his eyes. Which are the most powerful planes of our human race? Zhang Junpu smiled and said, of course, there are several planes with great celestial masters of Liangsu, such as the Kunlun heaven of the immortal sect, the Jiu Iao heaven of the demon clan. Hearing that there are great cultivators of Liangsu in this world, Su Fan couldn't help but be fascinated. Zhang Junpu suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, you are now an elite disciple, you can go to the secret hall of the sect to take a look. There are a lot of information about the King Kwang Star region. After listening to Zhang Junpu's words, Su Fan finally reacted. Yes, now he is an elite disciple, and he should enjoy the benefits he should have. When the limelight is over, he will go to the secret hall of the sect to take a look. You and I are not worried, but this guy Lao Chu is also going to the time and space arena. Although his strength is not bad, he is not good enough there. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Su Fan and sighed. Lao Chu and I grew up together. If you can help, help. Zhang Junpu said so. Su Fan couldn't take it lightly. Anyway, if he really catches up, it's okay to help him, but don't even think about asking him to risk his life to help. Okay, I'll pay attention to it when the time comes. Hearing Su Fan say this, Zhang Junpu sat up straight, raised his glass and clinked it with him solemnly. Brother, thank you. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Zhang Junpu has never been embarrassed to mention this matter, he knows Su Fan too well. He hesitated for a long time before speaking, and when he saw that Su Fan did not refuse, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Zhang Junpu was in a good mood today and drank a lot. He stayed in Su Fan's cave at night and slept until noon the next day before leaving. After seeing Zhang Junpu off, Su Fan suddenly remembered the jade slip given to him by the demon Lord Jialuo. He took it out and put it on his forehead. After a while, he put down the jade slip, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. In order to let the disciples of the sect make a difference in the time and space arena, Chunjin Demon Sect was quite willing to give them a lot of benefits. First of all, there are a lot of elixirs, talismans and other kinds of cultivation materials, all of which are top-grade goods, but there is no big killer like the 4th-level bone talisman. It may be because of the rules of the time and space arena that the cultivation materials that exceed the level of the cultivator are not allowed to be used. In addition, the 10 elite disciples participating in the time and space arena can go to the secret realm deep underground to practice in seclusion during this period. It is said that the underground secret realm of the sect is the location with the richest spiritual energy in the Chunjin demon sect, and the several secret realms underground also have their own characteristics, which can be chosen by cultivators of different sects. This is not bad. There is only more than a year before the time and space arena in the King Kong Star region, which will be open for 100 years. Su Fan has thought about it. When the limelight is over, he will go to the secret realm underground to practice. If you don't take advantage of it, you are a bastard. If the time and space arena is not opened, he will stay in it to practice in seclusion. What excited him the most was that the disciples who went to the space-time arena could also go to the sect's secret vault to receive 3 items. Su Fan had heard about the sect's secret vault a long time ago, and every item stored in it was an extremely rare treasure. He wished he could go back to the sect right now and go to the secret vault to pick out a few of his favorite treasures. Anyway, he had to participate in the space-time arena anyway, so why would he be polite to the Chunjin demon sect? Su Fan knew it clearly in his heart. If it weren't for the space-time arena, it would be hard to say whether the Chunjin demon sect could recruit him. He knew very well his position in the Chunjin demon sect, which was actually a temporary thug. Fortunately, the Chunjin demon sect was generous to him and gave him everything he deserved. At least on the surface, he was still treated as a disciple in the sect. If he didn't take advantage of this time to get more benefits, he would be a fool. Unfortunately, the sect was now buzzing about him becoming an elite disciple, and he would definitely encounter all kinds of trouble if he went back now. That's not all. When the sect announces the list of disciples who will participate in the space-time arena, there will definitely be a big uproar in the sect. The cave finally became quiet. Su Fan turned a deaf ear to the outside world and stayed at home to practice hard. The 100-year space-time arena in the Blue Sky Star region will last about a year. It's time to start preparing now. Although Su Fan believes that with his own strength, he will have no problem returning in one piece, but he must be prepared for any eventuality and must not take it lightly. A month later, Su Fan returned to the Chunjin demon sect quietly after a makeover. He came to the Demon Cloud Peak and went directly to the secret library. He stayed in it for a whole day, and then he chose 3 things that suited him. When Su Fan came out of the secret library, someone had already learned about his return to the sect. He didn't give these people any chance. He hurried to the secret cave under the sect anyway. He would never come out until the space-time arena was opened. Su Fan walked into a deep cave, as if it had no bottom. Walking down a straight passage, the temperature here is extremely low, and the spiritual energy is also very rich, almost condensing into moist mist. Moreover, the deeper you go, the thicker the spiritual energy becomes, like oil and water that cannot be pulled apart, gathering around you. Even if you take a breath, you can feel an unprecedented comfort. Su Fan came to a huge cave, which was very deserted. In the huge cave, only the nascent soul demon lord was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform in the middle of the cave. An unprecedented pressure suddenly spread to him, and even his body became a little blocked. The old demon was dressed in a black robe, with ravines on his old face, and his body was slightly hunched, but his eyes were bright and energetic. Su Fan hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Disciple Su Fan, I pay my respects to the demon lord." Seeing Su Fan walk in, the demon lord glanced at him. "It's you, kid. Give me your identity J talisman." Well, Su Fan has known a demon named Jialo since he joined the Chunjin demon sect, but he found that it seemed that all the old demons in the sect knew him, and they all seemed to know him very well. Su Fan hurriedly presented his identity J talisman with both hands. The old demon took Su Fan's identity J talisman, drew a stroke on the formation next to it, and then returned the J talisman to Su Fan. There are 5 underground secret realms here, namely the Zuanming Heavy Water Secret Realm, the Corrupted Bone Black Flame Secret Realm, the Bloodfilth True Evil Secret Realm, the Nether Stream Corpse Flame Secret Realm, and the Nether Prison Heavenly Prison Secret Realm. After hearing what the old demon said, Su Fan frowned. As the names of the first 4 secret realms suggest, he could guess the environment inside, but what on earth was the last one, the Nether Prison Heavenly Prison Secret Realm? I don't know what the environment is like in the secret realm of Hell Prison. Please help me, Lord Demon, the old demon laughed and said, you will know if you go in and take a look. It is quite suitable for physical training. Su Fan bowed and said respectfully, thank you, Lord Demon. I am going to the secret realm of Hell Prison. As soon as he finished speaking, before he could react, his eyes suddenly went dark and he felt as if he was falling from the sky. Finally, Su Fan felt his body sink as if hundreds of pounds of weight were pressing on him. The scene in front of him also changed. It was pitch black all around, and the wind howled in his ears, like ghosts crying and gods howling, like a dark abyss of hell. There was a rotten and ancient smell floating in the air. And there were white and broken bones scattered everywhere. Su Fan walked forward. The further he walked inside, the greater the pressure on his body. After only a few dozen steps, he felt that the gravity here was several times that of the outside. From time to time, strange faces appeared in the darkness. These hideous faces had a horrifying and strange color. Moreover, the surrounding yin qi became extremely active, tumbling and rolling for a long time, transforming into various tall and burly black shadows like hellish demons, making terrifying roars and attacking him with fangs and claws. Su Fan sneered and activated the thunder eyes. The hellish picture in front of him was instantly annihilated, and the surrounding environment became pitch black. He continued to walk inside. At this moment, he could clearly feel the change in gravity. The pressure on his body was about to reach about 10 times that outside. Su Fan knew in his heart that this secret realm might have been a rare netherworld plane. Because it had been completely destroyed, the gravity of the scattered space had also become chaotic. This place is not bad. It is indeed suitable for physical cultivation like him, as the old demon said. However, 10 times the gravity is a bit too childish for him. Let's go on and see how many times the pressure of gravity we can bear. The old demon in the cave outside was paying attention to Su Fan in the Hell Prison at this moment, and he could see his every move. He couldn't help but sigh. There were almost no disciples coming to this Hell Prison secret realm. Because apart from the gravity changes, there were almost no environmental properties required by demon cultivators, and few people could withstand the drastic gravity changes in this secret realm. In the core position of the deepest part of the secret realm, the gravity can even reach more than 100 times that outside. Now this kid has gone deep into the edge of the core position of the secret realm, where the gravity is more than 10 times that of the outside, but he is still going deeper. Even for him, it was a bit difficult to walk here, but this kid, with his cultivation at the early stage of the golden core, actually looked like nothing happened. After all, he is a physical cultivator, and his physical body is really too strong. Finally, Su Fan stopped, and the gravity here has reached more than 10 times. He could bear to go further. After all, there was plenty of time. He would adapt here first and then slowly explore inside. Thinking of this, Su Fan took out a magic sword from the ring and performed the 9 extremes continuous slash with difficulty. The old demon in the cave was already dumbfounded at this time. This kid not only walked into the core area of the Nether Prison secret realm, but also practiced sword there. In the following days, Su Fan began his retreat in the Nether Prison secret realm. And just a few days after his retreat, Chunjin Demon Sect announced the list of participants in the King Kwang Star Region Centennial Space-Time Arena. Among the 10 elite disciples, Su Fan was on the list. This news immediately set off an uproar in Chunjin Demon Sect. A giant and early-stage disciple who had been in the sect for less than 10 years was not only directly promoted from the inner sect to an elite disciple, but also selected into the list of the Space-Time Arena. This was definitely an unprecedented thing in Chunjin Demon Sect. And Su Fan began to be noticed by all the disciples in the sect. There are too many people with ulterior motives in this world. It took only a few days for Su Fan's background to be exposed, which also stunned all the disciples of Chunjin Demon Sect. He was actually a disciple selected from a small plane, and he was a garbage qualification of 4 spiritual roots. This also caused Su Fan to cause great controversy in Chunjin Demon Sect. How could the sect promote such a person to an elite disciple, and let him participate in the King Kwang Star Domain 100 Years of Space and Time Arena? Is the Demon King in the sect blind? Then Su Fan's record in Yun's realm and Devours was also dug out. He killed the Super Insect King of Ghostface Leech alone, and cooperated with a team to kill the seriously injured 5th level wild beast. These 2 records alone made everyone shut up. They couldn't figure out why such a ruthless person, who had been a disciple for 10 years, only emerged and stayed in the Tibetan Dharma Hall every day. Of course, even if Su Fan was strong, with his 4 spiritual roots, he had no potential in the future, and it was almost impossible for him to break through to the nascent soul stage. Among the hundreds of elite disciples in the sect, only Su Fan did not even have a master. Even if he was only a 3 spiritual root, he would not be so messed up. Everyone knew that the Chunjin demon sect summoned him to the sect just to let him participate in this time and space battle. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the disciples of the Chunjin demon sect, Su Fan was no different from a casual cultivator hired by the sect at a high price. Su Fan had no idea what was happening in the sect at this moment. He was in seclusion in the secret realm of the netherworld prison in the underground cave. Although the gravity of more than 10 times did not affect his movements. But in this extreme gravity environment, holding a large sword weighing hundreds of pounds to perform the 9 extremes chain slash, it would be a bit difficult. In the next few months, Su Fan practiced hard day and night. He practiced the Unimaginable Sutra twice every morning and evening. Even though the spiritual energy in the secret realm was extremely rich, Su Fan still consumed a large amount of high-quality spiritual stones and used the best spirit-gathering formation to practice. I'm afraid there won't be many opportunities to enjoy this kind of spiritual energy gathering place in the future. At this time, spiritual stones are nothing. At midnight every day, Su Fan also practiced a magic eyeshadow sutra. Although the growth of spiritual consciousness has been undetectable after practicing this set of spiritual skills, Su Fan still did not give up and practiced it every day without fail. Then there are the various spells and magical powers, and the data is refreshed like crazy. These are nothing. The most difficult thing is to practice the 9 extremes continuous slash and Zengaikun every day. In an environment with more than 10 times the gravity, even if he fully performs a set of subtraction, he will be exhausted, but he did not give up. He spent a lot of time every day practicing swordsmanship and boxing over and over again. Chapter 398. You still have the energy. In the next few months, Su Fan stayed in the underground hell prison secret realm to practice hard. As long as Su Fan could easily perform 9 extremes continuous slash and Zengaikun, he would continue to move deeper into the secret realm. From the initial 10 times gravity area to the current dozens of times area, it is extremely difficult for him to move forward even one step. Even if he swings a sword, his arm feels as heavy as if a mountain is pressing down on it. Especially when he just came to a new area, let alone performing sword and boxing, even walking is difficult. Although it was very difficult, Su Fan still gritted his teeth and persisted. After all, this extreme gravity environment is very rare, and he must cherish it. In this extreme gravity environment, the potential of Su Fan's body can be greatly squeezed. In fact, it is the initial stage of adaptation that is very difficult. Once he gradually adapts, the potential of his body begins to be constantly discovered. Even Su Fan couldn't believe that his body had such great potential. In the past few months, in addition to practicing the Unimaginable Sutra and the Devil Eyes Heoing Sutra, he spent the rest of his time practicing sword and boxing. In the area of dozens of times gravity, even one step forward would take more than 10 days. Su Fan still swung his sword day and night, almost going crazy. Despite this, the effect was still very good. Now Su Fan could clearly feel the changes in his body. But in this extreme gravity environment, he didn't know how much his body had grown. In the past few months in the underground cave secret realm, Su Fan had been isolated from the world, and even the communication array disc was thrown into the ring. Until one day, Su Fan really couldn't go on. He had persisted in this place for more than 10 days, but there was still no progress. Su Fan knew in his heart that his body had reached its limit. He retreated a distance, sat cross-legged on the ground, and took out the communication array disc from the ring. As soon as the array disc was taken out, the communication array disc vibrated like a motor. Su Fan picked it up and looked at it. Oh my god. There were at least hundreds of messages in the communication array. He took a rough look, excluded some that he didn't want to reply, and then replied one by one. Su Fan politely replied to people he knew, such as Chiu Daokun and Brother Daoling, and left Zhang Junpu and Su Mailin at the end. Why are you looking for me? Do you want to practice dual cultivation? Where have you been these few months? These few months, I have been in seclusion in the secret realm under the sect. I heard that you have joined a list of the Chunjin demon sect's time and space arena. These trivial things have actually spread to other sects. These people are also idle. Well, have you been selected too? I have always been in the top 10 of the sect's record list, so of course I have to participate in this time and space arena. Then take care of yourself, be careful, Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by God. Senior sister, you can only wish for good luck. I still have to rely on you when we enter the space-time arena. It's a nice thought. After such a long time, I haven't even touched a hair. Why should I protect you? Just because you are sweet-talking. I'll try my best. We may not be assigned to the same place when we get there. After listening to Su Fan's words, Su Mailan seemed to hear something from his tone. This won't work. When she enters the space-time arena, her safety will depend on him. I'll go to Chunjin Demon Sect to see you in the next 2 days. This woman is just good at talking, and she wants to fool me again. Forget it. What are you doing here? Now that he has been selected, it's better not to complain or get angry. He concluded that this woman would not come. He didn't know how many times he had been perfunctory like this. Well, I just want to see you. Su Mailan suddenly started to speak coquettishly, which caught Su Fan off guard. Listening to the tingling sound, Su Fan almost softened half of his body. This woman wants to seduce me again, so annoying. Come if you want to. Tell me what. Then I really went to see you. Okay, come if you want to. Su Fan didn't expect her to come at all. This woman is just a big shot. He cut off Su Mailan's communication and contacted Zhang Junpu, who had sent him more than a dozen messages in the past few months. Why are you looking for me? Aren't you tired after sending so many messages? Fuck, where the hell have you been? I thought something happened to you. If you say that, you're the one who's in trouble. I was in seclusion in the underground cave. Later I learned that you went to the underground secret realm, but you're also cruel enough to stay in the underworld prison for more than half a year. How did you know? Nonsense. Now the whole sect knows that a cruel person went to the underworld prison and stayed there for more than half a year, and even went deep into an area with dozens of times the gravity. What the hell? The disciples in the sect actually knew so much? It seems that the old demon in the cave has been paying attention to him. Okay, let's take a break for a few days. If he continues to practice like this, there will probably be no progress. His potential has been tapped to the limit. Su Fan walked out of the secret realm. When he came to the cave, he saw the old demon, who was looking at him with a smile. Boy, why don't you go inside? Report to the Demon King. I really can't walk anymore. Come out and rest for a few days, then go in again. I think I can still break the limit. Su Fan thought so too. Cultivation cannot be blindly done recklessly, but requires relaxation. Your body is probably no one in the whole constitution as strong as yours. Su Fan thanked the old demon and walked out of the cave. As soon as he walked out, he was blinded by the dazzling sunlight outside and couldn't open his eyes. After staying in the dark underground for several months, his skin became pale, and the whole person exuded a gloomy aura. It seemed that there was an evil fire in his heart, but he had nowhere to vent it. Su Fan took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and his face was suddenly full of surprise. In just a few months, his physical strength has increased by at least several times, and it is estimated that the strength of his physical body should also be improved a lot. At this moment, there was no one at the entrance of the underground cave. Su Fan quickly put on his hood to cover his appearance, and then quietly left the Morin Peak. He drove the magic weapon to a lonely peak deep in the sect, showed his identity J talisman to the on-duty disciples here, and then walked into a deep attic. This is the secret hall of the Chunjin Demon Sect. Although it is not very eye-catching, it is an important place in the sect. There are layers of defensive formations around it, and 2 demon kings guard this place all year round. Only the elite disciples and Yuanying realm cultivators in the sect can enter the secret hall here, not to mention the foundation building and key training disciples. Even the Jiandin realm cannot enter. Su Fan walked into this deep attic. It may be because of the arrangement of the space formation. The attic that looks small from the outside is actually hundreds of feet in radius. The secret hall only has 3 floors, with a few bookshelves scattered inside, covered with books and ancient books, as well as jade slips. There were not many people in the secret hall. Only a few elite disciples were sitting cross-legged on the side, concentrating on reading the ancient books. When they saw Su Fan, they all looked confused, until someone whispered something, and these few people finally reacted. Recently, Su Fan has been making a lot of noise in the sect, especially the only elite disciple who was promoted recently, so a few people easily confirmed his identity. But no one paid attention to him, and they just did what they had to do, as if he didn't exist. Since Su Fan's background was dug up, these elite disciples in the sect have been complaining. No matter how great the Chunjin demon sect is, it is still a super demon sect in Confucian. When did the cultivators selected from the small planes become elite disciples of the sect? Moreover, this person's qualifications are so poor, how can he be on an equal footing with these proud sons of heaven? Su Fan didn't care about the coldness of several people. He was secretly glad that if these people came up to greet him, he really didn't know what to say. Elite disciples can browse the books on the first and second floors at will, but only the old demons of the nascent soul stage can go to the third floor. For more than a month, Su Fan ate and lived in the secret hall. When he was tired, he leaned on the strong bed next to him to take a nap. When he was hungry, he took out some dry food to fill his stomach. The rest of the time, he was holding the book and reading diligently. Although several elite disciples came to the secret hall from time to time, none of them came up to talk. Su Fan was already immersed in the ocean of knowledge. He studied various books and jade slips every day without sleep and food, and didn't care about anything else. His behavior also made all the elite disciples speechless. They had never seen such an elite disciple who didn't practice every day, but almost grew up in the secret hall. Even the two demon kings guarding this place began to pay attention to this weird elite disciple. On this day, Su Fan was sitting cross-legged on the ground of the secret hall, holding a thick ancient book and reading it attentively. This book is about the situation of the various planes in the King Kwang Star region. He is about to go to the King Kwang Star region century-old space-time arena, so he has read a lot of such books in the past month. At this time, the communication array on Su Fan's waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and saw that it was Su Myelin again. She was not done. She came to harass him these 2 days. What do you want to do again? I'm in your Chunjin demon sect, where are you? What the hell? This woman really came. You are not lying to me again. Why would I lie to you? I'm in the square of Demon Cloud Peak. I didn't expect that this woman really came. Meow. Since she's here, he won't be polite. Thinking of this, the evil fire in Su Fan's heart boomed. He stood up from the ground, returned the ancient book, and then drove the magic weapon to the square of Demon Cloud Peak. Only after he spotted Su Myelin did Su Fan fly over with his magic weapon and land beside her. Su Myelin was wearing a yellow robe with a unique red flower embroidered on the hem. Her black hair was half tied up and half loose. Her lazy and charming temperament matched her graceful figure, exuding charming charm everywhere. Su Fan quietly walked over from behind and patted her shoulder. Ah! You want to scare me to death, you? Before Su Myelin could finish her words, Su Fan grabbed her hand and dragged her to the edge of the square. What are you doing? Where are we going? What else can I do? I'll do it to you. This woman keeps teasing me for no reason, and every time I get into trouble. Since you're here, don't leave. Su Fan patted the beast bag on his waist, and a black shadow whooshed out, then instantly grew larger and turned into a black bird with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters. Ah! Su Myelin looked at the ghost crow that suddenly appeared, her face full of disbelief. Before she could react, Su Fan grabbed her by the waist and jumped onto the back of the ghost crow. The ghost crow flapped its wings and instantly soared into the sky, and then gradually disappeared from the air without a trace. Su Fan, what are you doing? Nothing, I'll take you somewhere. Su Myelin struggled hard, trying to get out of Su Fan's embrace, but her small body was no match for Su Fan. The ghost crow flew outside Su Fan's cave, plunged into the formation, came to the valley inside, and landed in the small courtyard at the end of the valley. Su Fan picked up Su Myelin and walked straight to the main room. Junior brother, I'm not ready yet. Next time, senior sister will definitely. What the hell, last time and next time, you've already fallen into my hands, so let's do it this time. Su Fan ignored the struggling Su Myelin, walked into the bedroom, and threw her to the ground. Su Fan, don't, At this moment, the ghost crow had turned into the size of a palm. Hearing Su Myelin's heart-wrenching cry inside the house, the ghost crow suddenly became interested. It disappeared into the air and flew carefully to the main house. As soon as the ghost crow flew to the main house gate, it saw a large red cloth thrown out from the house, just covering the ghost crow's head. Get out, stay outside, or I'll roast you for wine. The ghost crow quickly appeared from the air, and then flew out of the small courtyard with the underwear on its head. In the early morning, the light golden rays of morning light in the east, through the still gray clouds, sprinkled among the mountains. Su Myelin slowly opened her eyes. Just when she was about to close her eyes and continue to stay in bed for a while, she suddenly remembered something. She sat up suddenly, but she got up a little too quickly, involving the new wound under her body, and she was immediately throbbing with pain. This bastard didn't stop until dawn. Although Sumailin was a legend and cultivator, the opponent's body was like a monster, so she was no match for him. At this time, she had forgotten about the dual cultivation technique. At this time, the door opened and Su Fan walked in from outside. "Breakfast is ready, let's go out to eat." Sumailin was furious when she saw Su Fan acted like nothing had happened and didn't even say a word of comfort. "Su Fan, you bastard, I'm going to fight you." She grabbed the pillow next to her and threw it at him. Su Fan caught the pillow and laughed. "You still have energy." After he finished speaking, he walked over with a smile, and Sumailin panicked immediately. Su Fan, good junior brother, don't." After another morning of tossing, Sumailin was almost beaten to death. "This guy is just a bastard, even monsters are not as cruel as him, he is simply not a human being." "But it's so sour. I said a long time ago that the red pill will definitely be kept for him, why are you so anxious?" Sumailin never thought that this guy would be so rude and didn't care about her feelings at all. He actually forced himself on her. "Lunch is ready, come out to eat." Sumailin heard Su Fan shout, and she was so angry that her teeth itched. "I won't go out to eat." "You don't come out, right? It means you still have energy." After hearing Su Fan's words, she couldn't help but shudder. She couldn't let this beast do whatever he wanted. Thinking of this, she quickly got up from the ground and walked out of the house shyly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399. This guy is so hateful. When Sumailin came to the yard, she saw Su Fan squatting beside the stove, scooping a bowl of soup with a spoon and tasting it. He turned his head to look at Sumailin, and laughed. "Come, try it, it was stewed all night last night, and it tastes so good." Sumailin was almost angry to death. "Did you torment me all night last night?" "No." She came to sit down at the table in the middle of the yard, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Last night, she handed over the red pill, but she didn't practice the dual cultivation method all night. There was no way. Su Fan was too hateful. Relying on the fact that he had a baguette wrapped in thunder and electricity, he tortured herself to death. She was numb all over and had long forgotten about the dual cultivation. At this time, Su Fan came over with 2 bowls of mutton soup. "Drink it while it's hot, it'll replenish you." Sumailin glared and said angrily, "Su Fan, you got my red pill for nothing, you are such a bastard." Su Fan almost laughed out loud when he heard it. "It was obviously you who couldn't control yourself, so you blame me." Su Fan got a great bargain last night, and his skills improved by leaps and bounds, which was enough to offset his hard work for several years. This was all because Sumailin didn't keep her heart and indulged in the abyss of desire. "Sister, you are practicing the Deo? Don't you know that you have to abandon distracting thoughts when practicing dual cultivation?" After hearing Su Fan's words, Sumailin was immediately furious. "Is this human talk? You are thundering and lightning at one moment, how can I bear that?" She almost couldn't hold it back. At that time, she was so sour and cool that she didn't care about the dual cultivation skills. When she thought of this, Sumailin almost died of shame and anger. She had practiced a Deo for many years, but she didn't expect to fall into the hands of this guy. Although dual cultivation is a mutually beneficial thing, if one party develops distracting thoughts and blindly pursues pleasure, the progress of the cultivation method will often be greatly reduced, while the other party will benefit greatly. In the past, many cultivators who practiced dual cultivation with Sumailin in the void were taken advantage of by this woman because they could not withstand her temptation. Heaven has its own way, and no one can escape. Sumailin originally wanted to repeat the same trick when they first practiced, confuse Su Fan, and take most of the benefits of the red pill for herself. Who knew that Su Fan would do it directly? Not only did she not take advantage, but most of the benefits were also taken by Su Fan. "I don't care, you have to compensate me." Compensation, damn it. You, a cultivator of the Deo, did not keep your Deo heart when practicing dual cultivation, and it has nothing to do with me, a physical cultivator. Su Fan put a bowl of mutton soup in front of her and smiled. Let's talk about this later, drink the soup first. Su Madeline turned her head away and ignored him. Although she knew it was her own fault, she was still angry. I have kept the red pill for so many years, but I wasted it, and this guy benefited from it. Tell me, aren't you angry? Okay, don't leave these days. I will practice with you every day and try to recover the loss. Su Madeline was angry at the time and said, you still want me to stay here and harm me to death? Are you happy? Su Fan laughed and said, don't blame me. I am a thunder body. Sometimes I will cause the thunder in my body to be agitated if I don't pay attention. Seeing that Su Madeline still ignored him, Su Fan continued to persuade her. How about this? From today on, when we practice, I will no longer release thunder. After hearing Su Fan's words, Su Madeline couldn't help but shiver. The numb feeling all over her body made her both look forward to and afraid. But at this critical period, this is the only way. In the few days when the red pill was just broken, there are still some benefits of dual cultivation. Although it is not as obvious as the first time, it can make up for it. Hurry up and eat. After that, we will continue to practice. In the next few days, Su Madeline stayed in the cave and practiced with Su Fan. Su Fan also kept his promise and never triggered the thunder in the Dao seed again, which made the other party's cultivation method progress significantly. Of course, it was definitely not as good as Su Fan's. After all, the bonus of the first blood had been eaten up by this guy. It was not until the effect of the red pill was completely lost that Su Madeline left Su Fan's cave and returned to the Heart Demon Temple. In the early morning, Su Fan, shirtless, performed the 9 extremes chain slash in the small courtyard. I don't know how many times he performed it before he stuck the big sword into the ground, leaning on the hilt with both hands and panting. Since he started practicing hard in the nether prison in the underground cave of the sect, his physical strength began to rise. He never thought that in an extreme environment with dozens of times the gravity, he could stimulate such great potential. In addition, after getting the red pill from Su Madeline, his cultivation progress has been rapid, and now his strength has made great progress again. Thinking of Su Madeline's appearance when she left, Su Fan almost laughed out loud. This woman suffered a loss from him, and it was her own inability to keep her heart of Taoism, so she had no way to blame Su Fan. Fortunately, although Su Madeline lost a lot, she at least got endless happiness. On the night before leaving, Su Fan once again used the invincible divine whip, and as a result, his bedroom was like a water curtain cave. Su Fan put away the magic sword, washed up simply, and then left the cave, driving the magic weapon to fly to the secret realm of the underground cave. It's time to go to the secret realm to see how much potential my body can squeeze out. In the following days, Su Fan continued to practice hard in the hell prison, but at this time his potential was almost exhausted. Now even taking half a step forward will consume almost all of his physical strength. Even if he could stand, let alone use his sword skills here, it would be difficult for him to raise his arm. Su Fan still did not give up, and he advanced to the deepest part of the secret realm bit by bit. After several months, he only advanced a few steps. Although it was just a few steps, it had reached the limit of Su Fan's physical endurance. The effect of refining the body in such an extreme gravity environment was extraordinary. Every time he couldn't bear it, he would retreat exhausted, and his physical strength was even more exhausted. He needed to rest for a few days to fully recover. This was Su Fan. If someone else tossed like him, they would have been crushed by dozens of times the gravity. He left the secret realm only when he felt that his physical body could no longer move forward in the hell prison. Su Fan walked out of the underground cave and was about to go to the secret hall to continue reading, but the communication jade talisman on his waist vibrated slightly. He took off the array plate from his waist and looked at it, and found that it was Zhang Junpu. Su Fan activated the array plate, and the phantom of this guy popped out instantly. Why are you looking for me? Why can't I look for you if there's nothing to do? This idiot always looks like he deserves a beating. Forget it, I'm busy. Hey. I have something to talk to you about. Then why are you wasting your time? Just say it, I'm just passing on a message for someone else. You make your own decision. Su Fan frowned when he heard this. Why did this guy do this? Go ahead, I'm listening. Someone found me in Lao Chu, hoping to buy the materials of the 5th level wild beast in your hands. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It was just this matter. This was nothing. Anyway, He had plenty of materials for the 5th level wild beast in his hands. Okay, you guys arrange it, but you and Lao Chu must guarantee this matter, don't cause any messy things. Zhang Junpu didn't expect Su Fan to agree so straightforwardly, and he was immediately ecstatic. There was no way, there were people from his family among these people, he couldn't refuse, he could only bite the bullet and agree to help ask. Originally, I thought Su Fan would refuse, because in some aspects, this guy is incompatible with other disciples of the sect. Who would have thought that Su Fan actually agreed? In fact, Zhang Junpu thought too much. Although Su Fan did not care about false reputation, he attached great importance to actual benefits. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. I will arrange it for you in the next 2 days, okay, as long as it is a reliable person. Su Fan cut off the communication array, pondered for a while, and drove the magic weapon to the Dharma Hall of Morin Peak. He planned to arrange the next transaction location in the Jingsh behind the Dharma Hall. Su Fan walked into the main hall of the Dharma Hall. The disciples who were doing business here saw Ajindan's Henren coming and greeted him. In fact, except for the on-duty disciples behind the counter in the main hall, most of the other disciples of the sect did not know Su Fan. Seeing Su Fan coming, the girls behind the counter were stunned. It was not until Chu Han ran up excitedly that they stood up, as if they had just woken up from a dream. Disciple respectfully welcomes the immortal to the Tibetan Dharma Hall. Su Fan was also stunned. He had been fishing in the Tibetan Dharma Hall for so many years, but this was the first time that these girls were so respectful to him. How could he know that since he was promoted to an elite disciple by the sect and was selected to participate in the time and space arena, these girls in the Tibetan Dharma Hall wanted to hit their heads against the counter and die. This was such a good opportunity, but they missed it. That was a ruthless man who killed the Super Insect King and the 5th level wild beast alone. If we only talk about combat power, no one in the entire Chunjin demon sect can match him. Su Fan nodded to the girls behind the counter, and then looked at Chu Han. My room is still there, Chu Han hurriedly said, it's still there. I take care of it for the immortal every day. Well, you are thoughtful. After Su Fan finished speaking, he went straight to his own room, pushed the door in and took a look, and nodded with satisfaction. He sat cross-legged on the futon and took out the small red clay stove and tea sets. Chu Han, who had been following Su Fan, came up quickly, took the tea set and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him. Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip, then turned to look at Chu Han standing beside him. Sit down too, why are you acting like a little maid who is being bullied? Chu Han smiled, sat down quickly, poured himself a cup of spiritual tea and drank it. How are you doing recently? Have you been slacking off in your cultivation? To be honest, since you have been refining my body for me in the past few years, my cultivation progress has been at least 30% faster than before. I have also eaten so much of your 5th level wild beast meat, and my body has improved several times. I even want to practice a physical cultivation method as a minor. After hearing Chu Han's words, Su Fan waved his hands quickly. Forget about the physical cultivation method. You have not laid a foundation since childhood. If you practice physical cultivation as a minor, you will get half the result with twice the effort. You should focus on practicing the method. When Su Fan thought of the watery little girl turning into a muscular lolly, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Well, third grandfather also said so. He also asked me to thank you very much. After she finished speaking, she took out an exquisite wooden box from her ring and presented it to Su Fan with both hands. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, took the wooden box and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He saw a small tower about an inch high in the wooden box. He took the small tower out and put it in his hand to examine it carefully. The small tower was pitch black and looked very old. It seemed to have been sealed for a long time and looked dull. The tower body was all mottled with rust, and countless ancient patterns could be vaguely seen. This demon realm pagoda was once a Taoist weapon of third grandfather. Later, it was damaged. Although it was repaired, its power has been lost by half. Now it can only be regarded as a half-Tao weapon. After hearing Chu Han's words, Su Fan immediately became energetic. A half-Tao weapon is also a Taoist weapon, and this kind of thing is not affected by the rules of the time and space arena, and it can be used by you. This thing is too valuable. Should I accept it or not? How could he not want the half-Tao instrument when it was handed to him? He decided to keep it. But he didn't want to owe such a big favor. Su Fan looked up at Chu Han and said with a smile, Your third grandfather is really willing to give such a treasure to the younger generation of the family. Chu Han smiled and said, third grandfather said that there are not many promising younger generations in this generation of the family. It's better to give it to the immortal to thank the immortal for his kindness in giving Chu Han a new life. This little girl is really good at talking. It's comfortable to listen to her. Okay, I'll take this thing. You go back and thank him for me. Seeing Su Fan accept it, Chu Han quickly stood up and bowed excitedly. I will never forget the immortal's support for the younger generation. Su Fan took out a storage ring with a tooth of a 5th level wild beast in it and handed it to Chu Han. Chu Han was about to refuse, but saw Su Fan wave his hand. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Take this thing back and give it to the demon lord. If the senior doesn't want it, you can take it back intact. This thing is very attractive to the nascent soul demon lord. How could Chu Han's third grandfather refuse it? Su Fan smiled and said, okay, go and get busy. He sent the little girl away, took out the demon realm pagoda and studied it carefully. Although it was once severely damaged, it still retains some of the power of the Taoist weapon after timely repair. Now this half-Tao weapon has two main functions. One is trapping. The small tower looks small, but the internal space is 1 mile in radius. It can trap the opponent in the small tower. Even if the late giant wants to break the seal of the small tower, it will take a lot of time. The other is defense. Su Fan enters the small tower and can resist the siege of several late giants, at least for an hour. Not bad, not bad. Su Fan is very satisfied with his treasure. He was about to go to the King Kwang Star region century-old time and space arena, and he had been looking for protective magic weapons everywhere. But there were not many magic weapons on the market, and most of them were ordinary goods with ordinary power, and even these were priced at sky-high prices. Not to mention such a halfway weapon, it would not flow into the market at all. Things that the demon lord did not like would not be put on the auction, and were generally left to the younger generations of the family. This demon realm pagoda came at the right time, which solved his urgent needs. Su Fan left his mark on the small tower and then put it into the stored ring. At this time, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. Su Fan took it off and saw that it was a message from Zhang Junpu. Brother, where are you? I'm in the Jingshi of the Tibetan Dharma Hall. Wait, I'll bring people over right away. Su Fan cut off the communication array disc, thinking about which things should be sold and which things should not be sold. Chapter 400, Can't I Just Leave? Su Fan waited in the abode for a while, and Zhang Junpu came in with 2 giant monks. The leading man was wearing a black robe, with bright eyes and long hair. He looked extremely elegant, and his gestures showed his nobility. It was obvious that he was used to a life of luxury. The other man had a thin face, 5 strands of long beard fluttering slightly. His face was slightly gloomy and cold, and his eyes were unfathomable. Su Fan stood up and welcomed the 3 people into the abode. Zhang Junpu sat down cross-legged and introduced Su Fan. These are my 2 uncles. I came here today to talk to you about the materials of the 5th level wild beast. After he finished the procedure, he drank the spiritual tea by himself, without any sense of being a junior, and there was no trace of respect. Su Fan poured spiritual tea for the 3 people and raised his teacup. We'll talk about this later, drink tea first. After a few people chatted for a while, the leading monk put down the teacup. How many materials of 5th level wild beasts do you have? That was a lot. More than a dozen 100 square meter storage rings were filled to the brim. I traded some with others, and now I don't have much. Another giant and cultivator next to him said in a deep voice, how about this? We will take the 5th level materials in your hands, and you name a price. Su Fan almost laughed out loud. What the hell are you thinking? I'm afraid that won't work. I have to keep some for myself. How about this? Junpu and I are close friends. You are his uncles. I can take some out for trading, but the price must satisfy me. What are you talking about? No matter what the price is, we can afford it. Su Fan listened and glanced at Zhang Junpu next to him. What kind of people are in your family? Seeing a hint of helplessness in the other's eyes, he immediately understood Zhang Junpu's situation. Su Fan thought about it, took out a storage bag, and placed it in front of the 2. That's all I have. Let's see what price you can offer. The 2 of them scanned the storage bag with their spiritual sense, then looked at each other, and the leader took out a storage ring and placed it next to Su Fan. Su Fan's eyes narrowed, and his spiritual sense scanned the storage ring, and he immediately frowned. You 2, this price is not enough. What a joke. You fucking traded with spirit stones. But you fucking only gave this little. What a joke. He knew in his heart that this deal might not be done. It was obvious that Zhang Junpu's two uncles came to take advantage, and if it wasn't for this guy's face, he would have driven them out long ago. Devours, this price is not small. Before he could finish, Su Fan waved his hand, interrupted him, and reached out to take the storage bag into his arms. Since you two are not satisfied, forget it. Even if the deal fails, we still have friendship. There will be opportunities in the future. Zhang Junpu's two uncles' faces suddenly turned ugly. They exchanged glances, and the leader took out another ring and placed it in front of Su Fan. Devours, don't rush to refuse. If the price is not enough, we can talk about it again. Su Fan's spiritual sense swept over the ring, and his face became much better. This is almost right, but it is still a little short, and it can be stretched. He pretended to hesitate for a while, and then shook his head again. Not enough. After hearing Su Fan's words, there was a trace of anger on the faces of the two. They turned their heads and looked at Zhang Junpu next to them. This guy picked up the teacup and took a sip, then turned his head to the side. Seeing that their nephew didn't want to help, they were a little helpless. The leader took a deep breath and took out another ring and placed it in front of Su Fan. He said with a gloomy face, Devours, this time it should be okay. Su Fan scanned with his spiritual sense, hesitated for a while, looked at Zhang Junpu who was pretending to be a dog next to him, then sighed, and threw the storage bag in front of the two. Okay, let's do it. After hearing Su Fan's words, Zhang Junpu's two uncles were immediately surprised and quickly put away the storage bag. Fuck. Sloppy. Su Fan knew in his heart that the price could be increased by looking at the changes in the two people's faces. But he didn't care much. Anyway, what he took out just now were some scraps. In fact, he just wanted to test it. This stuff is a drop in the bucket for him. Just these two things, I won't sell them even a hair in the future. The leader handed Su Fan a jade talisman and said with a smile, Devours, this is the VIP jade talisman of our Zhang family's shop in Yuxin City. If you have any good things in the future, just come to the shop to trade. Su Fan nodded, picked up the jade talisman and looked at it, then put it aside. Okay, I will definitely come to you if I have the chance in the future. Go to hell, you guys, you still want me to trade with you, don't even think about it. The two felt that they had taken a big advantage, and said goodbye happily. Watching the two uncles leave, Zhang Junpu didn't even lift his butt to see them off. Su Fan stood up, but he just bowed his hands, which was considered seeing him off. He sat down and looked at Zhang Junpu who seemed to be fine. What kind of people are in your family? Just like this, you also want to bring me? Zhang Junpu smiled bitterly and said, just this time, I owe you a favor. After he finished speaking, he drank a sip of spiritual tea and put down the teacup. These two are from the side branches of the family, and they are in charge of the shops in Yuxin City. What can I do? It's all the things that the family has handed down. Your family is the same. How can you find such a thing to run the shop? In fact, he also understands that the direct descendants of high-level families like Zhang Junpu will not worry about these mundane affairs at all. Let's not talk about favors. Help me find a reliable master of the art of weapons. I want to refine something. Su Fan was about to go to the time and space arena. He only had one netherworld treasure clothes in his hand. He wanted to find someone to refine another top-grade spiritual robe. Anyway, he had no shortage of top-grade materials. He had a lot of skins of super insect kings and 5th-level wild beasts. Although Su Fan's attainments in the art of weapons were acceptable, it was still a bit difficult for him to refine a top-grade spiritual robe. Zhang Junpu thought for a while and said, come with me in a few days. I happen to know someone. Hearing the other party say this, Su Fan had a bottom line in his heart. Although this guy looked unreliable, he was still reliable in words and deeds. Zhang Junpu took a sip of the spiritual tea, then sat up straight and took out the communication array from his waist. Come here. I'm in the Dharma Hall of Demon Cloud Peak. Zhang Junpu put down the communication array and laughed. I couldn't do anything about those two guys just now. The next few are the big customers. Su Fan rolled his eyes and said, then I won't be polite. You can sell it however you want. You don't have to give me face. These guys have plenty of spiritual stones. For the next day, people kept coming to the Dharma Hall of Demon Cloud Peak to trade with Su Fan. These people are not simple. They are either family members of the sect or elite disciples of various demon sects. Anyway, they are not short of money. Su Fan is not used to bad habits. He has the attitude of buying or not buying. But the more he does this, the happier the transaction is. After all, the materials of the 5th level wild beast are hard to come by. It was not until the evening that the transaction was considered to be over. Su Fan had a good harvest and was in a good mood. He took out a stored ring and threw it into Zhang Junpu's hand. This is your share, don't complain about it being too little. Zhang Junpu scanned the ring with his spiritual sense, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. How can I be so embarrassed? I'm just helping to build a bridge. This fellow said he was embarrassed, but his body was very honest, and he took the ring into his arms. I'll treat you tonight, the Tingtao Garden in Yu Fairy City. As soon as Su Fan heard the name, he knew it was not a good place. It must be a place with a smoky and dirty atmosphere and immoral. It's not good to let you spend money. Zhang Junpu waved his hand generously and said, why are you talking so much nonsense? I'll pay for it tonight. What kind of girl do you like? I guarantee you will be satisfied. Damn, who do you think I am? However, since he came to this world of cultivation, he has not been to such a place. It's okay to go and see it, and criticize this kind of decadent and corrupt place. When Su Fan was daydreaming, Chu Han's voice came from outside the door. Report to the immortal, there is a senior outside who wants to see me. After hearing what the girl said, Su Fan frowned immediately. Who the hell is this? He came at the wrong time. Can I see him just by saying so? He was about to say no, but after thinking about it, he felt it was inappropriate, so he asked who it was. Who is the person outside? The senior said she is Miaolan from the Heart Demon Temple. Su Fan was stunned. This woman was obviously full of resentment when she left that day. She almost hated him to death. Why did she come here again today? Could it be that she wanted to come up with some shady tricks to trick him? Since being calculated by Su Miaolan once, Su Fan has always been on guard against this woman. Su Fan and her practice dual cultivation mainly for progress, and also to vent his desires. He didn't take her seriously at all. Anyway, no matter what this woman said, he didn't believe a word. And the two of them got what they needed, and no one owed anyone anything. Zhang Junpu, who was next to him, was a little confused when he heard it. He looked at Su Fan with a smile. When did you two get together? How can you talk like that? What do you mean by getting together? We are practicing together, okay? Su Fan ignored Zhang Junpu and quickly asked Chu Han to bring the person in. Tell me the truth, when did Miaolan get involved with you? Why are you so dirty? It's not what you think. We just occasionally exchange our cultivation experiences together. Zhang Junpu showed a playful expression, as if to say, do you think I am stupid? He and Su Miaolan have known each other since childhood, and there are some connections between their families. The two of them hooked up, but Su Miaolan didn't tell him. At this time, Chu Han pushed the door and walked in, then respectfully welcomed Su Miaolan into the abode, and then bowed and left. Before the girl left, she looked at Su Fan with a complicated look, with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Su Fan pretended not to see it. Of course, he could feel that the little girl had been thinking about it recently. But he really didn't have any interest. Chu Han was so old, and he could be someone's father. At this time, Su Miaolan came over gracefully, with a dignified manner and a natural and beautiful temperament. Just these few steps of hers made Su Fan feel a surge of evil fire in his heart. Su Miaolan sat down cross-legged, stretched lazily, showing a charming demeanor, seductive as bones, lazy and greasy. A faint fragrance floated and slowly drifted into Su Fan's nose, making him feel itchy. What the hell? Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the Tao seeds in his body turned violently. A cold breath instantly spread in his body, so that he did not get lost in the other party's charm. The female cultivators of the Hehuandao are so damn good at seducing people. Although the two have been practicing together for many days, until now, even an unintentional move by Su Miaolan can make his heart sway. Zhang Junpu chuckled and teased, Miaolan, you two have kept it a secret from me. When did it happen? Su Fan rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? How can I tell you about this? Junior sister Miaolan and I are just ordinary friends. Don't think too much, Zhang Junpu cursed in his heart. Do you think I'm stupid? This woman's eyes are about to drip with tears. You tell me that you two are fine. Su Miaolan lowered her head and covered her mouth with her slender fingers and smiled. This smile immediately filled the room with light. Senior brother, there's nothing between junior brother Su Fan and me. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Su Fan charmingly. Her snowy and pink cheeks turned red, adding 3 points of brightness. Cold and bright, moving. The evil fire that Su Fan had been suppressing for a long time suddenly jumped up again. Since he traveled to this world of cultivation, he has seen many female cultivators, but none of them can make him so distracted like Su Miaolan. There is no way. He practices the Hehundeo, and his specialty is seduction. Su Fan stopped pretending. You have come to my door, why should I be polite? He did not hide the heat in his eyes, staring at Su Miaolan, and suddenly a manic desire to conquer arose in his heart. Su Miaolan felt Su Fan's extremely aggressive gaze, and her heartbeat suddenly became rapid. She has been practicing the Hehundeo since she was a child. Her master said that she was born with a charming bone and had a talent that no one could match. Over the years, she has relied on the Hehundeo skills to seduce countless proud sons of heaven, and few people can resist her seductive skills. But she never thought that she would fall into the hands of this guy. Although she hated this guy, she couldn't control her desire when she thought of the feeling of being electrocuted and numb all over her body. It was as if she had plunged into an endless abyss and couldn't extricate herself. I don't know what happened, but I couldn't help but come back to find this guy today. This might be the love tribulation that Master talked about. If you don't cross this hurdle, your road will be over. Zhang Junpu looked at the two people, their eyes were almost glued together. There was a strong smell of adultery in the room, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. He suddenly felt that he had become a superfluous person. I say, you two are enough, there is another person next to you. Su Miaolan turned her head and glanced at him, her eyes were as sharp as a knife. It seemed that she meant to say, do you have any sense at all? Get out of here and make room for me. Su Fan also looked at Zhang Junpu after hearing this, and his calm eyes were like looking at a fool. Stupid, get out. Fuck. Zhang Junpu cursed inwardly, he was so aggrieved, can't I just leave? He stood up and walked out, but when he reached the door, he felt very embarrassed and turned around to say a few polite words. Get out, but as soon as he turned his head, the two cursed him almost at the same time, and Zhang Junpu shrank his neck and left in disgrace. Zhang Junpu walked out of the Tibetan Dharma hall and turned to look in the direction of Su Fan's abode. A pair of dogs and bitches, he took off the communication array from his waist and activated it, and a figure popped out instantly. Brother Junpu, you haven't been here for a while, and junior sister Xiaoqiao has been missing you, I'll be there soon. Leave a yard for me, and help me find find 4 girls. A few days later in the morning, Su Miaolan lazily lay in Su Fan's arms. These days, the two of them were almost stuck together, and they almost never separated except for eating. Su Miaolan was like a pendant, hanging on Su Fan all day long. I should leave today. Master has urged me several times, why go back, we are about to go to the space-time arena. Several demon lords in the sect want to summon us, then go back and come back after we are done. It seems that there is no time. All the elite disciples participating in the space-time arena are going to be summoned for special training. Su Fan frowned when he heard this. Why didn't the Chunjin demon sect make any moves? But he immediately understood that the elite disciples in the sect didn't accept him at all, and probably wouldn't notify him if something happened. No wonder the Chunjin demon sect didn't produce many top disciples in these years, and all of them were this kind of stuff that couldn't be put on the stage. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.